Chapter 1347. This kid is here. In the Sweet Dew Hall, after Li Er rewarded Meng Wenhao and Li Yu, it was Iron Egg's turn. Meng Wenhao and Li Yu took a step back and made room for Iron Egg. Li Er looked at Iron Egg and slowly said, Han Li, during the Zhengzhou Rebellion you not only cooperated with Meng Wenhao to send information through the telegraph, but also killed Ming Huan, an expert from the Chui clan's Hall of Worship, on the night we invaded Guangqing County. Ming Huan was one of the most wanted criminals of the Supreme Court. I didn't expect you to kill him with your sword, so you deserve a great reward. I have decided to make you a deputy lieutenant of Ren Yong and reward you with 50 bolts of silk. Thank you for your reward, Your Majesty. Iron Egg cupped his hands and said calmly. His expression didn't change much, because his ambition wasn't to become an official. He only wanted to learn from Li Zishuan and protect his family in the future. Unexpectedly, Li Er did not ask Bruiser and the others to leave. Instead he continued, I heard that Ming Huan was a famous expert in the Jianghu, but you killed him with your sword. You are indeed a young hero. Your father accompanied the imperial army and fought with the Turks in the north for many years. He fought bravely and killed countless enemies. At the critical moment, he blocked an arrow with his body and saved Minister Qin's life. I have also heard of what happened after that. Although your father violated military discipline, he left alone because he didn't want to be a burden to the army. Therefore, I will make the decision today to pardon your father's desertion and make him a deputy lieutenant of Zhaowu. Li Er, who had won the battle, was very enthusiastic as if he wanted to grant amnesty to the world. He even dug up Han Tianhu's old case, which was very surprising. Hearing this, Bruiser was pleasantly surprised. It could be said that this was one of his greatest regrets. Han Tianhu was a great hero in his heart, but this hero had never received the treatment he deserved. Instead, he had always been treated as a deserter. Now that this injustice had been cleared, Bruiser was even happier than when he had received his reward. He excitedly cupped his fists. He cupped his hands and said excitedly, Han Li thanks Your Majesty on behalf of my father. Yes, all of you can leave for now. Since the meritorious officials have been rewarded, the next step is to punish the guilty officials. Li Er nodded his head in satisfaction and waved his hand to signal them to leave. The award ceremony officially came to an end. Li Er's eyes darkened and he said coldly, Lu Dui. The Chancellor of the Supreme Court, Lu Dui, had a solemn expression. He cupped his hands and said, Here. Li Er said in a deep voice, A few days ago I asked you to thoroughly investigate the matter of suspicious officials colluding with the enemy and betraying the country. How is the progress? When the officials in the hall heard this, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They thought that old Li was going to bring up old scores. Lu Dui saluted with a solemn expression and said, Your Majesty, these days the Supreme Court, together with the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate, have tried 42 guilty officials and confirmed a total of 38 officials. They secretly sent messages to the Chui family of Qinghe, the Zheng family of Xingyang, and the Chui family of Bowling. Most of these people are the direct descendants and collateral descendants of these three families. There are also some who used to be hanger-ons of these three families. The other four officials were sending news to the Lu family of Fanyang that the imperial court was preparing to encircle and annihilate Zhengzhou. In addition, this old official also found out that there were 12 other officials who were their accomplices. These people didn't have time to send a message, but they realized that Baichi's people were hiding in the dark. However, they were exposed by the others. The Lu family of Fanyang? Lu Sadeo, what do you have to say? Li Er's eyes flashed as he looked at one of the officials in the hall and asked. An old man with white hair and beard walked out shakily. This person was the current head of the Lu family of Fanyang. After the news of the Zhengzhou rebellion being quelled spread throughout the world, he came to Chang and City a few days ago to show his loyalty to Li Er. Lu Sadeo cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, I never asked anyone to send a message to the Lu family. The Lu family lives peacefully in Fanyang and definitely has no intention of disobeying me. When I learned of the Chui family's rebellion, I even wanted to bring all the servants of the Lu family to quell the rebellion for Your Majesty. However, when I just left, I heard that the imperial army had destroyed the rebels with a thunderous force. I could only give up. However, the Lu family's loyalty to the imperial court can be seen by the sun and moon. I hope that Your Majesty can see through this. Li Er was speechless. Lu Sadeo's excuses completely denied that the officials were related to the Lu family. He couldn't do anything to the Lu family because of this, so he said with a cold gaze, Whether the Lu family is loyal or not, I will let people investigate this matter clearly. Lu Dui, listen up. All the officials who colluded with the enemy are to be removed from their positions and sent to Yuzhou. Let them guard the borders for me. Guarding the borders meant that there was a slim chance of survival. Ever since Li Er ascended the throne, there were very few officials who were given such heavy punishments. Take Wei Zheng for example. Although he was Li Jianqing's top strategist and had suggested Li Jianqing to assassinate him several times, after the Xuanwu Gate incident, Li Er still let bygones be bygones and used Wei Zheng. From this, one could see how magnanimous Li Er was. However, these dozens of officials were different from Wei Zheng. They were colluding with the enemy and betraying the country. If they succeeded, the Cui family would attack Luoyang in advance before the imperial army arrived in Zhengzhou. In that case, it would bring immeasurable losses to the imperial court. This was something Li Er couldn't tolerate. This old official obeys. Lu Dui cupped his hands and said. Li Er's eyes flashed and he asked again, "Where is Lu Zhenghui?" Lu Zhenghui was born in the Lu family of Hunan. At the end of the Sui dynasty, Lu Zhenghui was the Inyang prefecture's secretary of Taiyuan. Later, he led his troops to join Li Yuan and was sent to Taiyuan to report Wang Wei and Gao Junius' rebellion. After the Tang dynasty was established, he was ordered to stay in Taiyuan and manage the rear. After Lu Wuzhou attacked Taiyuan, Lu Zhenghui was captured but he remained loyal. After being rescued, he served as the Minister of Justice. This old official is here. An old official walked out from the civil officials' camp and bowed respectfully to Li Er. Li Er asked in a deep voice, "Cui Junchuo Zheng Shiwu and Cui Wenji rebelled against the imperial court. According to the Tang dynasty's laws, what are their crimes?" Lu Zhenghui cupped his hands expressionlessly and replied, "Your Majesty, rebellion is a capital crime with 9 familial exterminations. Cui Junchuo abducted hundreds of thousands of people in Zhengzhou, which is a capital crime of capital crimes." All the officials felt a chill in their hearts. Capital crime. Now, there were no more than 20 or 30 prisoners on death row executed in the Tang dynasty every year. The main reason was that after the war at the end of the Sui dynasty, the population of the Central Plains sharply decreased. Instead of killing the prisoners on death row, it was better to exile them to the barren land like Cheongzhou, which could be regarded as a contribution to the Tang dynasty. Now, if Li Er executed all the children of the 3 great families who rebelled, Chang, and would really be a bloodbath. Li Er thought for a moment and said, "Put the culprits Cui Junchuo, Zheng Shiwu and Cui Wenji in the death row and choose a day to behead them." Pan Jinyue, the governor of Zhengzhou, and Cui Quan, the commandant of Zhichang's mansion in Zhengzhou, are accomplices to the evildoers and rebelled against their superiors. They will be stripped of their official positions and executed immediately. All the children of the Cui family in Qinghe, the Zheng family in Xinjiang, and the Cui family in Bowling will be exiled to Yuzhou and Yunzhou to guard the border. All the women will be demoted to slaves and sent to the musical house. Ruthless. Li Er was really ruthless. After what he did, the 3 great families were completely uprooted. At least for hundreds of years, they would not be able to rise again. Li Zishuan stood among the officials and couldn't help but fall silent after hearing that. The culprits like Cui Junchuo were not worthy of sympathy. What he sympathized with was the women of the 3 great families. As women of the 5 great families, these women were originally the partners of men in the world. Now, because of Cui Junchuo and others, they suffered an unexpected calamity and were sent to the musical house. They were bound to become the playthings of the officials and their end was miserable. But in fact, Cui Junchuo's rebellion had nothing to do with them. If Cui Junchuo's rebellion succeeded, the ones who benefited the most were the men in charge of the families. But if the rebellion failed, these women would also suffer an unexpected calamity. This was the ancient times. The fate of women was always attached to men, and they could never be the masters of themselves. Li Zishuan inexplicably felt some sympathy from the bottom of his heart. But even if he sympathized, what could he do? This was a culture that had been passed down for thousands of years. He could not change it in a short time and could only let it be. "Your Majesty, although Cui Junchuo and others have committed a serious crime of rebellion, these people are old. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to execute them." At this moment, Fang Xianling stood out and cupped his hands to Li Er. Old Fang didn't want to plead for mercy for the aristocratic families, but just out of a humanitarian spirit. After all, in ancient times the old people were respected by the whole society. Li Er frowned when he heard that. He must kill Cui Junchuo and others, but what Fang Xianling said was reasonable. After a moment of silence he said, "Then give each of them a white silk and leave their bodies intact." "Your Majesty is wise." Fang Xianling also understood that this was the biggest concession that Li Er could make, so he didn't continue to press. Today the army returns triumphantly. I not only want to reward the army in the barracks, but also intend to lift the curfew tonight and celebrate with the people. My dear officials, if you have something to report, I will withdraw from the court. Those who should be rewarded had been rewarded, and those who should be punished had been punished. Lier was in a good mood and said loudly. None of the civil and military officials said anything. Lier decisively announced the withdrawal of the court. The officials took their leave one by one. Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Niu Jinda, and Li Jing, the generals of the southern expedition, walked together with Li Zixuan. Qing Yaojin patted Li Zixuan's shoulder and laughed. Ah, Xiaoxin, although you didn't personally go to the battlefield, you still got a lot of credit. Many generals are envious. That's all because of your Majesty's kindness, Li Zixuan said modestly. Li Jing waved his hand and said, Little Xian, you can't say that. If it weren't for your telegraph, the army definitely wouldn't have been able to take down the 3 aristocratic families so smoothly in Zhengzhou. No one can find fault with your contribution. Qin Xiong also stroked his beard and said, Ha! That's right, if it weren't for your telegraph machine and your student, we would probably be fighting in Luoyang in Hunan province. Qing Yaojin suddenly turned his head and patted Lu Ringui behind him. He said proudly, Ha! Lu Ringui, you little brat, you've finally become a soldier under old Cheng's command. It wasn't easy for me to snatch you from that old brat Wang Yu. You better perform well for old Cheng. Qing Yaojin was the general of the right Wuwei, and Lu Ringui was now the right commander of the right Wuwei. It was not wrong to say that he was Qing Yaojin's soldier. This general obeys. Only then did Lu Ringui realize that he had been promoted because of Qing Yaojin behind the scenes. Chapter 1348. Zhao Song, do you know where Li Yu came from? After the morning court session, Li Er came to the Suite Du Hall. Recalling the scene from the morning court session, his gaze darkened. He suddenly looked at Zhao Song and asked. Zhao Song was stunned. Clearly, he did not expect Li Er to suddenly ask such a question. He quickly gathered all the information he knew in his mind, then stepped forward and answered, Your Majesty, according to what I know, Li Yu came to Chang'an City last year. The first person she met was Meng Wenhao. Later on, by chance, she met the Duke of Yong'an. The Duke of Yong, and saw that she was smart and had no one to rely on in Chang'an City, so he arranged for her to work in the Datang Daily editorial department. The girl behind him is also very hardworking and studious. She stood out from the group of literary talents in the editorial department of Tang Dynasty Daily and became the best reporter there. Li Er nodded and asked again, Then do you know where Li Yu came from? Who are her parents? Where do they live? Zhao Song frowned and thought for a while. He shook his head and said, Your Majesty, I only know that Li Yu came from Jiangnan Yuezhou, but I don't know who her parents are. Then he asked tentatively, Your Majesty, do you think there's something wrong with Li Yu's identity? He was not stupid. For Li Er to be so concerned about someone, that person's identity was definitely not ordinary. Li Er frowned and asked, Zhao Song, don't you think Li Yu looks like someone? Forget it, at that time, you weren't at my side yet. Send someone to investigate Li Yu's father and mother, but don't alarm Li Yu and the Duke of Yong'an. For a moment, Zhao Song was confused. Was he investigating Li Yu as a bad person or as a good person? Although he was full of doubts, Zhao Song knew what to ask and what not to ask after accompanying Li Er for so many years. He bowed deeply and replied, Yes. I'll arrange for someone to go to Jiangnan Yuezhou. Li Er nodded. Zhao Song saw that Li Er did not have any other orders, so he left. Similar to similar. But how is this possible? In the hall, Li Er sighed faintly. Haha. Wenhao, your parents must be worried about you. Go back first. We'll go to the academy tomorrow. After leaving the palace, Iron Egg, Meng Wenhao, Li Yu, Pang Feiji, Lu Ringui, and the others all walked together with Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan generously gave Meng Wenhao a day off. After all, he knew about Meng Wenhao's family situation. At this moment, Meng Wenhao was also a little homesick. After all, he had never been away from home for so many days in his life. Moreover, after experiencing war and life and death, he undoubtedly cherished family and loved ones even more. Then sir, I'll go home first. Tomorrow morning I'll go to Yunshan. I'll make the best use of my time to make up for all the missed lessons this month. Meng Wenhao cupped his hands and said, Yes, go. Li Zixuan nodded. Meng Wenhao turned to look at Li Yu and the rest. These were his comrades in Zhengzhou. Taking a deep breath, Meng Wenhao cupped his hands and said, Little Yu, or Iron Egg, we will meet again at Cloud Mountain. Big brother Lu, it's all thanks to you in Zhengzhou this time. If you have time, you can go to Yunshan to take a look. See you at Yinshan. Iron Egg and Li Yu also cupped their hands and said goodbye. Lu Rengui laughed and cupped his hands and said, little brother, take care. I'll definitely go to Yunshan to take a look at the Immortal Academy. Meng Wenhao nodded and turned to leave. Li Zishuan looked at Lu Rengui and said with a smile, I've heard the details of the battle from little Yu. Adjunct Lu, oh no, General Lu, thank you for saving my cousin Yi Fashion. I don't like to owe people favors. If you encounter any trouble in Chang and City in the future, feel free to come to Yunshan to find me. This was a kind of promise to repay a debt of gratitude. At the same time, it was also a kind of appreciation for talent. After all, the person in front of him was the first hero in China's history to resist the Japanese. Lu Rengui was flattered. He quickly cupped his hands and said, Marquis, you can't say that. That night, Brother Fashion was being hunted down. It's true that I saved him, but without Brother Fashion, I wouldn't have been able to meet Miss Li Yu, and I wouldn't have been able to send the information about the battle to the imperial court. Therefore, rather than saying that I saved Brother Fashion, it's better to say that Brother Fashion saved me. Li Zishuan nodded in his heart. This Lu Rengui's character was not bad. He didn't force others to repay his kindness. He smiled and said, Anyway, I owe you a favor. What I said earlier still works. General Lu, do you have a place to stay in Chang'an City? If not, I can send someone to arrange it for you. Lu Rengui cupped his hands and said, I don't dare to trouble you, Marquis. I'm currently staying with Governor Zhao in the post house. After reporting to the right sentinel tomorrow, I'll be staying in the barracks. As for settling down in Chang'an City, I haven't considered it yet. It wasn't that he hadn't considered it, but that he couldn't afford it. Although the housing prices in this era couldn't be compared to modern housing prices, this was Chang'an City. It wasn't something that a newcomer like Lu Rengui could afford after joining the army. However, Li Er had rewarded him with 100,000 copper coins this time. Lu Rengui pondered in his heart that after he stabilized his foundation in the right guards, he would take out some of his savings and perhaps be able to buy a residence in Chang'an and bring his family over. Li Zishuan nodded and said, if that's the case, then we'll part ways here. We'll meet again in the future. Marquis, take care. Lu Rengui cupped his hands and left in the direction of the post house. Although he was now a soldier under Qing Yaojin, Zhao Kai was his old superior. He had to say goodbye before he left. Iron Egg. I didn't expect you to have improved after going to Zhengzhou. You actually dared to go against the fourth of the four Tai-Bai ghosts, Ming Huan? Li Yu, Iron Egg and Pang Feiji were all going back to Yin Mountain. Li Zishuan came in a carriage today. Therefore, after Lu Rengui left, the four of them got on the carriage. On the way, Li Zishuan looked at Iron Egg and said with a faint smile. The details of the battle in the city that night weren't revealed in the report that Meng Wenhao sent to the imperial court through the telegraph. Li Zishuan only heard about Iron Egg killing Ming Huan from Li Yu today. When he heard the news, a layer of cold sweat seeped out of his back. Master, Iron Egg was wrong. Don't tell sister or she'll be worried again. Iron Egg heard the dissatisfaction in Li Zishuan's words. He didn't explain anything and directly admitted his mistake. You still know how to worry about your sister? Do you know that while you were gone, although your sister didn't tell me, I don't know how many tears she shed for you behind your back? Don't you know how much you're worth? Ming Huan is one of the four Tai-Bai ghosts. How can you deal with him? Li Zishuan scolded mercilessly. Although the battle in the city had eliminated the remaining three of the four Tai-Bai ghosts and solved one of Li Zishuan's problems, he didn't want to eliminate the three ghosts in this way. Han Yushi only had this one brother, and he only had this one disciple. How could Ming Huan's life be more valuable than Iron Egg's? Master, I just wanted to practice. Big brother Lu was helping me from the side. I'll be fine. Besides, I know the Taiji sword. It won't be a problem for me to block Ming Huan for a while. Please don't tell my sister about this, okay? Iron Egg will definitely finish his homework and practice hard in the future. Iron Egg hurriedly begged. To him, Han Yushi could be said to be both his elder sister and his mother. After he was born, his mother passed away. It was Han Yushi who raised him single-handedly, so in his heart Han Yushi was very, very important. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and said, It's good that you know you're wrong. Since you're back, go to the courtyard and accompany your sister. You and Wenhao will go to the academy tomorrow. Since you can survive Ming Huan's attack, it means that your martial arts have improved. In the future you'll have to double your training. After saying that, Li Zishuan's face suddenly showed a devilish smile. Master. I still have a lot of homework to do in the academy. Iron Egg's face turned bitter when he heard that. Ever since he started studying at Yanhuang College, his martial arts hadn't fallen behind. He would complete the training tasks Li Zixuan gave him every day. It was a habit he had kept for a long time. Then find some time. You can't fall behind in martial arts or homework. You said it yourself just now. Li Zixuan didn't care. At this time he looked at Li Yu and smiled. Little fishy, now that you've become a gold medal reporter in the editorial department, what do you think? A gold medal reporter had the right to report to the emperor. It could be said that the current Li Yu could go anywhere, even the county magistrate and provincial governor wouldn't dare to provoke her. Little fishy smiled sweetly and said, "Of course I'm happy. With this identity I can do a lot of things for the people. However, saving Wei Wuxing this time is what I'm most happy about. By the way, I have to thank you for the telegraph." Li Zixuan waved his hand and smiled. "Ah, why are you thanking me? You did well this time. I'll host a banquet tonight at Yunshan to welcome you and Iron Egg." "Hee, thank you, sir." "Marquis, you're back." Back at Yunshan, Li Zixuan and the other two jumped down from the carriage. Lu Feng and Lu Yun came up to them. Li Zixuan hadn't given them the task of searching for ores, so they took the dozens of imperial guards with them and acted as Li Zixuan's bodyguards. Li Zixuan nodded and then walked into the courtyard with Iron Egg. However, Pang Feiji, who was at the back, had a strong sense of vigilance in his heart. He sensed an inexplicable sense of danger. "You are?" Pang Feiji stared at Lu Feng and Lu Yun and asked expressionlessly. "Oh, you must be Pang Sigi? I'm Lu Feng and this is my brother Lu Yun. We are from the Imperial Guards of the Northern Government. His Majesty sent us to protect Marquis and help Marquis search for ores." Lu Feng saw that Pang Feiji's posture was steady and he walked like a soldier. Furthermore, Pang Feiji came down from the carriage with Li Zixuan. He thought for a while and guessed Pang Feiji's identity. Hence, he took the initiative to introduce himself. Pang Feiji's expression changed slightly and he felt a little disappointed. He forced himself to calm down and saluted Lu Feng. "Oh, so you two are from the Imperial Guards. Sorry for the disrespect." In the past he was only a Sigu of the Right Marquis household, while Lu Feng and Lu Yun were the Imperial Guards of the Northern Yamen. They were the elites of the elites in the Imperial Guard. Therefore, in terms of background, Pang Feiji was unconsciously lower than them. Lu Feng saluted with a smile. "Ah, since we're all here to protect Marquis, then we'll be brothers in the future. There's no need to be polite." "You're right. Brother Lu is right. I've just returned from Zhengzhou and have some matters to attend to. I won't keep you company." Pang Feiji forced a smile and saluted with a salute before taking his leave. "Big brother, this Pang Feiji doesn't seem very happy to see us?" Lu Yun scratched his head and looked at Lu Feng in confusion. Lu Feng looked at Pang Feiji's back and said lightly, "No matter what, he was the first to follow Marquis. Now that he saw that we're here to protect Marquis, of course he would feel uncomfortable. This is human nature." Lu Yun suddenly understood. He frowned and said unhappily, "But big brother, we didn't want to come. It was His Majesty who ordered us to come. Why is he angry with us?" "Sigh. Second brother, don't speak nonsense and offend others. We came to Cloud Mountain under His Majesty's orders to follow Marquis orders. Don't cause trouble. Go and tell the brothers to be respectful when they see Pang Feiji. Don't cause trouble." Lu Feng said sternly to Lu Yun. "Yes, big brother." "Hey, big brother, you're finally back." Pang Feiji returned to his house. After putting down his luggage, he met his brothers at the side of the courtyard. "Xiongda, Xiong'er, come here." Pang Feiji had a question to ask. When he saw the two of them, he quickly waved his hand. "Hey, big brother. You didn't get hurt in Zhengzhou, right?" A fat soldier came over and held Pang Feiji's hand. He looked at him from head to toe. Hey. Let go of me, I'm fine." Pang Feiji waved his hand and said seriously, "Let me ask you, when did Lu Feng, Lu Yun and the rest arrive?" Xiongda thought for a while and replied, "Big brother, they've only been here for 5 or 6 days. Then why did they come to protect Marquis? Could it be that someone tried to assassinate the Marquis while I was away?" Pang Feiji asked doubtfully. Xiong'er shook his head and said, "No, big brother. No one tried to assassinate Marquis. They came here under His Majesty's orders. Other than protecting Marquis, they also have to help Marquis look for ores in the future. It's said that Lu Feng and Lu Yun's ancestors were Taoist geomancers who specialize in searching for ores. However, Marquis hasn't assigned them a task yet, so they're staying here temporarily." "Searching for ores?" Pang Feiji's face became gloomy. At this moment he felt like he was about to lose his job. Oh no, he was about to fall out of favor. This was because the person who stole his job seemed to be more talented than him. Chapter 1349. 2 in 1 chapter. When Iron Egg and the others came to the front yard, Han Yushi was sitting quietly in the front yard reading the newspaper. In recent issues of Datong Daily, almost all the news was about the specific plot of the Battle of Guan City. Because of Iron Egg, Han Yushi did not miss a single piece of news. Although there was not a single piece of news in it, there was a detailed record of Iron Egg's situation in Guan City. Sis. At this moment, a shout came from the courtyard door. Han Yushi's body trembled, and she quickly looked towards the source of the sound and saw Iron Egg running over. Iron Egg? You're back? Han Yushi stood up in surprise and went over to greet him. Iron Egg, you didn't get hurt in Guan City, right? Han Yushi pressed Iron Egg's shoulder and looked up and down at Iron Egg seriously. She asked with a face full of concern. Iron Egg thought of what Li Zishuan said in the carriage and couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. He said with red eyes, Sis, I'm fine. I didn't get hurt either. Don't worry. Han Yushi held back her tears, patted Iron Egg's shoulder and said, It's good that you didn't get hurt. It's good that you didn't get hurt. Iron Egg, you must not have eaten well these days in the army, right? Sis will make you something delicious for lunch. Yes. Iron Egg nodded and then he smiled happily and said, Sis, I have an official position this time. His Majesty made me the Deputy Commandant of Rinyong and gave me a lot of silk cloth. Silk cloth could be used as currency in this era. Han Yushi opened her eyes wide and said with a face full of surprise, His Majesty gave you an official position? Ah, Iron Egg, you've finally grown up. You're finally promising. If Dad knew, he would definitely be happy for you. Iron Egg said excitedly, Sister, not only did His Majesty give me an official position, he also pardoned Papa's crime of desertion. His Majesty said that there was a reason for what happened back then. Papa was a righteous man, so His Majesty gave Papa the rank of 6th-ranked Deputy Captain of Jiaowu. The grievances that Father has suffered all these years have finally been avenged. Han Yushi was stunned. She said in disbelief, What? His Majesty had pardoned Papa's crime of desertion and even bestowed Papa with an official position? Iron Egg, is this true? If that's really the case, then I'll send a letter to Father today to tell him the good news. As his daughter, Han Yushi knew the bitterness in Han Tianhu's heart all these years. Now that she suddenly heard that Han Tianhu's grievances were cleared and he was unexpectedly rewarded with an official position, her heart was immediately filled with joy. Ahem. Of course it's true. I say, wife, if you two want to reminisce, why don't you go inside and slowly reminisce? You don't have to rush anyway, right? Li Zishuan, who was standing at the courtyard door, saw that the two siblings in the courtyard were about to have a long conversation and quickly interrupted them. As for Li Yu, who came back with them, she had already gotten off the carriage at the foot of Yunshan Mountain. Although Li Zishuan had prepared a celebratory banquet for her in the evening, it was only noon. She had come all the way back, so her colleagues in the editorial department were all worried about her. Husband, you're back too? Han Yushi seemed to have woken up from a dream, but she regretted it as soon as the words came out of her mouth. Li Zishuan was speechless. He suddenly felt like he was hit by 10,000 points of critical damage. It turned out that he had been standing at the courtyard door for a long time, and his wife didn't even notice. He couldn't help but say sourly, Ahem. That's fine. Since my wife thinks that I'm back too early, then I'll go out for a walk again. After saying that, this fellow really turned around and prepared to go out. Han Yushi quickly came over to stop him. She looked at him unhappily and said, Husband, it was a slip of the tongue, why are you still so angry? Iron Egg followed the army for more than half a month, My wife, you don't have to explain, I understand. Stop fooling around, let's go back to the house and talk. Don't let others see us as a joke. Li Zishuan didn't mean to be angry with his wife. Hearing this, he laughed and turned around to pull his wife into the house. On the opposite side, Lan Er had already started arguing with Iron Egg. Iron Egg, is it fun to fight a war? It's not fun, people will die in war. Oh, then is there any fun place in Zhengzhou? Oh, other than many Buddhist temples there doesn't seem to be any fun places. Then did you meet any great masters in this war? How was it? Are they powerful? Are they as powerful as my brother? Iron Egg. If they were more powerful than my master, would I still be alive and standing in front of you now? The army returned in triumph. The victorious side was naturally happy, while the defeated side was disheartened and dejected. The Tang imperial court used this war to prove that its fangs were still sharp, and even stronger than before. Those forces that were secretly waiting for an opportunity to stir up trouble were now hiding in dark corners, trembling. They had to re-evaluate the imperial court's strength. Celestial lamp, telescope, and now a telegraph. The imperial court's army is getting more and more powerful. Chang and City Yensho Square in a house. Feng Jidai stood on the red attic, looking at the houses in the distance and sighing. Young master, the current emperor was able to eliminate the Cui family of Qinghe, the Zheng family of Xingyang, and the Cui family of Bowling in less than half a month. The imperial court's strength is indeed much stronger than 2 years ago. But why did the imperial court suddenly become so powerful for no reason? I really can't figure it out. Feng Jidai's guard, Amu, couldn't help but say. Feng Jidai sneered and said, 2 years ago Shieli Khan led the army to Chang'an City, and the emperor emptied the Chang'an treasury in exchange for a temporary peace. Since then the imperial court had no money and no food, and its strength was naturally not as strong as before. But since last year, Li Zishuan encouraged the emperor to send a fleet to the south for sea trade, and then the imperial court set up a department of shipping in the Guangdong coastal area to trade with the Nanyang countries. It could be said that the imperial court made a lot of money. Now the imperial court doesn't lack money or food, and the annual income from sea trade is even comparable to the tax income of the previous 5 years. Plus, the imperial court doesn't lack good soldiers at all, so how can it not be strong? The 3 aristocratic families were also unlucky to choose to go against the imperial court at this time. No doubt they were digging their own graves. Not to mention, in this war, Li Zishuan's celestial lamp and telescope foresight, as well as the telegraph from thousands of miles away, the imperial court's army is like a tiger with wings. How can the aristocratic families fight against it? Now, in the whole world, I'm afraid only the Turks, Goryeo, and Tibetans can fight against the imperial court of the Tang Empire. The guard's expression changed and he hesitated. Then, young master, will our Lingnan also completely submit to the imperial court? Feng Jidai nodded and said, after the emperor destroyed the 3 aristocratic families with a thunderous force, the other aristocratic families will definitely not dare to do anything. The Tang Empire's territory is basically completely stable, and the imperial court's next target is the Turks in the north. The Tang Empire's edge is getting stronger and stronger, and with the current state the chances of winning against the Turks are very high. When the Turks are destroyed, it's probably time for father to completely hand over the military power of Lingnan, otherwise. At this point, Feng Jidai didn't continue speaking, but everyone understood what he meant. The guard didn't understand and said, young master, the imperial court of the Tang Empire is indeed tyrannical, but the Turks are known to have millions of soldiers controlling the strings. Once the war starts, I'm afraid the outcome will be difficult to predict, right? Feng Jidai looked towards the Cloud Mountains in the east and said faintly, although the Turks are strong with Li Zishuan, the Tang Empire's army will only be stronger. 121 121 121 1234. The next day, after Li Zishuan woke up, he was practicing his sword in the front yard when he heard the sound of orderly footsteps and chants from outside the yard. His heart skipped a beat and he walked out of the yard. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw Pang Feiji leading a few dozen soldiers running over from the mountain path not far away. When Li Zishuan saw this, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. What was wrong with Pang Feiji? Why did he suddenly become so diligent? Coincidentally, Pang Feiji also saw Li Zishuan, so he quickly increased his speed and ran over. In a short while he was in front of Li Zishuan. He clasped his fist and bowed to Li Zishuan. Marquis, good morning. His voice was full of vigor and vitality. Li Zishuan was stunned and asked, spring is here? The subtext was that spring was here and it was time to XX? Pang Feiji was instantly stunned. Ah? Marquis? What spring is here? Hasn't spring been here for a long time? Facing such a humorless subordinate, Li Zishuan couldn't help but roll his eyes, and then said unhappily, I'm saying what's wrong with you today, why are you leading people to train so early? Marquis, you're talking about this. Pang Feiji scratched his head, gave a silly laugh and replied, this time when your subordinate was following the army, I saw a few of the great general's soldiers. Even if they were fighting outside, they would still persevere in their training every morning. Your subordinate thought, ever since we brothers of the Wuho government followed you, Marquis, we have been slacking in our training. But you, Marquis, have always been so kind to our brothers. Your subordinate is really ashamed, so I thought from today onwards I will turn over a new leaf and become a new person. We must also persevere in our training every morning, this way we can better protect Marquis. After hearing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but widen his eyes, as if it was the first day he met Pang Feiji. He seriously looked at this guy and said with a smile, "Ah, I didn't know that a non-gay like you would have this kind of awareness." Pang Feiji immediately straightened his back and said loudly with a serious face, "As Marquis's personal guard, of course we have to train hard. If not, when Marquis is in danger, how can we protect Marquis?" Seeing how serious he was, Li Zixuan almost believed him, but taking the initiative to train was a good thing, as it could reduce one's laziness. He didn't want to discourage Pang Feiji's enthusiasm, so after pausing for a moment, he waved his hand and said, "All right. I'm very satisfied that you guys have this kind of heart. Then you guys train hard, I will go to the academy later." "Yes, Marquis." After receiving Li Zixuan's affirmation, Pang Feiji shouted excitedly, then turned around and said, "Everyone listen to my orders. From here to the foot of the mountain, run another 10 rounds. 10 rounds? Boss, are you joking?" Below there was a wave of complaints. "Brother Pang, isn't 10 rounds a little too much?" At this moment, Lu Feng happened to pass by and couldn't help but interrupt. It was fine if he didn't say anything, but once he did, Pang Feiji instantly became anxious. He shouted excitedly, "What do you mean by too much? It's not too much at all. For this rebellion in Zhengzhou, the brothers from the left and right guard camps could march hundreds of miles day and night. Why didn't they shout too much? Why didn't they say they were tired? Everyone turn back. Start running." These words seemed to be directed at Li Zixuan's personal guards, but more like they were directed at Lu Feng. Bang bang bang. Dozens of personal guards, under Pang Feiji's lead, began their training again, sweating profusely. Li Zixuan immediately understood. It turned out that Brother Chicken was so diligent today because Lu Feng and Lu Yun's arrival made this fellow feel a sense of danger. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Although he could see it, he didn't intend to interfere. Healthy competition was good for mutual improvement, and this was something he was happy to see. As long as these two parties didn't do anything out of line, it would be fine. After breakfast, Li Zixuan left the courtyard and walked toward the academy. Yesterday afternoon, he informed Yen Silu to gather the students at the field after breakfast. He had something to announce. Speaking of which, when he first transmigrated, he especially liked to sleep in. However, ever since he broke through to the Grandmaster realm in the second half of last year, he couldn't sleep in every morning even if he wanted to. He also seriously thought about this problem and came to a conclusion. First, there were no mobile phones or computers in ancient times. Other than hugging his wife to sleep at night, there seemed to be no other way to pass the time, so he went to bed early. Second, ever since he became a martial Dao Grandmaster, the time he needed to sleep every day became less and less. Now he usually only needed to sleep for 4 hours a day. After sleeping for 2 hours, his mind would become extremely clear. Therefore, in the past he would still sleep in bed in the morning, but later he would wake up early every day to practice martial arts. He wanted to do something else, but early in the morning, he had nothing else to do except practice martial arts. Therefore, Li Zixuan had now become a hardworking martial arts maniac. Although his martial arts realm had not increased, his martial arts foundation had become even more stable. The current him was like a treasured sword with a restrained edge. On the outside he looked simple and unadorned, but once the treasured sword was unsheathed, it would definitely be cold and threatening. When he arrived at the academy, the sun had just risen. When Mo Zhong saw Li Zixuan, he greeted him from afar and said, "Yamacho, the students have already gathered at the field. All the teachers in the academy have just gone there. You should be just in time." Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Well, I'll go there now." After that he walked straight to the field on the left. Chapter 1350. On the sports field of Yanhuang College. The students stood in 16 square formations according to their classes. The sun had just risen, and the rays of the morning sun shone on their backs, elongating long shadows. "Hey, why do you think Yamacho called us here today? I guess they have something to announce? What is it?" "How would I know? Hey, have you heard? Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg, who went with the Imperial Army, have returned to the academy today." "Really? Of course it's true. I just saw them in the dining hall." "Wow. I heard they won the battle in Zhengzhou and were rewarded by His Majesty yesterday. That's amazing." "They are indeed amazing, but they deserve the reward. After all, they exchanged their lives for merit. By the way, did Yamacho call us here today because of this matter?" "Hey, that's possible. Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg are in the limelight this time. They were just rewarded by His Majesty in front of all the civil and military officials, and today they are praised by Yamacho in public. How enviable." "It's useless to be envious. If it were you, would you dare to go to the battlefield?" Forget about going to the battlefield. I am the only son of 3 generations in my family. My father and mother will never let me go to the battlefield. The students whispered in private, guessing the purpose of Li Zishuan calling them here today. After all, a gathering of all the teachers and students was not common. Generally, only the opening ceremony, midterm, or final exam commendation meetings would gather all the teachers and students of the academy. Wenhao, Iron Egg, tell me honestly, did Yamacho call us here to praise you? In the group of students in Class 1, Sun Zifan nudged Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg on the right and in front of him with his shoulders and asked in a low voice. Meng Wenhao tilted his head back imperceptibly and replied in a low voice, "We don't know about this. Yamacho didn't tell us about this yesterday." Cheng Chumo curled his lips like a resentful wife and said pitifully, "Humph. It's a pity that they didn't let me go this time. If they let me go, I might be the one who killed the enemy generals." Yamacho is here. Yamacho is here. Be quiet. At this moment, Li Zishuan walked up to the rostrum, on the west side of the sports field. The students who had been whispering a moment ago immediately quieted down. Only the sound of the wind and the chirping of the birds could be heard in the huge field. Li Zishuan was silent for a moment before speaking. A few days ago, Zhengzhou's Qinghe Chui clan openly rebelled against the imperial court. His Majesty ordered Duke Wei to lead his troops down south to quell the rebels. I'm sure all of you have heard about this matter, right? Yes. When the students heard Li Zishuan mention this, they understood what Li Zishuan was going to say next. He was going to commend Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg for their outstanding contributions in this war. Li Zishuan nodded and continued, Chui Junchuo, the old master of the Chui family, has gone against the law and tried to instigate the people to rebel. For his own selfish desires, he even wanted to sacrifice the lives of millions of ordinary people. How sad and crazy he is. Fortunately, Li Yu, a reporter from Datong Daily, brought the news of the Chui family's rebellion back to Chang, and in time. That was why the imperial court had the chance to rush to Guan City before the Chui family arrived at Luoyang. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Speaking of Li Yu, some of you know her but some of you don't. Although she is a girl and can't study at Yanhuang College, I have always treated her as my student. People say that women are inferior to men, but speaking of Li Yu, how many of you are better than her? When the chaos of war comes, how many of you will be able to rush to the battlefield without hesitation? And not be afraid in the face of danger, wholeheartedly looking for a way to break out of the situation, and silently passing on useful information? As soon as he said this, the students were all silent, and many of them lowered their heads. If they asked themselves honestly, if war broke out in the world, there would be very few of them who dared to rush to the front line. After all, they were literati, not military men. Most literati cherished their lives. Seeing this, Li Zishuan said in a deep voice, "Do you still remember what I said to you during the military training last year? As long as Yan and Huang do not die, the Han family will not be destroyed. Blood inscribed on the dagger axe, blood will never stop flowing. Do you still remember these 16 words?" Yes. Previously, when they were criticized by Li Zishuan, the students felt guilty at first, but then they were not convinced. When they heard Li Zishuan mention last year's opening ceremony, all the students' thoughts involuntarily drifted to last year's September. On the rostrum, Li Zishuan said loudly, "Since you all still remember, then shout it for me again. As long as Yan and Huang do not die, the Han family will not be destroyed. Blood engraved on the dagger axe, blood will never stop flowing." More than 600 students, hearing this, all shouted in unison. Their shouts seemed to pierce the sky and tear the earth apart. It could be described as magnificent. Under the influence of this atmosphere, the students' blood was thoroughly stimulated. Each of them looked at Li Zishuan with a determined gaze, as if they were on a pilgrimage. Good. Li Zishuan laughed and said, "These words, I hope you all can remember them for the rest of your lives. Not only do you have to remember them, but you also have to use practical actions to practice them. This time, our academy has 2 students who participated in the Zhengzhou Rebellion, and they have obtained great military merits. They are Meng Wenhao and Han Li from Class 1. In this war, although they were behind the enemy, they relied on their skillful control of the telegraph and celestial lamp to exchange information between the army and Li Yu in Guangqing County, making considerable contributions. In order to commend their contributions, yesterday, His Majesty has conferred Meng Wenhao the title of Wenlin Lang, and Han Li the title of Ren Yong Deputy Lieutenant. When this was said, the students below the stage exclaimed. They were all students of Yanhuang College, but Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg were both officials. This made most people very envious. After all, in this era, who didn't learn civil and martial arts and sell goods to the emperor's family? In addition to Meng Wenhao and Han Li, there is also Li Tai. He is responsible for the communication between the imperial palace and the army at the front line, and his contributions are great. In the future, as long as the students of the academy have achieved great military merits, regardless of whether the imperial court rewards them or not, our academy will reward them. Depending on the merit, the reward will range from 100 to 1,000 Tang Yuan, and also a Yamacho honor medal. This is because not only did they earn honor for themselves, but they also earned honor for Yanhuang College. Therefore, I announce that the 3 students who contributed to the rebellion will each be rewarded with 300 Tang Yuan and a Yamacho honor medal. Wow! The students below the stage exclaimed again. What was the Mountain Chieftain Medal of Honor? Let's not talk about it for now, but 300 Tang Yuan was a real benefit. Logically speaking, it was not a small amount. One must know that the key person in this rebellion, Lu Rengui, was only rewarded with 100,000 copper coins in addition to his official position in the imperial court. How much was 100,000 copper coins? It was only about 100 strings of coins. However, Li Zishuan rewarded 300 Tang Yuan, which was considered a big deal. Now that we are done talking about the rewards for the 3 of them, let's talk about the rest of you. Li Zishuan saw the envious expressions of the students below the stage. He paused for a moment and said, I know that many of you are envious of Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg for having such a good opportunity to contribute. It is a good thing that you can emulate them. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general will never be a good soldier. However, you don't have to be envious, and you don't have to be discouraged because what I am going to talk about next will give you a chance to contribute in the future. Last year, I went against the opposition of the imperial court and founded Yanhuang College. Until now, many people still don't understand what Yanhuang College is for. Actually, the purpose of Yanhuang College is very simple, and that is to benefit the world. If a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. Unlike Confucianism, Yanhuang College aims to bring the most direct benefits to the people. To put it more bluntly, Yanhuang College aims to equip the Tang Dynasty's army to be even sharper. Why were Meng Wenhao and Han Li able to contribute this time? Other than having a brave and fearless heart, it was also because they had telegraphs and celestial lamps. These were all created with the knowledge of Yanhuang College. But it was simply impossible to rely on these 2 things to make the great Tang invincible. Therefore, there must be thousands of divine tools similar to telegraphs and celestial lamps. Today I will give this task to you. I will give it a sacred name, the 100 Trump Cards Project. As the name suggests, this mission consists of 100 small missions, and the effective period of each mission is 20 years. Within these 20 years, all students of Yanhuang Academy, as long as you have a good idea, pay attention, it must be the kind that can make the Tang Empire stronger, you can come to me with your proposal. I will evaluate the practicality and feasibility of your proposal. Once your proposal is valued by me, it will be listed as one of the 100 killer projects. At that time, you can gather the strength of all the teachers and students of the academy to complete your proposal. During this period, the academy will provide you with all the manpower, material, and financial resources. As long as it is useful to complete the project, the academy will support you unconditionally, no matter how much it costs. Once the project is completed, all the teachers and students who participated in the Trump Cards project will not only receive a huge reward from the academy, I will also ask the imperial court for a reward. At that time, the imperial court will also give you a reward. It may be a promotion or a life of wealth. No matter which it is, you will be famous all over the world. In addition to your own proposals, the academy will also regularly release some predetermined Trump Cards projects. At that time, outstanding students with excellent grades and abilities will be selected to join the Trump Cards project. Therefore, if you want to stand out, you must study hard and take every exam seriously. In short, the Trump Cards project can be a good idea for the people, such as the curved plow, or it can be a good idea for the military, such as the celestial lamp or the telegraphs. No matter what it is, since it is called a trump card, it must ensure that the Tang dynasty is far ahead of the rest of the world in a certain aspect. Chapter 1351. A few days ago, Li Er had come to Yanhuang College to urge Li Zishuan to speed up the popularization of the telegraph in the Great Tang Army. At that time, Li Zishuan had already deeply felt the urgency in Li Er's heart. As for why Li Er was so anxious, anyone could guess it. Old Li was anxious to fight the Turks. Now that the internal factors of unrest in the Great Tang had basically been eliminated and there was a stable environment in the rear, Li Er's next goal was as clear as day, to attack the Turks and wash away the humiliation of the Wei River alliance. It was precisely for this reason that Li Er impatiently urged Li Zishuan to equip the army with the telegraph as soon as possible after seeing the huge role it played in quelling the rebellion in Guanqing. After all, in the vast grasslands, the communication between the various armies was also a considerable problem. However, the current reality was that the telegraph was still immature. The transmission power of the telegraph needed to be increased to increase the transmission distance of the telegraph. In this era where the foundation of electronic circuits was basically zero, this was undoubtedly a rather difficult project. Li Zishuan, with the knowledge in his mind and his powerful mental strength, could indeed think of a way to modify the telegraph by himself, but he didn't want to do so. Teaching students was actually like taking care of children. As parents, if they always helped their children do everything well, then their children would never truly grow up. Similarly, as a Yamacho, if he always rushed to the forefront and paved all the paths for his students, then his students would only follow the path he paved for them for their entire lives and would never discover a new path. Little did they know that all roads lead to Rome, and there would always be more than one path to success. Such students would lack a lot of subjective initiative, and in the end they would grow up to be the same as being carved out of a mold. This wasn't what Li Zishuan wanted to see. It was precisely due to these factors that Li Zishuan came up with the 100 Trump Cards project. Firstly, it was to promote the growth of the students, and secondly, it was to promote the development of Great Tang's basic technology and develop the most advanced technology, creating even more trump cards for Great Tang. The celestial lamp and telegraph machine were just the beginning. In the future, Great Tang would have many more amazing things than celestial lamps and telegraph machines. Of course, one of the important factors that made Li Zishuan make up his mind to use the 100 trump cards was what Li Er had said last time. If this matter succeeds, I will guarantee the glory of Yanhuang College for generations to come and rest with the country. Yanhuang College had deviated from the root of Confucianism. The main reason why it could still exist in the world was that Li Zishuan had won the support of Li Er, the ruler of the Tang Empire. If this support was lost, it could be said that Yanhuang College would quickly collapse under the crusade of the world in less than a month. And the reason why Li Er valued Yanhuang College so much was because Yanhuang College could bring advanced technology and tools to Great Tang that the entire world didn't have. If Li Zishuan wanted Yanhuang College to exist in the world for a long time, he had to let Li Er see the value of Yanhuang College. Only then would Li Er do his best to support Yanhuang College. Therefore, the 100 Trump Cards project was not only a plan to strengthen the country, but also an act of survival for Yanhuang College. Only by creating more advanced technological products could the Tang Empire become stronger. Only by creating more advanced technological products could the Tang Empire become stronger. Only by doing so could the status of the Yanhuang Academy become more stable. It was so stable that no one could shake it. It was so stable that it could exist forever. On the field, after hearing Li Zishuan's grand plan, all the teachers and students were stunned. What a big deal. All the teachers and students of Yanhuang College couldn't help but be shocked by Li Zishuan's boldness and magnanimity. Even more so, they were deeply attracted by Li Zishuan's grand blueprint. As long as they could participate in the Trump Cards project, not only would they be able to receive generous rewards from the academy, but they might even be promoted and become famous all over the world. Compared to the imperial examination, the Trump Cards project was undoubtedly closer to them. And once it was successful, the rewards would be even greater than the imperial examination. Most of the students couldn't help but be tempted at this moment. On the rostrum, Li Zishuan looked at the students' reactions and was very satisfied. He pondered for a moment, then continued, "A sharp blade can hurt the enemy, but it can also hurt oneself. The Trump Cards project is a divine weapon that will benefit the country. However, if this divine weapon falls into the hands of people with evil intentions, or into the hands of other countries, it will bring great trouble to Great Tang. Therefore today, in the name of Yamacho, I announce that the Trump Cards project is Yanhuang College's top secret plan. All participants are not allowed to tell their relatives or friends about it, and they are also not allowed to disclose it to foreigners. Anyone who leaks this secret will be charged with treason and handed over to the Supreme Court for capital punishment. Moreover, those who leak this secret will become the common enemy of all the teachers and students of Yanhuang College, and everyone has the right to punish them. In order to cultivate the awareness of confidentiality among all the teachers and students of the academy, I have formulated a book called Yanhuang College's Confidentiality Regulations. Later, the teachers of each class will distribute the regulations to each class. All students must study it seriously and implement it in their future lives and studies. From next week onwards, every Friday afternoon, the academy will hold a secret exam for all students. The contents of the exam are all from the Yanhuang College's confidentiality regulations. The full score is 100. If you score less than 90, you will be disqualified. The secret exam will be held once every Friday, and it will be held 4 times in a row. All students must participate. Students who score less than 90 points 4 times in a row will be ordered to withdraw from the academy. Please note that this is a mandatory requirement, and no one is allowed to be lenient. Not only will the students have to take the secret exam, but all the teachers of the academy will also have to take the secret exam. However, the difference is that if the teachers of the academy score less than 90 points once, they will not be allowed to participate in any teaching activities in the academy in the future. They can be responsible for the logistics of the academy, and they can also apply to leave the academy. The secret exam for the teachers of the academy would be held every Saturday morning. Therefore, if you want to continue to stay in Yanhuang College, you must take the secret exam seriously. Some of you might think that I, the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, am too lenient. However, as students of Yanhuang College, you have received the most advanced engineering knowledge in the world. If you can't keep the secret, then Tang Empire will suffer a huge loss because of you leaking the secret. In the worst-case scenario, if one of you leaks the secret, it might even lead to the destruction of Tang Empire. Once a citizen of Yanhuang, forever a citizen of Yanhuang. From the first day you stepped into the gates of the Yanhuang Academy, you have shouldered the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the Tang Empire. The knowledge you have learned in the academy is immortal knowledge that others can't even dream of. If this knowledge is used well, it can make the Tang Empire stronger. But if it is passed to other countries, it can also make other countries stronger. Therefore, as students of Yanhuang College, your first priority is not how good your grades are, but to keep the secret. Leaking the secret is tantamount to treason, and the people of Yanhuang will punish you. Do you understand? Confidentiality regulations, confidentiality exam, leaking the secret is tantamount to treason. At first, the teachers and students below the stage didn't take Li Zishuan's words seriously. However, as Li Zishuan continued to speak, everyone's expression turned serious. Those who failed the exam would be expelled from the academy, and those who leaked the secret were tantamount to treason. These 2 punishments were too severe. After living and studying in Yanhuang College for nearly a year, it could be said that most of the students and teachers had already fallen in love with Yanhuang College and considered themselves a part of Yanhuang College. Now that a secret exam had appeared out of nowhere, if they failed, they would be expelled from the academy. How could they accept this? Understood. The teachers and students below the stage responded in unison. At this moment, everyone had made up their minds. No matter how much content there was in the Yanhuang College confidentiality regulations, they had to find time to memorize all of it. Otherwise, if they were expelled from the academy because of this, how wrong would that be? Good. Since you all understand, let's go back to class. Li Zishuan nodded and said. Hearing this, the students on the field left in order. Marquis, the Wei Nation's big brother Mountain Back wants to see you. In the afternoon, not long after Li Zishuan returned from Yanhuang College, Pang Feiji came in to report. Big brother Mountain Back? What is he doing here? Li Zishuan frowned and couldn't help but think of the scene when Li Daozong brought Big Brother Mountain Back to visit Yanhuang College. One thing he was sure of was that Big Brother Mountain Back was definitely interested in the knowledge of Yanhuang College. He wanted to steal the knowledge and then bring it back to Wei Nation to strengthen their national strength. Li Zishuan was a transmigrator with a strong grudge against the Wei Nation. How could he allow the evil plan of the Mountain Back Big Brother King to succeed? Li Zishuan was an angry youth who had a strong grudge against the Wei Nation. Therefore, when Big Brother Shanbei visited the academy last time, he was not allowed to enter the classroom other than the Confucian Classics classes of the academy. Now that this guy came to Yunshan again, Li Zishuan felt a little impatient. Tell him that I'm unwell and can't see guests. Tell him to go back. After thinking for a moment, Li Zishuan waved his hand and said. He didn't like trouble and didn't want to waste time with Big Brother Mountain Back. Besides, he didn't have time now. Yes, Marquis. Pang Feiji cupped his hands and left. At the gate of the courtyard, Pang Feiji said to Big Brother Mountain Back, My Marquis is unwell and can't see guests. Please come back another day. Big Brother Mountain Back was disappointed. He came here today to send the beauty. How could he be willing to go back like this? In fact, according to the plan, he should have come earlier. However, the ship that Wei Nation escorted the beauty encountered a storm at sea. Many people died, including the beauties that Emperor Tugu helped him choose. Most of them died at sea. But fortunately there were still some beauties who survived. Moreover, this beauty who survived had the noblest status and the most outstanding beauty. However, his plan to send beauties to curry favor with Li Zixuan had been delayed for a long time because of this. It wasn't until today that he finally sent the beauties over, but he didn't expect to be met with a closed door. The big brother on the mountain back hesitated for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, "Dare I ask what illness the Marquis is suffering from? I know a few famous Wei nation doctors." Marquis needs. Pang Feiji secretly thought that this person did not know what was good for him. Normally, when a host said something like, "My body is unwell and it is inconvenient for me to see guests," it meant that he did not want to see guests. However, he was afraid that saying it directly would hurt people, so he used such a euphemistic way of saying it. However, the big brother on the mountain actually thought that Li Zixuan was sick and even wanted to help find a doctor. In Pang Feiji's eyes, wasn't this cursing Li Zixuan to be sick? This was outrageous. It had to be said that the Tang people were arrogant. Once people became arrogant, they would be unreasonable. If Big Brother Mountain Back could read Pang Feiji's mind, he would definitely cry out that he was wronged. Although he knew some Chinese, he didn't know much about the profound language and culture of the Chinese people. At this time, Pang Feiji's face turned cold and he said coldly, "Your Excellency, there are many famous doctors in Tang. You don't have to worry about Marquis's health. My Marquis needs to rest now. Please go back." But Big Brother Mountain Back still wanted to say something, but he was pulled back by Yoko Ono behind him. He quickly shut his mouth. "Your Highness, it seems like the Marquis of Yong and doesn't want to see us now. Why don't we go back first but leave the gifts? When the Marquis of Yong and sees the gifts we prepared for him, he will definitely be willing to see us. We just need to go back and wait for the news. If we stay here in a stalemate, we will only annoy the Marquis of Yong and." Yoko Ono whispered into the ear of her big brother, who was at the back of the mountain. Big Brother Mountain Back nodded to himself. He then clasped his hands at Pang Feiji and said politely, "Since the Marquis of Yong and is not seeing guests today, I will come another day. If the Marquis of Yong and needs anything, just let me know. Whatever the Wei nation can offer, I will give it to the Marquis of Yong an. Goodbye." After saying that, the Mountain Back Big Brother King waved his hand and led his subordinates away without hesitation. His straightforward attitude made Pang Feiji have a good impression of him. Stop. Pang Feiji suddenly felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly shouted at the back of Big Brother Mountain Back and said, "You forgot to take your carriage." Unexpectedly, Big Brother Mountain Back and his men did not stop. Instead, they walked faster and faster. They only left a sentence in the air: "In the carriage is the gift I prepared for the Marquis of Yong an." Although the Marquis of Yong and is not seeing guests today, according to the rules of the Tang Empire, there is no way to take back a gift that has been given out. So, please accept the gift in the carriage. After saying that, Big Brother Mountain Back and his men had already disappeared from sight. Stop. Pang Feiji was so angry that he almost cursed. From what he heard, Li Zixuan did not want to have anything to do with the people of Wei Nation. Why would he accept a gift from them? Looking at the pink-draped carriage, Pang Feiji was in a dilemma. Should he pull the gift into the courtyard for Li Zixuan? Or should he just throw it down the mountain? Man, push this carriage down the mountain. After thinking for a long time, Pang Feiji made a decision and ordered. Chapter 1352. 2-in-1 chapter. Yes, boss. In front of the Yunshan villa, after hearing Pang Feiji's order, the guards cupped their fists and answered. Then they drove the carriage down the hill. Oh, help. Suddenly, a hurried cry for help came from the carriage. The person who called for help did not speak standard Chinese. It was only 3 words, but it seemed very difficult and awkward for her to say them. Pang Feiji's hearing was excellent. How could he not hear it? He was about to stop her, but the 2 soldiers driving the carriage were faster than him. They jumped down from the front of the carriage. Boss, there's someone in the carriage." At first, when they heard the king say that there were gifts in the carriage, they subconsciously believed him. However, when they heard a woman's voice coming from the carriage, they were immediately frightened. Pang Feiji was puzzled. His first thought was that the king had hidden an assassin in the carriage. When Li Zixuan opened the carriage and checked the gifts, the assassin would take the opportunity to attack. However, after thinking about it carefully, Pang Feiji felt that something was wrong. Assassinating Li Zixuan would not benefit the Wei Nation's ambassador at all. Besides, the person in the carriage was a woman. How could the Wei Nation's ambassador send a female assassin? Who's playing tricks on the carriage? Why don't you come down quickly? Pang Feiji put his right hand on the hilt of his sword and shouted into the carriage. General, please spare my life. I am the Wanation's princess sent by Her Majesty to marry Marquis Yong, and the curtain of the carriage was lifted. A petite, bright-eyed woman wearing a bright red robe with a row of butterfly buttons in the middle and an orange-red pleated skirt walked out of the carriage. Looking at her attire, her style was very similar to that of women in the Central Plains. However, this kind of pleated upper robe style was quite rare. In fact, this was related to the time when Prince Shingde sent the Sui dynasty's ambassador to the Sui dynasty to learn Han culture and introduced it to the country. At that time, not only was there the Sui dynasty's Confucianism, Buddhism and official system, there was also the Han people's style of dress. In the middle of the Tang dynasty, after the Wu rulers sent a large number of envoys to the Tang dynasty, Japan actively introduced the Tang dynasty Han-style clothing. The so-called Tang style clothing also became popular among the Japanese people. In modern Japan, the kimono was formed on the basis of the Tang dynasty clothing. The kimono was an imitation or remake of traditional Han clothing. It completely inherited the main characteristics of traditional Han clothing with wide sleeves and no buttons. Judging from the woman's face alone, she was very beautiful. All the guards were dumbfounded at first, but Pang Feiji reacted quickly. His expression changed and he said sternly, "Did you just say that you are the princess sent by the Japanese empress to marry Marquis?" Pang Feiji's words woke everyone up. These soldiers reacted one after another and quickly shifted their gazes elsewhere. The woman who came out of the carriage frowned when she heard Pang Feiji's words. It seemed that she was trying her best to understand the meaning of Pang Feiji's words. After a while she said in her non-standard Han accent, "I am Princess Mingda of the Wu Nation. I am here to marry the Marquis of Yong'an. General, please go in and help me pass the message. Let me see the Marquis of Yong'an." Princess of the Wu Nation. Pang Feiji's expression changed greatly. This matter was not going to end well. Since the other party was the Princess of the Wu Nation, she represented the royal family of the Wu Nation. Even if Li Zixuan did not want to see the Wu Nation's people, he could not directly refuse to see the Wu Nation's princess. After all, this involved the diplomatic relations between the two countries. "You guys look after her. I will go and inform Marquis." Pang Feiji glanced at the woman in front of the carriage and ordered, then turned and walked into the courtyard. Princess of the Wu Nation? Marriage? In the study after Li Zixuan heard Pang Feiji's report, he could not help but frown. He really did not expect that his brother on the mountain back would send him a woman. Moreover, it was a princess. This made things difficult for him. Let's go and have a look. Since she was the princess of the Wu Nation, she represented the royal family of the Wu Nation. Although the Wu Nation was now a subordinate of the Tang Empire, if he casually trampled on the dignity of the Wu Nation's royal family, the Wu Nation's royal family could not do anything to Li Zixuan. However, many civil officials in the imperial court would accuse him of deliberately provoking the dispute between the two countries and losing the dignity of a great country. This era was so magical. "Husband," this concubine heard a commotion outside. Did something happen? When Li Zixuan passed by the main hall with Pang Feiji, Han Yushi happened to come down from upstairs. The husband and wife bumped into each other. Han Yushi looked at Li Zixuan and asked. Pang Feiji secretly felt that something was wrong. The Wu Nation's ambassador sent a woman to Marquis. How could Marquis's wife bump into them? Wouldn't this cause a dispute in the backyard? Although it was common for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines in this era, those families with 3 wives and 4 concubines were generally full of all kinds of open and secret struggles. After all, no woman would want her husband to have a concubine. Pang Feiji secretly prayed in his heart that the 2 people in front of him would not quarrel. Otherwise the house would not be peaceful. As subordinates they would definitely not have a good life in the future. "Oh, wife. It seems that the Wu Nation's ambassador sent a woman over. I will go and send her away." Li Zixuan's expression remained the same as he smiled at Han Yushi before he spoke. Brother Chicken couldn't help but secretly sweat for Li Zixuan. Shouldn't this kind of thing be done secretly? Who would be like Li Zixuan to say it directly in front of his wife? This guy didn't know that Li Zixuan was not interested in the so-called Wu Nation's princess at all. After all, in Li Zixuan's plan, destroying Wu Nation was something that would happen sooner or later. So, he didn't want to have anything to do with Wu Nation at this time. Besides, in his impression, weren't the ancient Wu Nation's women very ugly? When Han Yushi heard this, she suddenly felt a little flustered in her heart. However, after seeing Li Zixuan's face with a clear conscience, her anxious heart immediately calmed down. "Husband, I will go with you." Han Yushi mustered up her courage and said to Li Zixuan. What? Wife, are you worried about your husband? Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh. No, of course not. Husband, don't misunderstand, Han Yushi quickly explained but was interrupted by Li Zixuan. Hee. Wife, you don't have to explain. Let's go out and have a look. After saying that, he took Han Yushi's hand and walked out of the house. Pang Feiji, who was behind them, saw this and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he quickly followed them out. When they arrived outside the courtyard, Li Zixuan and Han Yushi finally saw the Nation's princess that Pang Feiji had mentioned. They saw that the woman's beautiful hair was tied up high on both sides, revealing her white and delicate neck. Her eyelashes fluttered outwards, like a young girl slowly opening an umbrella in Jiangnan's rain town, arching into a moving arc. Her face was lightly powdered, maintaining her natural beauty, but adding a touch of charm to it. She wore a red robe and an orange pleated skirt, which added a bit of charm to the woman. Li Zixuan couldn't help but frown because the woman in front of him was dressed differently from what he had seen in Japanese period dramas in his previous life. Didn't they say that the ancient Nation's women liked to use a thick layer of powder to make their faces look like ghosts? But the Nation's woman in front of him was clearly dressed like the Tang Empire's women. In fact, Li Zixuan's impression of the pale white clothing did exist in Nation's history, but it didn't exist in the current era of flying birds. It only began to appear in the later Heian era. Our people had developed all kinds of powders as early as the Shang dynasty. In ancient times, there were mainly two types of powders used by women. One was the natural powder that was made by soaking rice and repeatedly grinding it, precipitating and filtering it. The other was the poisonous and harmful metal lead powder. However, it was said that lead powder was clearer than natural white powder. So, in order to be beautiful, the ancient women walked the path of self-destruction without hesitation. The production of lead powder was very complicated. It needed to be placed in a wooden bucket and placed on a magnetic pot filled with diluted acetic acid. Then it needed to be slowly heated with charcoal so that the lead would be affected by the acetic acid vapor and undergo various chemical changes to become lead powder. Therefore, Japan, which was technologically backward at that time, had never been able to develop lead powder for makeup and could only rely on imports. It wasn't until 692 AD that Dorai monk Guancheng successfully produced lead powder in Japan. This scientific research achievement was greatly praised by the Empress and the Emperor. As a result, Nation's women gradually became popular with a new kind of clothing. They would shave all their eyebrows, paint their teeth black and cover their faces with white powder. It sounded a bit like a dead person's clothing, but Japanese men liked this style. You must be the Marquis of Yong'an. Nation's Princess Mingda Suo Shimu greets the Marquis of Yong'an. From now on you are Shimu's husband. The Nation's woman saw that although Li Zixuan was dressed in ordinary clothes, his dignified aura showed that he had been in a high position for a long time. So she quickly walked over and bowed. Han Yushi's expression changed. Li Zixuan squeezed his wife's hand, then looked at Su Washimu and asked, "You are Su Washimu? Or the Nation's royal princess? What does Su Washai have to do with you?" When Li Xiaogong was fighting with Nation, Li Zixuan also took the opportunity to learn about the current situation in Nation. He knew that the Suwa family was the top family in Nation, and now only the top families in Nation had surnames. Ordinary people generally only had names, not surnames. So, when he heard the woman in front of him called Su Washimu, Li Zixuan thought of Su Washai, who had been killed by Li Xiaogong. A trace of fear flashed in Su Washimu's eyes. After a while she replied, "Su Washai is my brother. Marquis Yong, and do you know him?" Sure enough, the Suwa family's people could be said to have the blood of the Nation's royal family flowing in their veins. With the power of Su Washai in the Nation's imperial court, wouldn't it be easy for the empress to make her daughter a princess? Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Your brother died in the hands of the Tang Empire's army. Don't you hate the Tangs?" No. I, Shimu, quickly shook my head and said, "My elder brother is a devil. He deserved to die. Shimu will not hate anyone." When everyone heard this, a wave of doubt arose in their hearts. Li Zixuan didn't bother to pay attention to the complicated relationship within the Suwa family. He looked at Su Washimu and asked, "Your Highness, since the Nation's empress wants to marry you, please submit a letter of credence to the Tang Empire first. Only with His Majesty's permission can the marriage be arranged. Besides, I'm not a member of the royal family. Even if the Nation's empress wants to marry the Tang Empire, she shouldn't look for me. So, Princess Mingda, please go back. I'll send someone to send you back to the post house." Su Washimu was not ugly. On the contrary, she was very beautiful. This really surprised Li Zixuan, But he wasn't the kind of hothead who would be hot-blooded and reckless when he saw a beautiful woman. There was no free lunch in the world. The mountain-back elder brother sent the Nation's princess to him, so he must have a request. If he accepted this woman, he wouldn't be able to refuse the next time the mountain-back elder brother made a request. Besides, he was a marquis outside the royal family. If he married a foreign princess without permission, wouldn't he be tired of living? As long as he dared to accept Su Wuxiamu, there would be a lot of memorials to impeach him in the imperial court in a few days. Hearing this, Su Wuxiamu's face turned as pale as paper. She knelt in front of Li Zixuan and said with tears in her eyes, "Your Excellency Duke Yong, and please accept me." Actually, Xiamu is a princess who has just been deposed. This time, she was ordered by our country's crown prince to wander thousands of miles on the sea and narrowly escape death to come to the Tang Empire. If I can't marry you after returning to Nation, Xiamu will be sent to the army by the empress. Xiamu will live a life worse than death. Your Excellency Duke Yong, and please accept Xiamu. It turned out that she was a has-been Nation's princess. Needless to say, her weeping and pitiful appearance really moved many people. Even though Li Zixuan had a firm mind, he couldn't help but feel a little touched in his heart. However, he didn't intend to change his decision. Husband, she's quite pitiful. Why don't we take her in? Just as Li Zixuan was about to refuse, Han Yushi begged for mercy. This girl was kind by nature. After hearing Su Wuxiamu's complaints, her heart immediately softened. Because if she was sent to the army, she would basically be a military prostitute. Li Zixuan heard this and looked at his wife speechlessly. He thought to himself, "Wife, are you mistaken? This girl in front of you is trying to snatch your husband. If you take her in, aren't you inviting a wolf into your house? Madame Marquis, you're Madame Marquis, right? You're beautiful and kind. Please accept Xiamu. Xiamu won't compete with you for favor. Xiamu can do any kind of hard work. Please don't let Duke Yong, and send Xiamu back." Seeing Han Yushi pleading with Li Zixuan, Su Wuxiamu immediately grasped this slim chance of survival and quickly kowtowed to Han Yushi to beg. Hearing Su Wuxiamu's pitiful words, Han Yushi's heart softened. She tugged at Li Zixuan's arm, her eyes filled with pity. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "Wife, you don't have to persuade me anymore. Your husband has his own plans." Chapter 1353. Miss Yamu, I'm not related to you in any way. Your life or death has nothing to do with me. Now that I have a family, I won't marry anyone else, much less a foreign woman. So you better go back. Come on, send Miss Xiamu to the Nation's emissary group. Outside the Yunshan residence, Li Zixuan turned to look at Su Wuxiamu and said coldly after comforting Han Yushi. Han Yushi was stunned. Just as she was about to plead for mercy, Li Zixuan waved his hand to stop her. She suddenly felt a little upset in her heart, but when she thought that once Li Zixuan decided on something, even 10 horses couldn't pull him back, she shut her mouth and stopped trying to persuade him. She turned to look at Su Wa and Xiamu with sympathy. She couldn't help but start to worry about the tragic future of this Japanese woman. In fact, she wasn't the only one who felt bad. The guards of the Li family who were present couldn't help but feel their hearts sink after hearing Li Zixuan's heartless words. Although they didn't know Su Wuxiamu before, her appearance today still gave them a good impression. It had to be said that it was easier to take advantage of a good-looking person in many ways. Su Wuxiamu's body trembled at this moment and her face turned ashen. She kowtowed to Li Zixuan and said, "Marquis Yong, and please take me in. I can do anything." Li Zixuan frowned and said, "What are you waiting for? Take her away. Send her back to Honglu Temple." Pang Feiji's heart trembled. He quickly bowed and said, "Yes." After that, he went up and wanted to pull Su Wuxiamu up from the ground. "No. Xiamu doesn't want to go back." Su Mai's summer eyes suddenly became agitated. While Pang Feiji was pulling her up, she suddenly struggled with strength that came from nowhere. She broke free from Pang Feiji's unguarded hands and her head directly crashed into the shaft of the carriage that was beside them. In her mind, since Li Zixuan didn't take her in, she would rather die than go back to Nation and be tortured. Because once she was sent to the Nation's emissary group, it would be difficult for her to die even if she wanted to. No. Han Yushi's eyes widened. Her heart felt as if it had been struck by a hammer. No. There was another person who shouted along with Han Yushi, and that was Pang Feiji. Back then, old Pang had also been on the battlefield and killed countless people. At this moment, when he saw that Su Meimu was about to die in front of him, his iron heart suddenly felt an inexplicable pain. Su Wuxia's actions were too sudden. Almost no one had time to react. Of course, the main reason was that no one had expected this woman to be so unyielding. Whoosh! Seeing that Su Wuxiamu was about to crash into the shaft of the carriage with her speed, she would definitely lose her life on the spot. At this critical moment, Li Zixuan used the orchid butterfly steps and suddenly disappeared from his original position. In the next moment, he had already appeared beside the carriage. He lightly slapped the carriage with his palm, and with a ping sound, the carriage actually moved 10 steps away, leaving behind a large wheel mark on the ground. Without the carriage, Sumo Summer I naturally relied on her body's inertia and fell heavily to the ground. Although the fall wasn't fatal, the sharp pain from her body made her unable to help but frown deeply. She couldn't get up from the ground for a long time. Miss Xiaomu, what is the meaning of this? Li Zixuan looked at Su Wuxia on the ground and said coldly. Although this woman's life and death had nothing to do with him, he didn't want to see this woman die in front of his own house. Since the Marquis of Yong and doesn't want to take me in, I will live a life worse than death when I go back. Why don't I just die now? At least it will be easier. Su Wuxia raised her head and looked at Li Zixuan as she said this. Although her voice was weak, it was incomparably firm. Everyone could feel the will to die in her heart at this moment. Li Zixuan's expression didn't change. He coldly snorted and said, "Humph. You can die if you want, but you can't die in Yunshan. Feiji, go knock her out and send her back to the Wei Nation's diplomatic corps." Pang Feiji's eyes revealed a trace of reluctance. He gritted his teeth and went forward with cupped fists and said, "Marquis, your subordinate boldly hopes that Marquis can take Miss Xiaomu in. Since she is a Wei Nation's princess who has been deposed, you can—" "Shut up!" Li Zixuan shouted loudly, interrupting Pang Feiji's pleading. Then he took a big step forward and came in front of Su Wuxiamu. Before the latter could react, he chopped Su Wuxiamu's neck with his hand. Su Wuxiamu instantly fainted in despair and unwillingness. Li Zixuan turned around and looked at Pang Feiji. He said coldly, "You are getting bolder and bolder. You dare to disobey my orders?" Seeing that Li Zixuan was angry, Pang Feiji's face was instantly covered in sweat. He quickly knelt on one knee and cupped his fists. "Your subordinate doesn't dare. Please forgive me, Marquis." "Then why are you still standing there? Hurry up and send her back to Honglu Temple." Li Zixuan glared at Pang Feiji and said, "Yes." Pang Feiji felt helpless and could only accept the order with cupped fists. Getting up from the ground, Pang Feiji ordered people to carry the unconscious Su Wuxiamu to the carriage. Then he jumped on the carriage and prepared to drive the carriage down the mountain. "Wait," Li Zixuan suddenly said. Pang Feiji was overjoyed. He thought that Li Zixuan had changed his mind. He quickly jumped off the carriage and walked quickly to Li Zixuan's side. He bowed and said, "Marquis, do you have any other orders?" Unexpectedly, Li Zixuan waved his hand coldly and said, "Follow me." Under the puzzled gaze of Han Yushi and the others, Li Zixuan led Pang Feiji to an old locust tree that was dozens of feet away. Li Zixuan was silent for a moment and said, "Feiji, today is the first time you have disobeyed my orders. Moreover, it is because of a Japanese woman." Pang Feiji thought that Li Zixuan was going to chase him away because of this matter. He quickly bowed and said, "Marquis, I know my mistake. Please give me another chance, Marquis." Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "This Su Xiaomu is indeed a pitiful person. This Marquis doesn't blame you for having a compassionate heart. This Marquis isn't an unreasonable person. In a moment, send her to the Honglu Temple and hand her over to my brother on the mountain. As for what happens afterwards, if you are interested in this girl and are really willing to save her, then don't come back tonight. Act according to the circumstances. If you are not interested in this girl, then directly come back after sending her off." Pang Feiji was shocked. He was about to explain when Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "You don't have to explain. You decide what to do. The most important thing in life is not to regret. Go." After that, Li Zixuan directly left with his hands behind his back and brought Han Yushi back to the courtyard. Pang Feiji was stunned and his expression kept changing. After a long time, he knelt down in the direction of the courtyard and kowtowed. He said in a low voice, "Thank you, Marquis. For the rest of my life, Feiji will go through water and tread on fire for Marquis. I will not hesitate to die 1,000 times." A horse carriage came down from the Cloud Mountain. Behind the horse carriage were more than 10 soldiers. The group of people faced the setting sun and rushed in the direction of Chang'an. In the courtyard of the Cloud Mountain, Han Yushi came to the study and saw Li Zixuan reading in the study. She wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, she could not hold back and said, "Husband, why did you?" Li Zixuan smiled and looked up. He said, "My wife wants to ask why your husband is so heartless and cold-blooded?" "Husband, that's not what I meant." Han Yushi quickly shook her head. Li Zishuan pulled his wife to sit on his lap. He hugged Han Yushi's waist from behind and said, "My wife, I'm not interested in other women. I'm even less interested in women from Japan. It's enough for me to have you in my life." Han Yushi was very touched. She turned her head and looked at Li Zishuan with great affection. She said, "My husband, Yushi, can die without regrets if you treat me like this. But now that you're a marquis, it's normal for you to have multiple wives. I don't want to be a jealous woman and make you a laughing stock." Today's incident made her realize a very serious problem. Li Zishuan's identity was not just a rich young master. He was the new noble of the Tang Empire and the founder of the country, Marquis. His identity was prominent. Which person with such a prominent identity did not have multiple wives and concubines? So in the end she helped Su Ai Xiamu to plead with Li Zishuan. Wasn't that a kind of compromise? Li Zishuan heard this and pinched Han Yushi's beautiful face. He was both angry and amused. Then he said, "Having multiple wives is just to seek temporary physical pleasure. What your husband values more is to have a heart-to-heart. Like now, when your husband is hungry, even if I don't say it, my wife can make delicious food for your husband in time. When your husband is worried, you can feel my worries and do your best to enlighten me. Your husband is busy with government affairs and has no time to care about other things. My wife, you can help your husband take care of everything in the family and do your best to be filial to your parents. You can solve all your husband's worries. Isn't this kind of tacit understanding from the heart more profound than the physical pleasure? Being half sober, half drunk, and half floating in the air is what your husband wants in life. A couple for life, half awake, half drunk, half alive?" Han Yushi was stunned for a moment. For a woman in ancient times, there was no more moving words of love in the world than this. She choked with tears in her eyes and said, "Husband?" Li Zishuan patted Han Yushi's back and said with a smile, Okay. My wife, don't be so sentimental. Actually, with your husband's identity, it's not suitable to marry Su Ai Xiamu. Now, Yanhuang College has become a powerful treasure in the eyes of His Majesty. As the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, I keep asking the teachers and students in the college to keep the college's secret, but I marry a foreign woman. How is that appropriate?" Han Yushi nodded thoughtfully and said, "But husband, even if you don't marry Su Ai Xiamu, you can still take her in as a servant in the mansion. Otherwise, if she is sent back to Japan, how miserable will her fate be?" Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "My wife, you are too naive. Su Ai Xiamu is definitely harmful to your husband. Why should I take her in? I can't put myself in danger for a foreign woman who has nothing to do with me. Moreover, there are millions of pitiful people in the world. If I have to save everyone, I can't save all of them. However, Su Ai Xiamu is not completely useless. If the person who thinks she is useful is willing to save her, she may still have a chance to live." Chang, and city in a courtyard of Honglu Temple. Pang Feiji came to the courtyard where the Japanese emissaries were staying with Su Ai Xiamu, who was in a coma. "General Pang? Why are you here? Didn't we just meet? Did Marquis Yong and change his mind?" The big brother Wang on the back of the mountain heard the news and came out to welcome them. When he saw Pang Feiji, he immediately smiled. He thought that Li Zishuan was very satisfied with the gift he gave, so he changed his attitude. Pang Feiji said expressionlessly, "It was Marquis who sent me to bring back the woman you left behind on Yunshan Mountain. Now that woman is in the carriage behind. Marquis also asked me to pass a message to you." The big brother Wang on the back of the mountain changed his expression and said in a low voice, "Please speak." Pang Feiji moved his lips and said, "Marquis said that he has no love for foreign women. Please don't waste your time in the future." Being refuted like this, the big brother Wang on the back of the mountain was a little embarrassed. However, when he thought of the huge gap between Japan and the Tang Empire, even if he was angry, he still suppressed it. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your reminder, General Pang. This time I thought I was smart. Please pass on my apology to Marquis Yong-un." Pang Feiji nodded. At this time, the two Japanese warriors under the big brother Wang's command had already boarded the carriage and carried Su Wamu down. The big brother Wang on the back of the mountain looked at the unconscious Su Wamu and suddenly asked in confusion, "General Pang, what is the meaning of this?" Pang Feiji replied coldly, "After your princess found out that Marquis was unwilling to take her in, she would rather die than return to Japan. In order to prevent any accidents on the way, we had to knock her out and send her to you." The big brother Wang on the back of the mountain couldn't help but secretly feel angry that Su Wamu didn't know how to appreciate kindness. She was a disgrace to the Japanese. After sorting out his feelings, he cupped his hands and said to Pang Feiji, "Thank you, General Pang. Our princess was rude and made a fool of herself in front of Marquis Yong-un. Hearing this, Pang Feiji said meaningfully, my Marquis didn't make a fool of you. He just felt that the way you treated the princess was very bad. The big brother Wang on the back of the mountain couldn't help but say, thank you for your kind reminder, Marquis Yong-un. However, this is a matter of Japan. Her Majesty will take care of it. I hope so. Pang Feiji could hear the anger in the big brother Wang's words. He didn't give the other party any face. He snorted and left with his men. Your Highness, what should we do with Suwamo? Should I send someone to dress her up and send her to your room tonight? Yoko Ono stood behind the big brother Wang on the back of the mountain and bowed carefully. In his opinion, since Li Zixuan didn't want Su Wuxiamu, there was only one outcome for Su Wuxiamu. Instead of that, it was better to let his brother enjoy him before he was sent back to Neon. Lock her up and send her back to Japan tomorrow for Her Majesty to deal with, the big brother Wang on the back of the mountain said angrily and went straight into the room. He only had the advanced knowledge and technology of Yanhuang College in his mind. He didn't have time to think about these things. Chapter 1354. 2 in 1 chapter. Boss, are we not going back? Outside Honglu Temple, Pang Feiji came out with his men. However, they were not in a hurry to leave Chang'an City. Instead, they stayed in an inn not far from Honglu Temple. His men Xiongda and Xiong'er were puzzled. The city gate is about to close. It's too late for us to go back now. Let's stay here tonight. Before Marquis left, he told me that if we can't make it back in time, we'll stay in the city for the night. Pang Feiji said with an unnatural expression. The last words he said to the mountain-back big brother king at the Honglu Temple were actually said under Li Zixuan's name. His goal was to make the mountain-back big brother king spare Su Wuxiamu. This way he wouldn't have to take the risk tonight. However, from the mountain-back big brother's merciless reply, Pang Feiji knew that this matter could not be settled peacefully. When he thought of how Xiamu would be treated when he returned to Neon, his heart ached. Therefore he decided to stay. Xiongda and Xiong'er did not doubt him. They nodded and followed Pang Feiji into the inn. As night fell, the people in Chang'an City returned to their homes. There was no one on the streets except for the Marquis patrolling the streets. In the inn opposite the Chamberlain of Dependencies, the window of one of the rooms was opened. A black shadow flew down from the window and then sneakily made its way to the Chamberlain of Dependencies across the street. Suddenly, a big hand touched the shoulder of the black shadow from behind. The black shadow was shocked and was about to resist when he heard a voice behind him. Boss, don't fight. It's me. Xiongda? Why are you guys not sleeping in the inn? Why are you out in the middle of the night? The black shadow turned around and looked at the people behind him. He could not help but be surprised. Needless to say, the man in black was Pang Feiji. The people behind him were the guards of the Li family who had entered the city with him. Pang Feiji thought that this trip to Honglu Temple was for his own personal matters, so he did not plan to bring these men. He did not expect Xiongda and the others to follow him. Boss, are you going to Honglu Temple to save the Neon Princess? We'll go with you. Big Xiong said in a low voice. There was a hint of excitement in his words. He thought that the task of rescuing the Wei Nation's princess had been given to him by Li Zixuan. Pang Feiji pursed his lips and said, this matter was not ordered by Marquis. I wanted to do it myself. It has nothing to do with you. Xiongda, you should go back quickly. Pretend that you didn't see me tonight. Big Xiong was stunned. Obviously he didn't expect this. After a moment of silence, Big Xiong said, Boss, your business is our business. Besides, that Wei Nation's princess is quite pitiful. If you want to save her, how can we just stand by and watch? Let's go together. When Marquis blames us, we'll be punished together. Yes. Let's go together. As soon as Big Xiong finished speaking, the dozen sergeants around him quickly lowered their voices and echoed. When they were in the right Marquis mansion, they had all followed Pang Feiji. Now, even though they had been assigned to the Li family by Li Heir, Pang Feiji had always taken good care of them. Usually he would treat his subordinates the same way he treated himself. He would never give them any special treatment. This made Big Xiong and the others respect him very much. Therefore, at this moment, although everyone knew that rescuing Su and Shimu was Pang Feiji's personal action, they all wanted to join in without hesitation. Pang Feiji patted Big Xiong's shoulder and looked at the crowd. For a long time he was speechless. In the end he only said 3 words, good brothers. Boss, listen to what you're saying. We all know how you treat us. Now that you're in trouble, how can we just stand by and watch? Boss, just tell us, what are you going to do tonight? Although there are no guards in Honglu Temple, I think there are a few masters in the Wei Nation's envoy group. Big Xiong chuckled and said. Pang Feiji pondered for a moment and said, I was going to sneak in alone and act according to the situation. Now that you're willing to follow me, it's even easier. Juanheng, give me some sleeping gas. A skinny middle-aged man behind Big Xiong opened his mouth and said, Boss, what sleeping gas? Why would I have sleeping gas? This person was called Lu Juanheng. In his early years he was a gangster in the Jianghu. When the world was in chaos and bandits were everywhere, he had done all kinds of things. However, he was not a bad person and was very loyal. He had joined the army with Pang Feiji. However, because of the Jianghu aura on him, he had not been promoted. However, this guy was happy and content. Pang Feiji laughed and said with a face of disbelief, Ha! Don't try to hide it from me. If you don't give me the sleeping gas, be careful that I'll find all the golden gun uncollapsing pill and celestial desire powder on you and throw them away. After saying that, he made a move to capture Lu Juanheng. Lu Juanheng quickly waved his hand and said, Don't. Boss, please be merciful. Don't throw them away, don't throw them away. These are all treasures. Sleeping gas, oh right. Don't you have sleeping gas? I'll give it to you. After saying that, Lu Juanheng took out a package from his chest and took out 2 sleeping gas from some bottles and jars in the package. He handed them to Pang Feiji and said, Boss, this is strong. Boss, this thing is very strong. After you light it up, you must stand in the lee of the wind. Otherwise you will faint. Do I need you to teach me this? Pang Feiji took the sleeping gas and glared at Lu Juanheng. He then said, Later Big Xiong and Big Xiong will sneak into the courtyard where the Wei Nation's ambassadors are staying. After we find the location where Su Wuxia is being held, I'll light the sleeping gas to knock out the Wei Nation's guards and rescue him. The rest of you will support from the outside. If there's an accident, immediately set the place on fire to attract the attention of the Wei Nation's ambassadors. Yes, boss. Everyone replied in a low voice. Pang Feiji thought for a moment and added, Try not to kill anyone and not to make a big deal out of this. After we rescue him, we'll leave. Everyone cover your faces with black cloth so that no one can recognize us. If we're caught, blame it on me and not Marquis. Remember, this is the Tang Empire. Even if the Wei Nation catches us, they won't dare to do anything to us. However, we can't smear Marquis's name and let the other officials use this to attack Marquis. Yes. Where is Su Wuxia being held? At night, Yoko Ono walked out of her room and asked a guard. My lord, Princess Mingda is being held in the woodshed. I'll go take a look at this bitch to prevent her from committing suicide. You stay here and guard. If His Highness comes, send someone to inform me immediately. Yoko Ono nodded and ordered the guard. Then, with her hands behind her back, she calmly walked towards the woodshed. Isn't he just trying to take over Princess Mingda? What a pity our Wei Nation's most beautiful woman is being taken advantage of by this old pervert. The guard looked at Yoko Ono's back as he curled his lips and muttered softly. What he didn't notice was that on the roof behind him, there was a black shadow that witnessed everything. Cough cough. All of you leave. I have something to discuss with Princess Mingda. Without my orders, no one is allowed to enter. Yoko Ono came to the woodshed and ordered the guard at the door. Yes, my lord. Everyone knew that Yoko Ono was favored by the king of Mountain Back. These guards naturally didn't dare to disobey her orders. Yoko Ono laughed sinisterly and pushed the door open. Inside the woodshed, Su Wuxia's hands and feet were tied and her mouth was gagged with a piece of cloth. This was to prevent her from biting her tongue to commit suicide. Her messy hair was scattered on her beautiful face and it only served to arouse Yoko Ono's beast desires. Princess, oh right, you're not a princess anymore. Su Wuxia's family has been destroyed and you're just a deposed princess. TSK. Look at those servants who don't know any better. They actually tied you up so tightly. Let me, Yoko Ono, take care of you. Yoko Ono took off her clothes and looked at Su Wuxia, who was tied up on the floor with a lewd smile. Before Li Shaogong attacked Wei Nation last year, Su Wuxia's family was one of the top wealthy families in Wei Nation. At that time, Su Wuxia's eldest daughter was known as Wei Nation's most beautiful woman. She attracted thousands of men to chase after her. Although Su Wuxia's second daughter was also very beautiful, she didn't seem that outstanding when compared to her elder sister. However, Su Wuxia couldn't stand the humiliation of Su Wuxia and committed suicide. Su Wuxia naturally became Wei Nation's most beautiful woman. After that, Li Shaogong led the army and destroyed all the men in Su Wuxia's family. Su Wuxia lost the support of her family and could only become the plaything of the rich and powerful in Fanio City. After all, she was the young miss of Su Wuxia's family and there were still many rich and powerful people who wanted to take her into their palace. Yoko Ono had always been drooling over Su Wuxia's beauty. However, he knew that his status wasn't high enough and could only fantasize about it in private. Just when the rich and powerful in Fanio City were preparing to fight for Su Wuxia, Queen Gu remembered Su Wuxia's help in ascending the throne and summoned Su Wuxia into the palace. However, Big Brother Shanbei was the archenemy of Su Wuxia's family. Although Su Wuxia's family was destroyed, he still didn't want the women in Su Wuxia's family to have a good life. Thus, under his suggestion, Su Wuxia was sent to Tang Dynasty and took on this mission that was worse than death. Whoa. Woo woo woo. Su Wuxia saw Yoko Ono taking off her clothes and revealing her ugly body. She was so frightened that she quickly moved her body back and cried for help. However, her mouth was gagged with a piece of cloth and she could only make woo 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 sounds. The light from the lanterns and torches shone through the window into the woodshed. Yoko Ono's face turned sinister and twisted. He pointed at the center of his head, where there was a bald patch, and said to Sumo Natsum, "I'm sorry. Do you know how the scar on my head came about? It's all thanks to your Su Wuxia's warriors. Today I'll let Su Wuxia's second Missy have a taste of my Yoko Ono's prowess." Ah. Back then when Li Xiaogong was attacked by the Suo family's warriors outside Flying Bird City, Yoko Ono was right beside Li Xiaogong. In the end he was caught in the crossfire. The Suo family's warriors sliced off a large piece of his scalp. From then on he became a complete bald man. Today's actions gave Yoko Ono a sense of satisfaction from her revenge. After saying that, he pounced towards Su Wuxia naked. Oh. Su Wuxia's eyes widened in fear as she struggled with her bound limbs, wanting to push Yoko Ono away. However, she was only a weak girl, how could she fight against a grown man? On the contrary, the more she struggled, the more excited Yoko Ono became. Shout. Even if you break your throat tonight, no one will come and save you. Yoko Ono laughed sinisterly and wanted to use his hands to tear Su Wuxia's clothes. Bastard. At this moment, the door to the woodshed was pushed open. Before Yoko Ono could react, the back of his neck was attacked by a hard object and he fainted unwillingly. Shwa shwa, the ropes on Su Wuxia's hands and feet were cut open. The black shadow that knocked Yoko Ono out pulled her up from the ground and said, "Miss Su Wuxia, don't make a sound. I'll bring you away." Mandarin. He actually spoke Mandarin. Su Wuxia's eyes widened. Although there were still tears in her eyes, one could still see the surprise in her eyes. "Did Marquis Yong and send you to save me?" The black shadow said in a low voice, "No. Cut the crap and come with me." After saying that, the black shadow sealed one of Su Wuxia's acupoints so that she could not make a sound or move. Then he carried Su Wuxia and walked out of the woodshed. The strange thing was that the guards outside the woodshed were all lying on the ground, as if they had fallen asleep. "Burn it." The black shadow looked back at the woodshed and ordered. Yes. After a while, the woodshed in the courtyard where the neon ambassadors were staying suddenly burst into flames. The black shadow and Su Wuxia were long gone. "It's on fire. It's on fire. Put out the fire. Wake up and put out the fire." In the courtyard where the neon ambassadors were staying, there was suddenly a commotion of people putting out the fire. "Boss, where are we going?" On the streets of Chang and City, a group of men in black was running wildly while avoiding the patrolling Marquis. Who else could it be other than Pang Feiji and his men? To Yongla Lane, back to the Marquis mansion. That place is safer than the inn. Even if the neon ambassadors dared to search the inn, they would not dare to search the Marquis's mansion. Tomorrow morning, we will use the Marquis's carriage and take Miss Su Wuxia out of the city. Pang Feiji carried Su Wuxia and said as he ran. They were from the right Marquis guards and knew the pattern and route of the Marquis's patrol at night like the back of their hand. That was why they were able to avoid wave after wave of patrolling Marquis. "Ah, okay. Boss, I'll go in front and help you scout." Xiong laughed loudly and quickly quickened his pace, running forward. Chapter 1355. Your Highness, the fire has been put out. This matter has alarmed the officials of the Tang Empire. The minister of Honglu Temple is waiting for you in the main hall. Honglu Temple, in the courtyard where the One Nation diplomatic mission was staying. Has the cause of the fire been determined? Were there any casualties? The mountain-backed Big Brother King asked with a solemn expression. They were staying in the Honglu Temple's post house. Now that such a thing had happened, if there was no evidence to prove that an outsider had set the fire, they would be responsible for the fire. At that time, the compensation for the repair of the house would be a small matter, but losing face as the One Nation's crown prince would be a big deal. Your Highness, it is suspected that someone lit the candlestick in the woodshed. After that, the candlestick collapsed and ignited the firewood in the woodshed, causing the fire. Candlestick? Why would there be a candlestick in the woodshed? And who would light the candlestick in the woodshed at this time? The mountain-back big brother king asked curiously. The soldier bowed and said, "We found a charred corpse in the woodshed. The face of the corpse could no longer be seen, but we can be sure that the person who was burned to death was a man. And the person who was imprisoned in the woodshed was Princess Mingda. According to the confession of the guards outside the woodshed, Lady Yoko went to the woodshed at around 7 o'clock and sent all the guards away. After that, the woodshed caught fire." Yoko Ono. Why did she go to the woodshed? The mountain-back big brother king frowned and then thought of something. His expression was ugly as he said, "Humph. The evils we bring on ourselves are the hardest to bear. Let's not talk about him for now. You guys go find me Shimo. I'll go see the minister of Honglu Temple." You're saying that the Wanation diplomatic mission sent Li Zixuan a Wanation woman? In the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er frowned and asked after listening to Zhao Song's report. Indeed. But in the evening, the Marquis of Yong, and had already sent the woman back to the Wanation diplomatic mission. Zhao Song bowed and replied. This Wanation envoy is really restless. He really has hidden ambitions. I shouldn't have allowed them to stay in Chang, and for half a year. Li Er snorted coldly. Although he was very satisfied with Li Zixuan's action of sending the neon woman back, he was very angry that the big brother king of Mountain Back had so blatantly bribed an important official of the empire with his beauty, and the person he bribed was a key figure like Li Zixuan. Your Majesty, as far as I know, a few months ago, the Wa envoys visited Yanhuang College under the leadership of the king of Jiangxia. At that time, the Marquis of Yong, and only allowed them to sit in on the classes of the economics department. They were forbidden from entering the classrooms of the other departments. Therefore, this old servant reckons that the reason why the Mountain Back elder brother gave the Marquis Yong, and a beauty is probably because he's plotting to obtain knowledge from the other departments of Yanhuang College. Zhao Song tried to analyze the situation. His relationship with Li Zixuan was relatively good. In addition, Li Er was especially concerned about Yanhuang College. Therefore, he deliberately asked people to collect more information in this regard. That was why he could analyze it so clearly and logically now. Li Er glared and said angrily, "A small country dares to covet the secrets of the Tang Empire. They really don't know what's good for them." Of course, no one dared to answer Li Er's words. The hall fell into silence for a while. After a while, Li Er's eyebrows relaxed and he smiled. But fortunately, Li Zixuan is also a smart guy. Yesterday he sent someone to deliver a memorial to me, saying that he wants to strengthen the management of confidentiality in the college. For this purpose, he also formulated an extremely detailed Yanhuang College confidentiality regulation. Although I haven't read 10,000 books in my life, I have at least read 1,000. However, this is the first time I've heard of this confidentiality regulation. In this confidentiality regulation, there are considerations in all aspects. Moreover, the management methods in it are quite novel and reasonable. With a little modification, it can be used in the military camp. This guy's head is full of ideas. Handing Yanhuang College over to him is the right choice. That's because Your Majesty has a good eye for talent. The Marquis of Yong, and could rise from a merchant's son to his current position because Your Majesty cherishes talent. The Tang Empire will definitely prosper in Your Majesty's hands. Zhao Song was all smiles as he flattered Li Erii, which made Li Erii very happy. At this moment, a chamberlain came in from outside the hall. The chamberlain hurriedly ran to Li Er's side and bowed. Your Majesty, the post house where the Japanese envoys are staying at the Honglu Temple has caught fire. It burned down a woodshed and a Japanese envoy named Yoko Ono was burned to death. The joy on Li Er's face instantly disappeared. He asked, "Did someone deliberately set the fire?" Your Majesty, according to Marquis Wu's investigation, the fire was caused by a candlestick in the woodshed falling to the ground. As for whether or not someone deliberately set the fire, the people of Marquis government have yet to come to a conclusion. The chamberlain bowed. Li Er frowned and did not say anything. After a while he suddenly asked, "There was a woman in the Japanese envoys. Was she still in the Japanese envoys after the fire?" The chamberlain suddenly looked troubled. After thinking about it, he cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I don't know, he was just a messenger. How would he know if there was a woman in the Japanese envoys?" "Then why don't you send someone to investigate?" Li Er's face darkened as he said coldly, "Yes, Your Majesty. The chamberlain shuddered and quickly left the hall. Zhao Song guessed what Li Er was thinking. He wanted to help Li Zixuan explain, but he felt that it was inappropriate. After hesitating for a long time, he did not say anything in the end. Half an hour later, the chamberlain ran back and bowed to Li Er. "Your Majesty, there is no woman in the Japanese envoys." "That's enough. You can leave now." Li Er's face changed. He waved his hand and dismissed the chamberlain. Then Li Er looked at Zhao Song and said, "After tomorrow morning's court, tell Li Zixuan to come to Ganlu Hall to see me." After saying this, Li Er waved his sleeves and left. "Yes, Your Majesty." Zhao Song cupped his hands and answered. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Marquillon, and how can you be so muddle-headed in this matter? Sure enough, lust is accompanied by a knife. Yes, he and Li Er both thought that the fire in Honglu Temple tonight was set by Li Zixuan. His purpose was to secretly take the Japanese woman back. "Oh, where is this? Don't come over. I recognize you. You are the guard of Marquis Yong'an." In the guest room of the Li Mansion in Yongla Lane, Pang Feiji changed out of his night clothes and came over to unseal Shimu's acupoints. Shimu immediately crossed her arms and moved her body into the bed. She looked at Pang Feiji with a vigilant face and said. Seeing this, Pang Feiji could not help but say, "Miss Shimu, if I wanted to do something to you, I would have done it long ago. You would not be able to stop me. Since you know that I am Marquis' guard, then you should know that I will not harm you. Otherwise you would not be here now." Sumi Summer I had just been violated by Yoko Ono a few minutes ago. Her previous reaction was only a natural reaction after a moment of panic. Now that she heard Pang Feiji's words, she understood the current situation. Therefore she wasn't as agitated as before. She stood up from the bed and bowed to Pang Feiji. "Thank you, General, for saving me. Shimu is extremely grateful. I wonder if it was Marquis who asked you to save Shimu?" After coming to the Tang Empire, she had heard of Li Zixuan's deeds. If she were to use 4 words to describe Li Zixuan, it could only be young and promising. If she were to use 8 words to describe him, it would be young and promising, high position and power. She knew that if she wanted to change her fate, she could only find a backer that her brother could not afford to offend. And the person she was sent to this time, Li Zixuan, was a very good backer. For this, she even planned to use the charm techniques she learned from Neon to charm Li Zixuan. But when she first met Li Zixuan directly and mercilessly rejected her. She did not use any of the charm techniques she prepared. Now that Pang Feiji had saved her, a glimmer of hope ignited in Shimu's heart. "I already told you just now that Marquis did not send me to save you. I just could not bear to see you go back to Neon to be humiliated, so I saved you. Marquis' heart is with the country. No matter what, he will not marry a foreign woman." Pang Feiji said expressionlessly. Sumai Xiamu's face turned pale. She bit her lips as tears unconsciously flowed from her eyes. She muttered, "Since the Marquis of Yong and is not willing to take me in, then why did you save me? Even if I came out, I would be caught by them sooner or later." Oh. It was the first time Pang Feiji saw a girl cry, and such a beautiful girl at that. When Shimu cried, the arrogance on Brother Chicken's face disappeared. Instead, it was replaced with an uneasy and flustered expression. He said anxiously, "Miss Shimu, although my Marquis is not willing to take you in, it does not mean that you will be caught by those people. You still have other options." "Other options? What options do I have?" Shimu raised her head and asked. There was a trace of crying in her voice, and her tear-stained face was really pitiful. Pang Feiji hurriedly shifted his gaze away and said, "Now you have 2 choices. The first is that I will take you out of the city after daybreak, and you will go to another place and find another way to survive. The second choice is to follow me, Pang Feiji, back home and live a good life. From today onwards, you are my woman and also a citizen of the Great Tang. Those people will not dare to touch you again." Oh, yeah. Shimu's eyes widened. She never thought that Pang Feiji would want to marry her. She was just about to refuse, but then she remembered that she had no skills. Even if she went to a place where the Neon delegation could not find her, what would she do to make a living? Moreover, she was a beautiful and helpless woman. It was inevitable that she would meet a beast like Yoko Ono in a strange place. Therefore, the first option was definitely not feasible. However, when she thought of the second option, Pang Feiji stood up at the critical moment and saved her from the clutches of the devil. Her heart wavered a little. But I will become a criminal wanted by the Neon. With your status, I will only bring you trouble. You can't protect me." After hesitating for a long time, Shimu said. After all, in her eyes Pang Feiji was just a guard. Miss Shimu, don't underestimate me. As long as you become my woman, I, Pang Feiji, swear to God that I will never be bullied like today. If your Japanese envoys want to capture you, they'll have to ask for my permission first. Moreover, I have not married yet. If you become my woman, I promise to treat you well for the rest of your life. Pang Feiji patted his chest and promised. Shimu looked at Pang Feiji's face, which was not handsome but full of determination. After a long time she said softly, "Okay. Shimu is willing to serve you for the rest of my life." Chapter 1356. 2 in 1 chapter. Your Highness, we can now confirm that all the guards in the courtyard were knocked out by the sleeping gas. Because of this, they didn't notice Princess Mingda's disappearance. But when Princess Mingda was sent back, she didn't have anything on her, let alone sleeping gas. So, I guess that someone must have used the sleeping gas to steal Princess Mingda. But that group of people was very efficient and didn't leave any traces that could prove their identity. Your Highness, should we report this to the Tang Imperial Court and ask them to help us find Princess Mingda? Honglu Temple, Wei Country Embassy. The mountain-back big brother had just returned from the interrogation of the Honglu Temple when his guard came to report. Oh. The mountain-back big brother immediately shook his head and said, "We can't let the Tang Imperial Court know about the existence of Su Wuxia Mu. Otherwise they will definitely find out that we sent a woman to Duke Yong-an. By then we might be driven back to Wei Country. We don't have to look for Su Wuxia Mu. Let's just pretend that she's dead. As for this fire, let's just pretend that Yoko Ono set it herself." He wasn't stupid. Once the matter of bribing an important official of Tang was exposed, they wouldn't be able to get away with it. If the bribe was successful, it would be better because Li Zixuan would help them cover it up. But now that the bribe wasn't successful, Li Zixuan had a clear conscience. It was already good enough that he didn't take the initiative to report them. How could he help them cover up their crime? So if he still wanted to stay in Tang Empire safely, he could only swallow this loss in silence. As for Su Wuxia Mu who ran away, it didn't matter to him. She was just a woman. Wei Country never lacked women. Of course, he also suspected that Li Zixuan sent someone to steal Su Wuxia Mu. But that was only a suspicion. He didn't have any proof. Moreover, this was Tang Empire, not Wei Country. He didn't have any authority to investigate Li Zixuan. Yes, Your Highness. Although the guard didn't know what the mountain-back big brother was thinking, he still obeyed the order. Early the next morning, at the first glimmer of dawn, a carriage drove out of the Marquis Mansion in Yongla City and headed straight for the Yenqing Gate. When they arrived at the city gates, the gates had just opened. Pang Feiji rode his horse in front to clear the way. Because the carriage had the symbol of the Marquis Mansion, and because the guards at the city gates all recognized Pang Feiji, they didn't check or question him and directly let him pass. In fact, even if the city guards checked the carriage, they would not find anything. This was because the person in the carriage had already changed into the attire of a Tang woman. There was nothing unusual about her. When the time came, Pang Feiji could just make up an identity for her and she could get away with it. After leaving Chang'an City, Pang Feiji deliberately increased his speed. He brought Su Wuxia Mu and his subordinates and rushed towards Cloud Mountain. Hoff. Stop. When they were about to reach the Han Manor, Pang Feiji saw two familiar faces in front of him. He quickly reined in his horse and gestured for the people behind him to stop. Then he jumped off the carriage and walked towards the two people. "Brother Lu Feng, Brother Lu Yun, does Marquis have something to tell me?" That's right, the two people were Lu Feng and Lu Yun. Although their appearance made Pang Feiji feel that he had fallen out of favor, Pang Feiji definitely did not have the intention to hate them. After all, they were all working under Li Zixuan. There was no need to treat them like enemies all the time. Moreover, Li Zixuan had already been very lenient towards him regarding Su Wuxia Mu. Pang Feiji felt that he owed Li Zixuan a lot. He did not have the face to fight for favor with Lu Feng and Lu Yun. He only wanted to repay Li Zixuan's kindness with all his might in his remaining years. "Brother Pang, Marquis said that you can't bring Su Wuxia Mu to Cloud Mountain. He has prepared a house for you in the Han Manor. You can send Su Wuxia Mu over there. You will live there in the future. However, try not to let her go out for now. It won't be too late for you to get married after the rumors die down," Lu Feng said with a fist salute. Hearing this, Pang Feiji looked towards the direction of Cloud Mountain with a face full of gratitude. He then saluted Lu Feng and said, "Thank you Brother Lu for coming to pass on the message. Feiji will send Xia Mu to the Han Manor now." "Ah, you're welcome. Brother Pang, follow us." Lu Feng laughed heartily and took the initiative to lead the way in front. At this moment Lu Yun could not help but sigh. Brother Peng, we are all servants. As a servant, if the master wants you to go east, you can't go west. If the master wants you to catch a dog, you can't catch a chicken. When the master wants you to die for him, you can't hesitate at all. However, this is the first time in my life that I, Lu Yun, have seen a master who is willing to take the risk for the sake of a servant. Such a master, not to mention that I have never seen one before, I have never even heard of one before. Therefore both of us are very envious of you. We are envious that you can meet such a good master so early. However, you don't have to be envious. Now that we are all working under Marquis, I wonder if His Majesty will transfer us away again in a few days. Lu Yun's sigh seemed to be a little unreasonable and inexplicable. However, as the person involved, Pang Feiji was deeply moved. He was silent for a moment and said with a determined face, Marquis is indeed an extraordinary person. In the future my life will belong to Marquis. In this life, as long as I, Pang Feiji, am still breathing, I will not allow anyone to harm Marquis. Brother Pang is so bold. However, when Brother Pang gets married, the two of us will have to attend the wedding banquet. Lu Feng laughed and said. Pang Feiji shook his head and said, Right now, I am not in the mood for a happy occasion. Although I have taken away the Wei Nation's princess this time, I have also caused a lot of trouble for Marquis. This is all because of me. I will take responsibility for what I have done. If I am found out and get blamed by His Majesty, I will definitely not let this matter involve Marquis. At worst, I will go to the Supreme Court and admit my guilt. Marquis. After Pang Feiji settled Su Hua and Xia Mu down, he came to the Yunshan villa. Li Zixuan had just finished practicing his swordsmanship. Pang Feiji knelt behind Li Zixuan and cupped his fists. Li Zixuan took the handkerchief from Xiao He and wiped the sweat on his forehead. Then he said lightly, Get up. A man has gold under his knees. If you are really grateful to me, then do your job well in the future. Pang Feiji was silent for a moment. He stood up and said solemnly, From now on, Marquis is my second parent. If Marquis orders me, even if I have to give my life, I will do my best to complete it. Pang Feiji was born in the right Marquis household. It could be said that in the past, Li Zixuan was the most important person in his heart. However, after this incident, Li Zixuan's position in his heart had directly surpassed Li Er's. Now, if Li Zixuan were to raise the flag of rebellion, Pang Feiji would definitely follow him without hesitation. Yes. Li Zixuan nodded. This time, in order to help Pang Feiji and Su Xiamu, he would definitely bear a certain amount of risk. If it were other superiors, they would definitely not do this for their subordinates. However, Li Zixuan's soul was that of a modern person. The concept of superior and inferior was not deeply engraved in his bones. Pang Feiji had been with him for so long. He treated Pang Feiji as a friend, not a servant who could be ordered around by others. On the other hand, he did sympathize with Su Xiamu's situation. However, even if he sympathized because of his identity, he could not personally help her. Since Pang Feiji had taken a fancy to Su Xiamu, he might as well help them. He could use the former princess of the Wei nation to be his subordinate's wife. This was also something that would give him face, wasn't it? Have you settled everything on your side? Reporting to the Marquis, everything has been settled. Pang Feiji quickly replied. Li Zixuan asked again, Do you have any relatives at home? Speaking of which, as a superior, he was not considered competent. He did not even know the basic family situation of his employee. Pang Feiji replied, Marquis, I still have an old mother at home. She lives in Yongyang Lane. I plan to take some time to bring her to the Han family manor. In the future, she will settle down in the Han family manor. Yes, that's not bad. Li Zixuan nodded. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Xiao He beside him remind him softly, Young master. Young master. Head steward Zhao from the palace is here. Pang Feiji's expression changed. He turned around and saw Zhao Song and a group of people walking towards them from outside the courtyard. He suddenly had an ominous feeling in his heart. Marquis, if the emperor finds out about what happened last night, I will take responsibility for what I did. I am willing to go to the Supreme Court to plead guilty. Pang Feiji hurriedly whispered to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan did not panic. He smiled and said calmly, Don't be anxious. First of all, Big Brother Shanbei will definitely not report to the authorities because of Su Xiamu's disappearance. This is because his crime of secretly bribing the officials will be exposed. If the people do not report, the officials will not investigate. I guess the emperor might have misunderstood that I was greedy for Miss Xiamu's beauty and sent people to kidnap her. That is why he asked Zhao Song to summon me to the palace. In fact, when Li Zishuan made the decision to let Pang Feiji go to Honglu Temple to steal Xia Mu, Li Zishuan had already considered the possible consequences. Among them, the biggest possibility was that Big Brother Shanbei himself would suffer this loss. Su Wa Xiamu was just an abandoned pawn. Big Brother Shanbei would not give up the opportunity to continue hiding in the Tang Empire because of her. Marquis, if His Majesty really blames me for this, you must push this subordinate out. After all, this happened because of me. Even if Feiji dies, I cannot implicate Marquis. After a moment of silence, Pang Feiji bowed and said. Li Zishuan did not reply, because Zhao Song had already walked to the entrance of the courtyard. He smiled and went up to greet him, clasping his hands. Ah! Head Steward Zhao, what wind blew you here? Servants, quickly prepare some tea. Zhao Song hurriedly waved his hands. Oh my Marquis. Look at the situation now and you still have the mood to drink tea. Quickly, come with me to the palace. The Emperor has summoned you to the palace. Li Zishuan's expression became serious and he said crisply, all right. Please wait for a moment, Butler Zhao. Let me change my clothes, then I will follow you to the palace. After a while, Li Zishuan changed into his court attire, rode on Big White, and left Yun Mountain with Zhao Song. On the way, Zhao Song saw that there was no one around, so he deliberately slowed down the speed of his horse. He whispered to Li Zishuan, Marquis, let me say something that I shouldn't say. With your current status, what kind of girl can't you marry? Why do you have to marry a Japanese girl and make the emperor unhappy? In my opinion, you should release the Japanese girl that you kidnapped last night as soon as possible. As the emperor's trusted aide, the fact that Zhao Song could speak to this extent proved that he really did not treat Li Zishuan as an outsider. Li Zishuan heard the sincerity in Zhao Song's words, so he treated him with sincerity. Steward Zhao, since you've put it this way, then I won't hide it anymore. To be honest, yesterday afternoon the big brother on the mountain back sent a Japanese girl. After I heard about it, I immediately sent the Japanese girl back. Since then there has been no Japanese girl on Yun Mountain. And I, Li Zishuan, will not have anything to do with any foreign girl, whether it is in the past, present, or future, let alone marry a Japanese girl. Hearing Li Zishuan's solemn vow, Zhao Song did not doubt him and chose to believe him. He breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. With your words, Marquis, then I can rest assured. Ah! After a quarter of an hour, Li Zishuan arrived at the palace. At this time, Li Er had not finished the morning assembly, so he waited quietly alone in the Ganlu hall. After waiting for about half an hour, there was finally a sound of footsteps outside the hall. Li Zishuan straightened his clothes. When Li Er came in, he quickly bowed and saluted. Your Majesty. You allowed your subordinates to set fire to the Honglu Temple and tried to marry a Japanese girl in private. Do you still have me, the Emperor, in your eyes? Li Er's cold and ruthless voice came from above. It was obvious that Li Er was very angry. Of course, he was angry because Li Zishuan wanted to marry a neon woman, not because the post house where the neon people lived had been burned down. He didn't care about the neon people's lives at all. What he cared about was that after Li Zishuan married a neon woman, he might leak his magical engineering knowledge to the neon people. Through the conversation with Zhao Song on the way here, Li Zishuan had already understood Li Er's anger in advance. At this moment he did not beat around the bush and directly explained. Your Majesty, why do you say that? Japan is an inferior country. As a subject of the Tang Empire, how can I marry a girl from an inferior country? Not only now but also in the future. I dare to point to the heavens and swear. Hearing this, Li Er's expression became slightly better. In the eyes of the Tang Empire, Japan was indeed an inferior country. Not only did the Tang Empire think so, but even the Japanese themselves thought so. Therefore, the Japanese often borrowed seeds from the Tang Empire's merchants who passed by on the sea. Then the arson and kidnapping incident last night at the Honglu Temple really had nothing to do with you? Although Li Er felt a little in his heart, he was still somewhat puzzled. He did not believe that last night's incident had nothing to do with Li Zishuan. Your Majesty, of course this incident had something to do with me. Li Zishuan's words almost made old Li go berserk. Then he heard Li Zishuan continue, don't worry. The big brother king of the mountain back is coveting the knowledge of the Yanhuang Academy. I have long noticed this. This time this bastard is even more outrageous. He wants to use his beauty to bribe me. If I don't teach him a lesson, won't he forget himself? So, after I sent someone to send the woman back yesterday, I asked someone to snatch her back. Then, I directly rewarded the Wanatian woman to a servant. The Wanatian's diplomatic mission suffered a double loss. It can be considered a lesson to them. Chapter 1357. In the Ganlu Palace. When Li Er saw Li Zixuan say these words so confidently, he was really angry. His face was as cold as frost as he said, "Humph! You burned down the Honglu post house and you still dare to talk to me like this? Do you still have any respect for the law?" However, although he looked very angry, there was only anger in his words, not coldness. Li Zixuan had made it very clear that the kidnapping of the Neon woman was just to teach the Neon delegation a lesson and to reward the woman to his subordinates. As long as Li Zixuan didn't marry the Neon woman, it was enough. According to the previous plan, once Li Zixuan wanted to marry the Neon woman, even if Li Er was reluctant, he would imprison Li Zixuan or kill him directly. After all, the engineering knowledge in Li Zixuan's head was too terrifying. Once it spread to other countries, it would bring immeasurable losses to the Tang Empire. As the supreme ruler of the Tang Empire, Li Er would never allow this to happen. There were some things that he couldn't have, and he couldn't let other countries have either. Now that the truth was out, Li Er naturally didn't have to worry about whether to kill Li Zixuan or not. Li Zixuan smiled bitterly and said, "Your Majesty, I only asked my subordinates to steal the woman, but I didn't ask them to set the house on fire. I think the fire was accidentally set by the Neon people, and it has nothing to do with me." Since Big Brother Shanbei did not report the disappearance of Shimu to the authorities, then he would definitely take responsibility for the fire at the post house. Therefore, Li Zixuan simply pushed the boat with the current and threw the blame to Big Brother Shanbei. When Li Er heard this, he was instantly speechless. During the morning court session, the current minister of the Honglu Temple reported to him the investigation of the burning of the Neon delegation's post house last night. The Neon people admitted that they had accidentally burned down the woodshed and were willing to pay for the loss of the post house. Of course, Li Er was skeptical about the Japanese's statement, so he just asked Li Zixuan to see if he could get a different answer from Li Zixuan. He didn't expect the result to be the same. Li Er said crossly, "Humph! Even if the fire was not set by your people, as a marquis, you actually sent people to sneak into the Honglu Temple to kidnap people. You are breaking the law knowingly. I see that you are getting bolder and bolder." Li Zixuan knew that he was in the wrong, and he also understood that Li Er was not really angry, so he said, "Your Majesty, I was indeed thoughtless this time. At that time, I only wanted to teach the Neon delegation a lesson, but I forgot my identity and acted a little extreme. Please punish me, Your Majesty." This was retreating in order to advance. Anyway, old Li didn't care about the lives of the Neon people at all. Even if he admitted his mistake, he wouldn't be punished much. Li Er raised his eyebrows and asked, "Did you really give that Neon woman to a servant?" It turned out that old Li was still worried. He was afraid that Li Zixuan would have something to do with the Neon people. Li Zixuan hurriedly promised, "Your Majesty, this is absolutely true. I plan to let that Neon woman marry my subordinate as soon as this matter is over. And Your Majesty, you may not know that the Neon woman has a special identity. She is the daughter of the Suo family, a top family in Neon. However, the Suo family was destroyed last year, and the Neon Crown Prince suppressed the old, weak women and children of the Suo family. Therefore, that Neon woman was sent to the Tang Empire as a pawn to bribe officials. Now that woman has a deep hatred for the Neon Empress and the Neon Crown Prince. When the Tang Empire's army attacks Neon in the future, she can lead the way for us." Li Er nodded thoughtfully and then felt that something was wrong. He frowned and said, "Neon is a barren land overseas. I have nothing to do. Why would I send troops to attack it?" Finally, the topic was changed. Li Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, you are wrong. Neon is rich in copper and silver mines. If we can conquer Neon, the Tang Empire will not lack silver and copper in the future." Hearing this, Li Er couldn't help but be moved. He frowned and asked, "How do you know that Neon is rich in copper and silver mines?" Li Zixuan's face froze. After a moment, he hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, my master went to Neon before he died and said that Neon was full of copper and silver. Last year, Commandery Prince Hajin also went to Neon, so he must know about this. On the other hand, Neon sent so much silver and copper to the Tang Empire last year and this year, which is enough to prove that the land is rich in silver and copper." Duping Li Er into becoming interested in Neon. After the Turks and Tufan were destroyed, the Tang Empire would be able to attack Neon. This way, Li Er wouldn't turn his attention to Goguryeo too early. To be honest, Goguryeo was a tough nut to crack. The 4 emperors of the Sui and Tang dynasties had all sent troops to attack Goguryeo, and countless Han Chinese soldiers had died in Goguryeo. Many historians believe that Li Shimon's 3 campaigns against Goguryeo was a big failure in his life. He had made the same mistake as Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty. Therefore, using Neon as a training ground for Li Er was a very good choice. If the mountain-backed big brother knew about Li Zishuan's sinister intentions, he would probably send out all the ninjas and assassins in Neon to kill Li Zishuan. Sure enough, old Li's expression changed. He pondered for a moment and said, "But now the Tang Empire has started to promote the use of paper Tang Yuan. The demand for copper is not as big as before." Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, copper is not only used for coins. There are many things that require copper in engineering. For example, the telegraph machine requires a lot of copper because copper conducts electricity better than iron. In the future there will be more and more places that require copper." The corner of Li Er's mouth twitched. Only now did he know that Li Zishuan's telegraph machine required a lot of copper. It was really extravagant. This was mainly because in the eyes of the ancient people, copper basically meant money. However, for something like the telegraph machine, no matter how expensive it was, the more the better. Therefore, Li Er thought for a moment and said, forget it. We will remember this matter for now. You brat, go back and reflect on yourself. The next time you do something like this, we will teach you a lesson." Li Zishuan knew that he had already planted a seed in Li Er's heart. He hurriedly cupped his hands and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. I will reflect on myself in the coming days." After a moment of silence, Li Er said, "Since the Wa envoys are so restless and dare to blatantly bribe the courtiers, we will order all of them to go back in a few days." Li Zishuan hesitated and said, "Your Majesty, now that the Wa woman has been taken away by my men, there is no evidence for the bribery. Was now a vassal state of the Tang Empire. Your Majesty previously agreed to let them stay in Chang and city for half a year. If you change your mind this time, I think the courtiers will not agree." Li Er pondered for a moment and nodded. "What you said is not without reason. In that case, let them stay for a few more days. However, you have to prevent the Wa people from going to Yanhuang College to steal the technology related to the telegraph machine, the fairy lamp, and the telescope. The Yanhuang College confidentiality regulations you formulated this time is very good. In the future, Yanhuang College will implement a comprehensive confidentiality management according to the regulations you listed in it." Through the previous rebellion, Li Er saw the role of the telegraph machine, the fairy lamp, and the telescope in war. At the same time, he also realized that these technologies should be kept strictly confidential. Otherwise, it would be the Tang Empire's turn to have a headache if other countries also had them. Li Zishuan was naturally very happy that Li Er could realize this. He cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, please rest assured that I will not let the small foreign countries covet the magical weapons of the Tang Empire." "Good. With your words I am relieved." Li Er nodded. Suddenly he turned his gaze to Li Zishuan and asked, "I also heard that you have a 100 trump cards project in the college? What is the meaning of this? Come and tell me." It had to be said that Li Er was quite concerned about Yanhuang College. At this moment he had probably forgotten that he had called Li Zishuan over to denounce him. "Your Majesty, this trump cards project is a project that I specially set up to encourage the students to create some magical weapons that will benefit the world." Hearing Li Er mention the trump cards project, Li Zishuan explained in detail the contents of the project that he had introduced to the students and teachers of the college. "Your Majesty intends to start the first trump cards project, which is the Ba River hydropower station. Currently, the Ba River Dam is only the first step. After the dam is completed, Your Majesty will use the dam as the foundation to build a hydropower station and usher in the era of electricity for the Tang Empire." At the end, Li Zishuan revealed his first trump cards project. Li Er had heard Li Zishuan talk about the Ba River Dam before, so he was not very surprised. However, he was very interested in the concept of the trump cards project that Li Zishuan proposed. After thinking for a moment, Li Er opened his mouth and said, "This 100 trump cards project can't only be funded by the college alone. The imperial court will also transfer a portion of money to support it every year. In addition, as long as the participants make outstanding contributions, I will not be stingy with money and official rewards." This basically raised the trump cards project to the level of a country. Li Zishuan was naturally very happy. He cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I thank you in advance on behalf of those students for your reward." Li Er said happily, "Kid, you are getting more and more glib-tongued. When the college has really made some great achievements, it won't be too late for you to thank me." All right. Since you have asked what you wanted to ask, you can leave. Yes. Your Majesty, I will leave. Li Zishuan cupped his hands in acknowledgement and slowly left the Sweet Dew Hall. After leaving the palace, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief and said, "Phew. This can be considered a blessing in disguise, right?" He had been angrily called into the palace by Li Er, but not only had he not been punished, but the Trump Cards project had also received old Li's full support. Wasn't this a blessing in disguise? Chapter 1358. Bastard, I summoned him to the palace to punish him, but why did I let him leave the palace safely? After Li Zishuan left, Li Er came back to his senses after a long while. He was a little angry and helpless. Zhao Song, who was beside him, almost laughed out loud. He thought to himself, in the entire Tang Empire, only one official like Li Zishuan could make Li Er so mad. Marquis, are you okay? Pang Feiji asked worriedly as he came back to Yunshan. Li Zishuan had been in the palace for so long that he was even prepared to go to the Supreme Court to plead guilty. Fortunately, Li Zishuan had finally returned. If something had happened to me, would I have been able to come back safely? His Majesty only admonished me. Li Zishuan smiled with a relaxed face and said as he walked, "One nation is just a small country. Who in the imperial court would care about losing a person? In a month you will marry that Shamu of the Sui Empire. When the time comes, I will also go to the wedding." What he said was true. One nation was weak at the moment. Whether it was the Tang Empire, the Qin, Han, the Three Kingdoms, or the Sui Empire, none of them took One nation seriously. To put it bluntly, in the hearts of the Tang Empire's officials, One nation's status was even lower than those small Nanyang countries. This was because the Department of Commerce had tasted great benefits from trading with those small Nanyang countries last year. I will never forget Marquis' kindness. From now on, I am willing to go through water and tread on fire for Marquis. Although Li Zishuan made it sound easy, Pang Feiji could imagine the danger involved in Li Zishuan's visit to the palace. As a lord, it was definitely unprecedented for him to do this for his subordinate. Therefore Pang Feiji was very touched and cupped his fists. Li Zishuan turned around and looked at Pang Feiji. He said seriously, "You don't have to thank me. But I have to say this first. Since my Shimu is married to you, she will be a citizen of the Tang Empire. Her heart must be with the Tang Empire. If I find that she is still thinking about Wa and betraying the country, then don't blame me for being ruthless and killing you too." This was a forewarning for Pang Feiji. He had planted a seed in Li Er's heart today, and it was very likely that the Tang Empire would attack Japan in the future. At that time, Su Wuxia's position would be a problem. Pang Feiji's expression became serious. He cupped his fists and said, "Marquis Feiji has not reached the point of being blinded by lust. I can still distinguish between right and wrong. When the time comes, I will do it myself even without Marquis' help." The national honor of the Tang Empire was not to be violated. Moreover, in Pang Feiji's mind, when it came to marriage, a woman should follow the chicken or dog. Since Su Wuxia was married to him, she naturally had to consider the problem from his point of view. "Yes, it's good that you know. But I hope that that kind of thing will never happen. She now has a deep hatred for Wa. You'd better let her acknowledge the Tang Empire from the bottom of her heart and think that she is a citizen of the Tang Empire." "Aha, this depends on your ability," Li Zishuan said with a smile. "Yes, Marquis." Pang Feiji cupped his fists and said yes. Li Zishuan waved his hand and motioned for him to leave. At this moment, Han Yushi had already come out to welcome him. "Husband, you are back? Did His Majesty make things difficult for you?" After lunch, Li Zishuan came to the academy. Taking advantage of the students' lunch break, he gathered all the teachers of the academy and held a meeting on confidentiality. These days, everyone should have read the Yanhuang College confidentiality regulations. Then I announced that from today onwards, the academy will officially set up a confidentiality work leading group. I will be the leader and Mr. Wenji will be the deputy leader. Within the academy, all the books, materials, manuscripts, and drawings will be classified according to their importance. Some laboratories and reference rooms in the academy also had to be classified as secret places based on their importance. Moreover, the internal personnel of the academy will also be classified according to the nature and importance of their work. From the lowest to the highest, they will be classified as ordinary personnel, important personnel, and core personnel. These classified carriers, places, and personnel must be completed within a week, and all of them must be recorded. In the future, they must be managed according to the Yanhuang College confidentiality regulations. Confidentiality is no small matter. Although these confidentiality regulations are complicated, and there will be many difficulties in implementing them, we must do things according to the regulations because some of the secrets in Yanhuang College are not only the Academy's secrets, but also the secrets of the entire Tang Empire. His Majesty is also very concerned about the confidentiality of our Academy. Therefore, the leaders of the various academic departments must mobilize the teachers of their respective departments to take action and not let the Yanhuang Academy's confidentiality ordinance become a piece of paper. Understand? At the meeting, Li Zixuan emphasized the importance of the Academy's confidentiality management and urged all the teachers of the various departments to carry out the work as soon as possible. Yes, Yamacho. All the teachers in the meeting room hurriedly cupped their hands in obeisance. Li Zixuan continued, "Recently, I will be in the Academy to urge these matters to be carried out faster. In addition, regarding the 100 Trump Cards project of the Academy, this project has received high praise from His Majesty. Every year, the Imperial Court will transfer a portion of the funds to support the Academy's Trump Cards project. This is good news for us. Therefore, all the departments must begin to collect the practical and useful projects proposed by the students and summarize them to me. Then, the Academy will discuss which projects can be included in the 100 Trump Cards project. This is a long-term and very meaningful task, so please keep it in mind." Yes, Yamacho. When they heard Li Zixuan say that the Imperial Court would vigorously support the Academy's Trump Cards project, the teachers present couldn't help but cheer. After all, this meant that they would be working for the Imperial Court in the future. Li Zixuan nodded and continued, "In addition to collecting the good ideas proposed by the students, you can also propose or participate in some of the Trump Cards projects. Not only will you be rewarded by the Academy, but you will also have a lot of bonus points in the future professional title evaluation. In addition, I announced the first Trump Card project of the Academy, the Ba River Hydropower Project. At present, the dam of the Ba River is steadily being built. After the dam is completed, a generator will be installed on the dam. This is a very good opportunity for the teachers of the physics department of Yanhuang College to gain experience. After all, you have all learned about electricity from textbooks and have never used it in practice. Therefore, this time, the Ba River Hydropower Project, the students and teachers of the physics department of the Academy must try their best to participate in it." Yamacho is right. The teachers and students of the Academy must seize this opportunity to practice it. Mo Huai nodded in agreement. The other teachers of the Academy also nodded thoughtfully. To put it bluntly, among the 5 departments of Yanhuang College, except for the economics department, the knowledge taught in the other 4 departments was forcibly instilled by Li Zixuan. There were many things that they didn't have the time or the conditions to verify in person. Therefore, the future of Yanhuang College was very long. "Marquis, the owner of the Misty Rain Villa in Jiangnan Zheng Yinhong, requests to see you." After a busy afternoon in the Academy, Li Zixuan returned to the courtyard in the evening. Peng Feiji came to report to him. Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "Zheng Yinhong? Zheng Yinhong, the behind-the-scenes boss of the Wind and Thunder team? Oh right, if this Marquis remembers correctly, he was the one who bought the first Great Celestial Mirror, right? When the Immortal Mirror was first launched last year, it swept the entire Chang'an city. In order to buy an Immortal Mirror to please girls, Xiao Yu's grandson even asked Xiao Yu to personally write a letter to Li Zixuan to open a back door for him. At that time, the Strange Taste Pavilion mainly sold small immortal mirrors, but it would launch an immortal mirror that was as tall as a person from time to time. The price was 8,888 strings of coins, which was not affordable for ordinary people. At that time, the first 2 immortal mirrors were launched. One was bought by Chao Wendong, and the other was bought by Zheng Yinhong. Of course, what Li Zixuan was most interested in was Zheng Yinhong's other identity, the boss behind the scenes of the Wind and Thunder team. It was already April. In the ranking competition in Lantian County, the Wind and Thunder team had advanced to the knockout round with the highest points in Group A, and their strength could be said to be superior to all other heroes. Next, they would compete for the Tang Empire's League 1 team in the knockout round. However, in Li Zixuan's opinion, the Wind and Thunder team would definitely win the title of League 1 team. Yes, Marquis, the boss of the Wind and Thunder team, Zheng Yinhong. He said that he has admired you for a long time, and specially came to visit you today. Peng Feiji bowed and said, "Invite him to the main hall and let someone serve him tea. As the saying goes, one does not visit a temple without a cause." Li Zixuan wanted to see what Zheng Yinhong was here for today. Yes. Peng Feiji took the order and left. After a while, Zheng Yinhong was brought to the main hall. Peng Feiji asked him to sit there for a while. As soon as Zheng Yinhong entered the house, he was shocked by the luxurious, bright and modern decor of the house. It's just a humble house, please don't laugh at it. At this moment, Li Zixuan came out of the study and saw Zheng Yinhong looking at the decor in the house in shock. He laughed and said. Zheng Yinhong came back to his senses and quickly said, Marquis, you must be joking. If this is still a humble house, there won't be any luxurious houses in the world. In the past, this Zheng's Misty Rain Villa prided itself on its grandeur and grandeur. But compared to the Marquis' Villa and the Yanhuang Academy on the Cloud Mountain, it's just a rural farm. Li Zixuan laughed and said, You're exaggerating, Villa Master Zheng. This Cloud Mountain Villa is just a little new in style, but it's not grand and magnificent. You're too modest, Marquis. Zheng Yinhong cupped his hands and suddenly got up and said, I've admired Marquis for a long time. I hope Marquis won't blame me for my sudden visit. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, It's okay. I've heard of Villa Master Zheng's reputation. Misty Rain Villa has monopolized the grain, porcelain and silk business in the entire Jiangnan circuit. Villa Master Zheng is really good at making money. Zheng Yinhong quickly said, Marquis, you flatter me. Compared to Marquis, my ability is like a firefly competing with the sun and moon. All right, I've brought some specialties from Jiangnan circuit for Marquis. I hope Marquis will kindly accept it. Chenjun, quickly take it out. At this point, Zheng Yinhong instructed the young man behind him. Seeing Li Zixuan looking at the young man behind him, Zheng Yinhong quickly introduced him. Oh, Marquis, this is my son. He's been ignorant since he was young, but his character is not bad. This time, I brought the Wind and Thunder team to Chang, and to participate in the competition, so I brought him with me to let him broaden his horizons. Chenjun, why don't you quickly greet Marquis? Zheng Chenjun, who was holding a delicate wooden box, quickly bowed to Li Zixuan and said, Greetings, Marquis. Li Zixuan, who was the son of a rich businessman, became a marquis within a year. He was Zheng Chenjun's idol. Zheng Chenjun, who was also the son of a rich businessman, dreamed more than once that he could be like Li Zixuan and become a marquis and prime minister one day. Zheng Chenjun? There's no need to be so polite. When Li Zixuan heard the young man's name, he suddenly remembered that a person named Zheng Chenjun had tipped Celestial Bane 5,000 Tang Yuan a while ago. In that case, the father and son in front of him were Li Zixuan's regular customers. Li Zixuan felt that it was quite interesting. Thank you, Marquis. Zheng Chenjun straightened his body, then raised the wooden box in his hand and said to Li Zixuan, Marquis, this is the fresh spring tea that my father sent from Jiangnan 800 miles away from Hangzhou to deliver for you. This spring tea was personally picked from the back mountain of Lingyin Temple. It's fresh and tender and is my father's favorite. Please accept it, Marquis. Tea leaves. The father and son of the Zheng family were here to deliver tea leaves. When Pang Feiji saw this, he could not help but mourn for the father and son of the Zheng family. That was because almost everyone around Li Zixuan knew that Li Zixuan did not like to drink tea. Usually, even if there were guests, Li Zixuan would rather drink plain water than tea. Therefore, Pang Feiji felt that the father and son of the Zheng family had failed in their gift delivery this time. Zheng Yinhong continued Zheng Chenjuan's words, I've heard people say that Marquis does not like to drink tea. He usually only drinks water. However, I feel that it's not that Marquis doesn't like to drink tea. It's just that he hasn't come across tea leaves that suit his taste. In the past, my situation was similar to that of Marquis. However, ever since I tasted the tea leaves from the back mountain of the Lingyin Temple, I can't live without them. Therefore, I specially brought a batch of tea leaves to give to Marquis. Oh, because I don't like to drink tea leaves that have been dried and crushed. I like to drink tea leaves that have just been picked. Therefore, the tea leaves that I've brought to Marquis this time are also freshly picked. If Marquis thinks that it's inappropriate, he can ask the servants to dry them. Pang Feiji was a little confused. Since Zheng Yinhong knew that Li Zixuan did not like to drink tea, why did he still bring tea to him? Wasn't he looking for trouble? Unexpectedly, Li Zixuan took the wooden box from Zheng Chenjuan's hand with a happy face and said with a smile, Thank you for coming here. Ah, Hangzhou spring tea? That's great. The water quality in Hangzhou is excellent. The spring tea produced by the spring rain must be of the highest quality. Heights Lord Zheng is right. The reason why I don't like to drink tea is that I haven't come across tea leaves that suit my taste. I must taste the spring tea that Heights Lord Zheng has brought to me. I just don't know if Heights Lord Zheng has any more Hangzhou spring tea leaves? Freshly picked Hangzhou spring tea leaves. Li Zixuan was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Finally, he didn't have to drink tasteless water anymore. It was just that the tea leaves that old Zheng gave him were a little too little. Yes. If Marquis likes it, I'll send a few more boxes to Marquis later. Zheng Yinhong was a little confused at first, but then he replied excitedly. Chapter 1359. 2 in 1 chapter. How did the people of the Tang dynasty drink tea? First, the tea leaves were ground into powder, then the water was boiled. After the first boiling, salt was added. After the second boiling, the ground tea could be poured in and boiled. After the third boiling, the tea was divided into teacups. That was not enough. According to personal taste, scallions, ginger, dates, orange peel, dogwood, mint and other things could be added. Spices and other things could also be added. The taste was simply too sour. In any case, after Li Zishuan tasted it once, he could not wait to avoid all the teas of this era. Because how could this be tea? It tasted worse than Chinese medicine. In fact, China's ancient tea ceremony probably started in the Tang dynasty and flourished in the Song dynasty. After the invasion of the grassland tribes in the Yuan dynasty, China's tea ceremony gradually declined. In the Ming dynasty it showed a different scene. Generally speaking, the Tang dynasty boiled tea, the Song dynasty boiled tea and the Song dynasty boiled tea. Whether it was boiling tea or boiling tea, people used crushed tea leaves as the raw material. However, this method was completely changed in the Ming dynasty. According to legend, Zhu Yuanzhang, the founder of the Ming dynasty, once visited the common people and saw that they were laboriously making dragon phoenix tea as a tribute to the palace. It was very difficult. If there was a slight flaw, they had to make it again. It wasted a lot of time and a lot of good materials. Therefore, in the 24th year of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang issued an edict to abolish dragon phoenix tea and change it to dragon phoenix tea, loose tea. From then on, Tang dynasty boiled tea and Song dynasty boiled tea. When Li Zishuan first transmigrated, he regretted that he did not transmigrate to the Ming dynasty. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. Since the Tang dynasty was popular to boil tea leaves and not stir-fry tea, then he would lead the trend. However, since the beginning of spring this year, too many things had happened. Li Zishuan did not have time to search for good spring tea leaves to stir-fry. In the end, Zheng Yinhong took the initiative to send a batch of good, fresh and uncrushed spring tea leaves from Hangzhou. How could he waste it? Moreover, this was spring tea from the Lingyin Temple. The Lingyin Temple, also known as the Yunlin Temple, was built in the first year of the Eastern Jin dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, the famous tea sage Lu Yu wrote the world's first monograph on tea, the classic of tea. There was a record of the tea produced by the Lingyin Temple in Hangzhou. This tea was actually the predecessor of the West Lake Longjing tea. The spring tea that Zheng Yinhong brought could also be called the Dragon Well tea after the rain. Therefore, when Li Zishuan heard that the tea leaves in the wooden box were produced in the Lingyin Temple in Hangzhou, it was not surprising that he became so excited. Ah! This marquis has always heard that Hangzhou is a beautiful place. The north peak of the hidden spirit temple is even more beautiful, with clear hills and clear waters. The tea leaves produced in that place must taste very good. To tell you the truth, this marquis doesn't like to crush the tea leaves before drinking them. This is because it deviates from the original taste of the tea leaves. Brewing the tea leaves in boiling water will allow one to appreciate the true taste of the tea. Li Zishuan let Pang Feiji take the tea leaves, then looked at Zheng Yinhong and said with a face full of praise, "Marquis is really wise. I deeply agree. When I was in Jiangnan, I heard that Marquis was a master of both literature and martial arts. I didn't expect that Marquis would have such a unique understanding of tea. Marquis is really my soulmate." Zheng Yinhong secretly let out a sigh of relief, then said with a face full of joy. Li Zishuan was also in a good mood after receiving the first-rate Dragon Well tea. He laughed and said, "Ha! This marquis also regretted that we didn't meet earlier. When this marquis has finished brewing this spring tea after the rain, I will definitely invite Manor Master Zheng to Yunshan to taste it. I hope Manor Master Zheng will be free then. It is my fortune to be invited by Marquis. When the time comes, I will definitely be there on time. What's more, although this Marquis was far away in Jiangnan, I know that Marquis is a master of fine food and wine. This Hangzhou spring tea after the rain will definitely be even more fragrant after going through Marquis' hands. When the time comes, I will be in for a treat." Zheng Yinhong laughed and cupped his hands, then looked at the sky outside the window. He stood up and said, "It's getting late, so I won't disturb Marquis any longer. Goodbye." Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows imperceptibly. He secretly thought that this Zheng Yinhong was a little interesting. Usually, people who came to give gifts would have a request after giving them. However, this old man directly left after giving the gift, as if he was really just here to visit him. How interesting. As a mature adult, Li Zishuan naturally wouldn't be so stupid to think that Zheng Yinhong was just admiring his reputation and had simply come to see him. However, since Zheng Yinhong didn't say anything, Li Zishuan didn't need to take the initiative to ask. In any case, he had only received a box of tea leaves. If he had any excessive requests in the future, he could just refuse. But then again, he saw that this old man surnamed Zheng wasn't the kind of person who didn't know how to adapt to circumstances. He probably wouldn't make any excessive requests. In that case, this marquis won't keep manner, Master Zheng. Take care. Li Zishuan stood up and cupped his hands to send the guest off. Marquis, take care. Goodbye. After Zheng Yinhong finished speaking, he took his son out of the door. It was really as if he didn't take away a single cloud with him when he waved his sleeves. It was extremely natural and unrestrained. My husband, why are you interested in tea leaves? Didn't you used to hate tea the most? After Zheng Yinhong and his son left, Han Yushi came out of the side hall and walked to Li Zishuan's side. She blinked and asked curiously. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Hey, that's because I didn't come across good tea leaves and didn't use the correct method of making tea. After these tea leaves are dried, I'll make a pot of good tea for you, my wife. At that time, my wife, you'll understand why your husband didn't drink those teas before." Father, are we leaving just like that? On the cement road at the foot of Cloud Mountain, the Zheng family's horse carriage galloped steadily. The smooth cement road caused the horse carriage to not jolt at all. In the horse carriage, Zheng Qianjun looked at his father puzzledly and asked. Zheng Yinhong leaned against the couch in the horse carriage and replied calmly, "Why? The sky is already dark and we're still not leaving. Don't tell me you want the marquis to keep you for dinner on Cloud Mountain?" Finishing, Zheng Yinhong closed his eyes and planned to rest. Zheng Qianjun said helplessly, "No, father. I'm saying that you came to Cloud Mountain today just to deliver tea to the marquis?" Zheng Yinhong opened his eyes and said unhappily, "Why? Don't I look like it? Do you want me to use these tea leaves to exchange for some benefits with the marquis? If I do that, I dare to guarantee that both of us will be chased out. This time the marquis liked the tea leaves that we sent is already a great piece of news to us. If we insist on other things, it will only make the marquis feel that we're just unscrupulous merchants and not worth befriending. At the very least, we've formed a good relationship with the marquis, and this is something that many people can't even dream of. As for other matters, when our relationship reaches a certain level, even if we don't mention it, the marquis will also give us a few ways to get rich. Take a look at Chao Wendong, Lin Wenyuan, and the others who followed the Marquis of Yong'an. Aren't they all doing better now? So, Qianjun, you still need to practice your shrewdness. When befriending a gentleman, you must not be too unscrupulous." Zheng Qianjun nodded his head thoughtfully and said, "Yes, father. I understand. But father, this time you sent the tea leaves to the marquis is really too risky. But luckily you sent it right. The marquis actually really likes fresh tea leaves. We're really lucky." "Lucky?" Zheng Yinhong smiled, then sighed and said, "Before I came here, I spent a lot of effort to send people to gather information about the Marquis of Yong'an's likes and dislikes, and I was thinking about what I should give him. But in the end, I realized that nothing I gave him was appropriate. Because the Marquis of Yong'an doesn't lack money, power, good food and wine, and it seems like he doesn't lack women. After thinking about it over and over again, father could only make such a risky move. I never expected that the marquis would actually be just like father and like father to like fresh tea leaves and not tea leaves to make soup. Now that I think about it, we're really lucky. It's mainly because of father's courage. If it was anyone else, they would definitely not dare to take such a risk." Zheng Qianjun couldn't help but compliment, and then he changed the topic and sighed with emotion. "My horizons were broadened when I saw Yanhuang College and the courtyard on Cloud Mountain. Everyone says that the marquis is a disciple of the gods, and now I believe it." Zheng Qianjun looked at his son with a smile that didn't look like a smile and said, "You're about the same age as the marquis. If you're as capable as the marquis, father can die in peace. It's said that when you see a worthy person, you should emulate him. When you return this time, Qianjun, you have to study hard. Our Zheng family can't be a family of merchants for generations." "Yes, father." The next day there were no clouds in the sky and it was clear that it was a sunny day. Li Zishuan instructed Xiao He and Xiao Shi to dry the spring tea that Zheng Yinhong had sent over. Early in the morning, 2 servants of the Zheng family delivered 10 boxes of spring tea to Li Zishuan. That's right, 10 boxes. Zheng Yinhong probably moved all of his stock over to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was delighted when he saw this. Anyway, he didn't mind having too much, so he let Xiao He and the rest dry it together. This process usually took about half a day. The purpose was to reduce the smell of grass in the tea leaves, so that the water content reached the requirements of stir-frying, and at the same time, to prevent the new tea from becoming lumpy when stir-frying. After making the arrangements, Li Zishuan went to Yanhuang College. Recently there were a lot of things to do at the college. As the head of the Yamacho, he naturally couldn't get away. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan had just finished his lunch. When he saw that the tea leaves in the backyard were almost dried, he was excited and asked someone to bring the tea leaves to the kitchen. He wanted to personally cook the tea leaves. "Husband, how can these tea leaves be stir-fried? Are you sure you didn't remember wrongly?" When Han Yushi heard that Li Zishuan wanted to stir-fry the tea leaves, she immediately followed him into the kitchen and asked. Li Zishuan smiled confidently and said, "Of course I didn't remember wrongly. Back then my master drank stir-fried tea leaves, not tea powder. What's so good about tea powder? Hey wife, you came at the right time. I haven't cooked for a long time and my cooking skills have regressed. You can cook and I'll teach you from this side." Speaking of which, before getting married, Li Zishuan's culinary skills were still considered decent in the Li family. But after getting married he basically entered a state of eating and waiting to die. Han Yushi made delicious food for him every day in a variety of ways. If he hadn't persisted in practicing his sword every morning, he would probably have become as fat as a horse long ago. As a result, he basically didn't know how to cook now. He had become a king of mouths through and through. "Since husband insists on stir-frying the tea, then I'll help you stir-fry it." Han Yushi nodded, and then asked someone to help her find the apron that Li Zishuan invented. After tying it, she walked to the stove. She would never refuse Li Zishuan's request. Some people said that Li Zishuan doted on his wife, but it was better to say that Han Yushi doted on her husband. Wife, the whole process of stir-frying tea is divided into 3 stages: green pot, rejuvenation, and bright pot. The so-called green pot is to initially shape the tea leaves into a flat shape within a quarter of an hour. The tea leaves are stir-fried until they are 70 to 80% dry. Next is rejuvenation. After the green pot step, the tea leaves are spread flat in the bamboo sieve and rejuvenated. It takes about an hour. The last is bright pot. After the rejuvenated tea leaves are added to the pot and stir-fried until they are dry, reducing the moisture to about 5% and further shaping. This process takes about a quarter of an hour. After the bright pot, the tea leaves will be the finished product when they are cooled. They can be brewed with boiling water directly for drinking. Li Zishuan came to Han Yushi's side and roughly explained the steps of stir-frying tea. These were all things that he had seen on TV before. In terms of practice, he had never stir-fried it himself. Just now, when Li Zishuan was talking, Han Yushi was memorizing and thinking about the specific operation of each step in her mind. At this moment, after Li Zishuan finished speaking, she nodded thoughtfully and said, "Husband, I should understand now. Let me try." Li Zishuan said with a smile, "Hee. Wife, you can try as much as you want. We still have a lot of tea leaves at home. It doesn't matter if you spoil it. Oh come, let me help you with the fire. Isn't it tiring to work together with a man and a woman?" Han Yushi had long been accustomed to her husband's unconventional behavior. Hearing this, she rolled her eyes at Li Zishuan and said, "Husband, don't you need to go to the academy in the afternoon? I heard that there are a lot of things going on at the academy recently. You'd better go quickly. It's enough to have me and Xiaohe here." Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "It's okay. I'll go after I'm done. At most, I'll stay at the academy for a while at night." Seeing that she couldn't persuade him, Han Yushi could only let Li Zishuan be. On the other side, Li Zishuan had already started burning firewood. Speaking of which, in this era there was no gas, no natural gas and no induction cooker. For stir-frying they could only rely on firewood. Xiaohe had already helped Han Yushi clean the pot. When Han Yushi saw that the fire was almost ready, she poured the tea leaves that Xiaohe handed over into the pot and began to stir-fry tea for the first time in her life. Chapter 1360. Yunshan Residence, Back Kitchen. Alright. Husband, what do you think of the color? Can we get it out of the pot? After working for nearly 2 hours, Han Yushi estimated the time, looked at the color of the tea leaves in the pot and asked Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan stood up and looked into the pot. What he saw were pieces of flat, smooth, sharp and tender green tea leaves. He looked at his wife in surprise and praised her. "These stir-fried tea leaves are straight and sharp. They are flat and handsome. They are smooth and even. The color of the tea leaves is yellow and green. It is very tempting. It is really the best. Wife, you are really good at cooking. The control of the fire is just right. I am impressed." He was not bragging. The tea leaves that Han Yushi stir-fried were comparable to the top-grade Longjing tea that was sold in the tea shops in his previous life. Li Zishuan felt that marrying this wife was really a treasure. She could stir-fry tea to such a high standard for her first time. Han Yushi was happy in her heart, but she said embarrassedly, "Husband, you are talking nonsense again. I was just lucky. How can it be as good as you say? Although she said that, the two little dimples on her cheeks betrayed her. Li Zishuan laughed and could not help but touch Han Yushi's white jade-like cheeks. He said, "Ha! Wife, don't be so modest. Let me make a cup of tea for you. Xiaohe, you help me with the fire. Xiaoshi, have you boiled the water that I asked you to boil?" "Yes, young master." "Yes, yes. Young master, it is boiling." Xiaohe and Xiaoshi replied. "Good. Today I will make a cup of tea for each of you. The best Hangzhou spring tea." After Li Zishuan finished speaking, he went out of the kitchen and personally went to get the teacups. Half an hour later, the 4 cups of tea were brewed. The green and clear tea was steaming, bringing the unique fragrance of the tea leaves into the air. Han Yushi, Xiaohe and Xiaoshi could not help but sniff. Their faces were filled with intoxication. "Husband, after the tea leaves are brewed like this, it does seem to be 100 times more fragrant than the tea we brewed before." After Han Yushi looked at the tender green and clear tea in front of her, she couldn't help but say with joy. Not to mention the taste, just by looking at the color and the aroma, the freshly brewed tea in front of him was 100 times better than the tea powder soup in the past. And then, the tea brewed by young master looks good just by looking at it. It will definitely taste good when drunk. Xiaohe blinked her eyes and said excitedly. Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Ha! Whether it tastes good or not, we will only know after we drink it. Wife Xiaohe, Xiaoshi, quickly try it. Oh, be careful, don't burn yourself." "Yes. Thank you, husband. Thank you, young master." Xiaohe and Xiaoshi were flattered. After all, this was tea brewed by Li Zishuan himself. At this time, Li Zishuan also picked up the teacup. He first put it in front of his nose and took a light sniff, then closed his eyes with a face full of enjoyment. Speaking of which, he hadn't smelled such a pure tea fragrance for more than a year, right? After sighing with emotion, Li Zishuan gently blew on the hot tea in the cup. After a moment, he took a shallow sip. There was a faint bitter taste in the mouth, and then a burst of rich tea aroma exploded in the mouth, leaving a rich aftertaste. On the other side, Han Yushi also took a sip. Then her eyes widened and she exclaimed, "Husband, this tea tastes very special. The texture is smooth and it leaves a fragrance in the mouth after drinking it. It's simply amazing." "Yes, yes. Although Xiaohe can't tell how it tastes good, I just feel that it is 10,000 times better than the tea we brewed in the past. And, young master, this tea is slightly bitter, but after savoring it carefully, it is full of fragrance. This feeling is just like life." Listening to the praise of the 3 beauties in the room, Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Ha, Xiaoshi is right. Sometimes drinking tea is like tasting life. There is contemplation in the tea, enlightenment in the contemplation, reminiscence, and life. Wife, take your time to enjoy it. I will bring some tea leaves to the academy to reward the teachers." Drinking tea is like tasting life? Han Yushi couldn't help but be startled. Then she smiled and said, "NN. Husband, you can go now. As for the remaining tea leaves, I will help you with Xiaohe and the rest." Thank you for your hard work, my wife." Li Zishuan nodded, then took a small box of freshly brewed tea leaves and went out in the direction of Yanhuang College. Mo Zhong asked the canteen to boil 2 pots of water and bring them to the meeting room. Also bring some teacups. When he arrived at the academy, Li Zishuan directly called Mo Zhong and ordered. "Yes, Yamacho." Mo Zhong was a little confused, but he still followed the order. "Hey, Yamacho, you came at the right time. This is the list of secret carriers and secret places listed by our physics department. Please take a look." After Mo Zhong left, Li Zishuan had just walked into Guanghua building when he met Mo Chue. Mo Chue was holding a pile of files. When he saw Li Zishuan coming to the academy, he quickly walked over and said. Li Zishuan glanced at the files in Mo Chue's hands, but he didn't take them. Instead, he said, "I'll look at this later. Everyone has been working hard these past 2 days. Rest for a while. I brought you something good." Li Zishuan said as he led Mo Chue to the big meeting room on the first floor. It was Saturday and the students had gone home for the holidays. Only the teachers were still busy working overtime in the meeting room. Arriving at the conference room, Li Zishuan cleared his throat and said to the busy teachers of the academy, "Thank you for your hard work, gentlemen. Put down the things at hand and rest for a while. Today I brought you something good that can lift your spirits and reduce fatigue. Everyone have a good taste." The teachers in the meeting room immediately looked at Li Zishuan. Li Gang stroked his beard and asked curiously, "Yamacho, what is it that can be so magical? Could it be some kind of medicine?" "No, Yamacho, you let us taste it, which means it's not medicine." "Yes, Brother Wenji's analysis is correct. It seems that the thing Yamacho is talking about is a new kind of delicacy? Then this old man wants to have a good taste. Yin Silu followed Li Gang and echoed. Hearing him say this, everyone in the room couldn't help but swallow. Delicacy, and it was brought by Li Zixuan himself. How could the taste be bad? Who in the Tang Empire didn't know that Li Zixuan was a veritable food king? Seeing this scene, Li Zixuan showed the wooden box of tea leaves in his hand and said with amusement, "Haha, you don't have to guess anymore. Here it's tea. Today I've brought you a new way to drink tea. Yamacho, here's the boiled water you asked for." At this moment, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun came in with 2 pots of steaming boiled water. Behind them were 10 or so waiters from the canteen, each carrying a tray of teacups. "Give each gentleman a teacup. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun, you 2 carry the kettles and come with me." Li Zixuan gave a simple order, and the waiters in the canteen took the lead and got to work. Li Zixuan led Mo Zhong and Mo Yun to stand behind Li Gang. The old gentleman cooperatively stepped aside. Li Zixuan opened the tea box and immediately, a fragrant smell wafted out. Li Gang raised his eyebrows in surprise and couldn't help but close his eyes, greedily breathing in the tea fragrance coming from the tea box. Li Zixuan added a small pinch of tea leaves into the old gentleman's teacup, and then had Mo Zhong pour boiling water into it. The tea leaves first floated on the surface of the water, but they quickly sank. The clear water in the teacup had already turned a tender green color, and it was extremely tempting. Moreover, the rich tea fragrance coming from the teacup made the people nearby salivate. Go. What tea leaves are these? Why are whole leaves used instead of tea powder? Also, why are these tea leaves giving off such a rich tea fragrance just by soaking them in boiling water? Yin Silu said with a shocked expression. The Yin family had a long history of learning. What kind of tea had Yin Silu not tasted in his life? However, he had never seen a tea drinking method like Li Zixuan, where the tea leaves were directly soaked in boiling water. Moreover, the tea made with this method had a clear color and a rich aroma, which made him even more puzzled. That's right. Yamacho, why is your tea drinking method completely different from the way we used to drink tea? Ma Zhou also said with a puzzled expression. Li Zixuan added tea leaves into Yin Silu's cup next to him and said with a smile, "I said at the very beginning that today I'm bringing a brand new tea drinking method to all of you. Don't worry everyone, there's a share for everyone." After that, he personally placed the tea leaves in the cups of the leaders of the 5 academic departments. At this time, Mo Zhong said very perceptively, "Yamacho, let me do it. I remember the amount of tea leaves you put in each cup just now." There were more than 70 teachers in this room. Li Zixuan naturally couldn't put tea leaves in every one of them. Hearing that, he went with the flow and said, "That's fine. But be careful, don't burn others and don't burn yourselves." "Okay. Yamacho, don't worry." Mo Zhong responded, then took the tea box and began to pour tea for the teachers in the room. After half an hour, everyone in the room was given a cup of tea. The entire conference room was suddenly filled with the fragrance of tea. At this moment, even someone with a weak nose would be intoxicated by the tea fragrance. This tea is definitely not ordinary. I, Wang Wugong, have drunk wine all my life and don't like to drink tea. However, after smelling this tea today, I'm actually a little hungry. Everyone please, I'll first taste this fragrant tea and see how it tastes. Wang Ji picked up the teacup and sniffed it hard. Then he eagerly put it to his mouth and blew on it fiercely. When he felt that the tea wasn't so hot anymore, he directly took a big sip. Slurp. The sound of this old drunkard drinking tea was like slurping noodles. It really made people speechless. The texture is smooth and it's slightly bitter. However, after tasting it carefully, one can feel the rich tea fragrance and even a hint of sweetness. Wonderful. Too wonderful. This elegant sweetness moistens my throat. I can't even bear to rinse my mouth for 3 days. This tea should only exist in heaven. It's rare to taste it in the human world. Wang Ji closed his eyes and savored it carefully. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and laughed loudly like a drunkard. Chapter 1361. In the large conference room on the first floor of the Guanghua building of Yanhuang College. The teachers sitting in the room heard Wang Ji praise the tea as if it was the only tea in heaven and the only tea on earth. They couldn't help but pick up their teacups and blow on it. Then they began to taste it carefully. For a moment, the conference room was filled with the sound of blowing and sipping. Yes, Mr. Wang is right. This tea should only be found in heaven. It's bitter at first and sweet at last. The taste is mellow and refreshing. After drinking it, the taste lingers on the teeth and cheeks. After drinking this cup of tea, you can recollect your whole life. The realm of life is like tea. The taste of tea reveals one's nature. Yamacho's tea leaves and the method of making tea are really wonderful. It was the first time for everyone in the room to drink this kind of brewed tea. They all closed their eyes and savored it carefully. After a long time, Li Gang was the first to open his eyes. The old man had a face full of surprise as he sighed with emotion. The realm of life is like tea. The tea tastes life. Brother Wenji, you're right. A cup of tea can make people recall the joys and sorrows of life. Maybe this tea is the immortal tea? Yen Silu stroked his beard and nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. Only the immortal tea in heaven can have such a taste. Wonderful. Wonderful. This tea is so fragrant. It's sweet and fragrant like orchids. It's quiet but not cold. It seems to be tasteless. After drinking it, I feel a kind of chi between the teeth and cheeks. It's tasteless and even tasteless. The color, fragrance, and taste are perfect. This tea is comparable to a supreme delicacy. Su Hongji, Xiaodian, Ma Zhou, and the other teachers in the room all sighed and praised the tea. Quick, quick, quick. Give me another cup of water. Wouldn't it be a waste if I don't make such good tea 10 or 8 times? Wang Ji, the old drunkard, didn't have the time to sigh. He quickly downed a cup of tea and asked Mo Zhong for water. Li Zixuan was speechless. Generally, tea leaves were only soaked 3 times. The first time the tea leaves were infused with 50% of the soluble matter. The second to fourth soaking was 30%, 10%, and 1% to 3% respectively. 80% of the vitamins and amino acids in the tea leaves could be extracted in the first soak, and more than 95% of the vitamins and amino acids in the tea leaves would be extracted in the second soak. Therefore, if Wang Ji wanted to use the same cup of tea to brew it for 10 or 8 times, it was completely nonsense. If that really happened, he probably wouldn't be able to drink it himself. This old man does seem a little more spirited. It seems like this tea really has the miraculous effect of boosting one's spirit. At this time, Li Gang suddenly felt his mind become clearer. He didn't know if it was an illusion, so he hesitantly said. As soon as this was said, it immediately received the approval of many people. Yen Silu was pleasantly surprised. It seemed to be the case. Yamacho, not only can your tea taste life, but it can also boost one's spirit. It's really amazing. Ma Zhou said, whether it's color, taste, or effect, this tea is far from comparable to the tea I've drunk before. Wang Ji nodded repeatedly and said, yes, yes. That's right. Yamacho, where did you get this tea? Where can I buy it? After drinking this kind of tea, how can other teas still taste good? That's right. Yamacho, where can I buy this tea? Hearing Wang Ji's question, the rest of the people came to their senses. As the saying goes, comparisons are odious. Now that they had drunk this kind of immortal tea, how could they still be interested in the other ordinary things of the mortal world? Therefore they had to quickly ask Li Zixuan where they could buy it. Otherwise, wouldn't they have no tea to drink in the future? The teachers of Yanhuang College didn't have a low monthly salary. Moreover, they usually devoted themselves to teaching and studying in Yunshan, so they didn't spend much in their daily lives. Therefore, most people felt that as long as there was a place to buy this tea, they could more or less afford it. But it was a pity, hee. I obtained this tea by chance from a friend. Then I used 18 processing techniques such as shaking, putting, pressing, spreading, swinging, sticking, grasping, pressing, grinding, and so on. Currently, in the entire Tang dynasty or even the entire world, there are no other places that sell this tea except for the tea in my hands. Li Zixuan replied proudly. Wang Ji was speechless. He only wanted to know where to buy these magical tea leaves. He didn't care how the tea leaves were processed. At this moment, seeing Li Zixuan's smug face showing off, to be honest, although Wang Ji was usually very respectful of Li Zixuan, he suddenly wanted to punch Li Zixuan's smug face. Yamacho, aren't you tricking us? You let us taste such good tea once, but then you tell us that there's no place to sell it. You're leaving us with no water to drink in the future. The old drunkard looked at Li Zixuan with a bitter face and said. He had planned to buy some of this tea to replace alcohol. After all, Li Zixuan had told him before that excessive drinking was harmful to the body, especially for an old man like him. Yes. Yamacho, you gave us such good tea. How can we drink other tea in the future? Aren't you torturing us? Yes. Yamacho, can you get Wonderful Taste Pavilion or Drunken Immortal House to find a way to sell this tea? After Wang Ji's voice fell, the other teachers in the room began to complain, ask. Li Zixuan's face was full of helplessness. He didn't even have much of this high-quality Hangzhou spring tea. If he had known, he wouldn't have taken it out to show off. What a sin. He thought for a moment, then suddenly rolled his eyes and said loudly, Ahem. Everyone. Although this tea is not sold elsewhere, I'll leave a box with Mr. Wenji. Whenever you want to drink it, you can ask Mr. Wenji for it. Okay, the tea has been tasted. Everyone, let's do your work. Chue, didn't you have something to show me earlier? Bring it to my office. After giving his instructions, Li Zixuan hurriedly slipped away as if there was oil under his feet. The main thing was that more than 70 men were looking at you with bitter eyes. No one could stand it. Chue hurriedly held the file and chased after Li Zixuan. Oh, this guy also took away his unfinished tea. He was probably afraid that someone would steal it after he left. Everyone in the room turned their gazes to Li Gang at this moment. In their eyes, some were eager to try, some were timid and hesitant, and some were drooling. Li Gang, who was innocently implicated, twitched the corner of his mouth at this moment. Yamacho, you're tricking me? Aren't you passing on your hatred? But when he thought of the wonderful taste of the tea, Li Gang instantly felt that if he was tricked, then so be it. This was a trap worth jumping into. Ahem. Continue with your work. As for the tea given by Yamacho, I won't keep it to myself. Li Gang straightened his face and said to everyone with a serious face. Hearing this, many of the new teachers couldn't help but feel bitter in their hearts. They thought to themselves, you are so respected. When the time comes, even if we want to drink some immortal tea, how would we dare to frequently ask you for it? Li Zixuan left a box of tea leaves for Li Gang and then sent someone to deliver a small box to Sun Simiao. This could be considered a small benefit for the medical school. After some thought, he also sent someone to deliver a large box of tea leaves to the palace. He even included the brewing method and effects of the tea leaves. This was considered a public bribe to Li Er. Logically speaking, the reason why he could live so well in the Tang Empire was inseparable from Li Er's appreciation and tolerance. Take the incident with the Japanese princess as an example. What he had done could be big or small. If it was a big matter, he would be demoted and stripped of his title. If it was a small matter, he would be reduced to a small matter. In the end, Li Zixuan forgave him because of his outstanding contributions to Yanhuang College and the Tang Empire. This made Li Zixuan feel grateful from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, he decided that from now on he would be a bootlicker. Once there was something good like tea leaves, he would send a portion to Old Li and Empress Jiangsun. This way, when he made a mistake in the future, Li Er might be lenient on account of their old friendship. Even if Old Li couldn't do it, Empress Jiangsun would definitely plead for him. It was said that a bootlicker would eventually have nothing, but a bootlicker of the emperor would eventually have everything. At the same time, Li Zixuan also sent someone to inform Zheng Yinhong, Zheng Qianjun, Chao Wendong, Lin Wenyuan, and the other members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce to come to Yun Mountain tomorrow afternoon to participate in the tea tasting conference. He guessed that the reason why Zheng Yinhong came to visit him yesterday was probably because he was interested in the business of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. It just so happened that the land of Jiangnan was an undeveloped land for Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan also had the intention to expand his business to Jiangnan. At night in the palace. Servant Guanyin, you came at the right time. Li Zixuan sent someone to deliver a box of tea leaves. Come and have a taste. In the Sweet Dew Palace, Li Er saw Empress Jiangsun walk in with a bowl of white fungus soup. He immediately smiled. Tea leaves? If I remember correctly, didn't that child always dislike tea leaves? Why did he send a box to the emperor? Empress Jiangsun put the white fungus soup on the dragon table and then said with a strange expression. I'm also wondering what this kid is up to. But his tea leaves are definitely not as good as Servant Guanin's white fungus soup. Let me finish this white fungus soup first. Li Er smiled and inwardly flattered Empress Jiangsun. Then he picked up the white fungus soup on the dragon table and began to drink it. Empress Jiangsun glanced at Li Er with her beautiful eyes, then picked up the wooden box that Li Er had placed to the side. She examined it carefully for a while, then opened the lid of the wooden box. Immediately, a burst of tea fragrance rushed out. She then saw the flat, smooth, sharp and tender green tea leaves in the wooden box. She immediately opened her small mouth in surprise, saying, "What are you talking about?" "Your Majesty. These are complete tea leaves and not tea powder. Also, these tea leaves can actually emit such a strong tea fragrance. They are definitely not ordinary." There was a note on it. Take a small amount of tea leaves and put it in a cup. Brew it with boiling water. When the water temperature is not too hot, you can drink it. Drinking it can raise one's spirits, reduce fatigue, help digestion, and delay aging? Could it be that these tea leaves are immortal tea? It doesn't need to be cooked and only needs to be brewed with boiling water. Moreover, it has so many effects on the human body. Is Marquis Yong and joking with us? Oh? reduce fatigue and delay aging? These tea leaves have such effects. Hearing this, Li'er raised his eyebrows in surprise and said, let someone brew 2 cups. Won't we know once we taste it? If this kid is bragging, I will teach him a lesson. Empress Jiangsun covered her mouth and smiled, yes, Your Majesty. Then she ordered the servants to boil a pot of water in the imperial kitchen and bring it over. Nowadays, honeycomb coal and coal stoves were widely used. Of course, the imperial palace also had these. Therefore, it didn't take much time to boil a pot of water. In less than a quarter of an hour, an eunuch came in with a pot of water. Empress Jiangsun personally took it and then said with a slight smile, Your Majesty is always busy with state affairs and has to deal with a myriad of affairs every day. Let me make a cup of tea for Your Majesty. Let's see if these tea leaves have the effect of reducing fatigue. Saying this, she took out a small handful of tea leaves from the wooden box and threw it into the jade-white teacup. Then she lifted the pot and carefully poured the boiling water into the teacup. Trickles of water flowed down from the opening of the pot and formed a small whirlpool in the teacup. The tea leaves flowed with the flow and spun on the surface of the water happily. However, they quickly sank and the color of the tea instantly turned into a tender yellow and clear color. It was extremely tempting. Li'er originally did not pay much attention to Li Zishuan's tea leaves. However, at this moment his expression finally became serious. Smelling the tea fragrance in the air and looking at the clear and tender yellow tea, Li'er could not help but say, this tea has both color and fragrance. It's really special. Let me have a taste and see how it tastes. Saying this, he lifted the teacup and blew on it. Then he took a sip and closed his eyes to taste it carefully. It's slightly bitter when it enters the mouth, but after tasting it carefully, I can feel that there is a hint of fruity or faint floral fragrance in the tea. This feeling reminds me of my early military years. Yes, the taste is fresh, refreshing and sweet. The tea leaves that had been boiled before cannot be compared to this tea. Furthermore, after I drank it, I did become more energetic. These tea leaves are really magical. Maid Guanyin, you should also try it. After a long while, Li'er opened his eyes and said with a bright light in his eyes, yes. For this tea to be praised by Your Majesty, this concubine must try it no matter what. Empress Jiangsun nodded. At this time, a palace maid had already poured her a cup of tea. Empress Jiangsun placed the cup by her mouth and took a sip. A moment later, her pair of beautiful eyes suddenly blossomed with infinite brilliance. She swallowed the tea and then repeatedly exclaimed in admiration. Green color, rich fragrance, sweet taste and beautiful shape. Your Majesty, in this concubine's opinion, the tea leaves that Marquis Yong and offered are unmatched in these 4 aspects. They can be called the 4 best. Hearing this, Li'er clapped and laughed. Ha! Good. Maid Guanyin summed it up well. These tea leaves can indeed be called the 4 best. At least that brat Li Zishuan has some conscience. He knows to give me a portion of the good stuff when he gets it. Now that I have drunk this tea, I will not be able to drink any other tea in the future. Zhao Song, pass down the decree to Li Zishuan. In the future he will be responsible for the palace's tribute tea. This old servant obeys the decree. Zhao Song did not know that Li Zishuan did not have many tea leaves. Hearing this, he agreed and planned to send someone to pass down the decree to Li Zishuan tomorrow. Chapter 1362. Father, I heard that Duke Yong and invited us to the Cloud Mountain for the tea-tasting conference? East of Chang and City, Zheng family's mansion in the capital. Zheng Qianjun came to the study and asked Zheng Yinhong. Zheng Yinhong nodded and smiled. That's right. But this time, Qianjun, you don't have to go. Zheng Qianjun said unhappily, why? Father? I won't ruin your plans. To be honest, he quite liked going to the Cloud Mountain, especially the tall and majestic cement building of Yanhuang College. Even though the Zheng family was rich in Jiangnan, they didn't have such a luxurious house as the one on the Cloud Mountain. Zheng Yinhong shook his head and said, I've received news that those who are attending the tea-tasting conference are the major members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. They should be there to discuss business matters. Qianjun, aren't you not interested in these things? Besides, the Wind Thunder team has a match tomorrow. Someone has to watch the field. You should go to the field tomorrow. Yes, Father. Zheng Qianjun hesitated for a moment and nodded. Then his eyes suddenly lit up and he asked, Father, Marquis invited the members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. Does he want to take some of our business? It seems that Marquis likes the tea you gave him yesterday. Zheng Yinhong chuckled as he stroked his beard and said, Ha, no matter what, it's good for our family. Let's see what Duke Yong and will do tomorrow. The next day in the Cloud Mountain residence. Li Zixuan had just finished his breakfast when a servant from the palace came to the Cloud Mountain and told him that Li Er had listed the tea he offered yesterday as a tribute. He would be responsible for the tea in the palace in the future. Li Zixuan was instantly dumbfounded, because he didn't have any of these tea leaves in stock. Chang'an City was located in the northwest of China. The climate was dry, but the growth of tea trees had higher requirements for sunshine, temperature, moisture, wind, and air humidity. Tea trees like diffuse light. Generally, tea trees that grew in high mountains, forests, or clouds had better quality. Therefore, since ancient times there had been many large-scale tea production bases in the south of China, which were world-renowned and well-known. The famous tea in China was basically produced in the south, while the north was relatively unknown in comparison. Now that Li Er had asked him to be in charge of the tea supply for the palace, wasn't this a waste? Where would he get so many tea leaves? After thinking about it, he could only let Jing Yinhong do it. He was sure that the old man would be very happy. At 7 in the morning, Zheng Yinhong, Chao Wendong, Lin Wenyuan, and the others arrived on time. Zheng Yinhong and Chao Wendong had crossed paths before, and because of the storm team, Zheng Yinhong's name was already widely known by the people of Chang'an. Therefore, when they arrived at the Cloud Mountain residence, Zheng Yinhong had already gotten along well with Lin Wenyuan, Feng Zhihua, and the other members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce. Greetings, Marquis. After being informed by the servants, the group came to the front yard. Li Zixuan had already set up the teacups under the pavilion in the front yard. There was also a stove beside him boiling hot water. Jing Yinhong, Chao Wendong, and the others quickly bowed to Li Zixuan. Everyone, don't be so polite. Have a seat. Li Zixuan smiled and gestured for everyone to take a seat. At this time he ordered, Shao He, pour the tea. Yes, young master. Shao He bowed and poured the water into the teacups on the stone table. Instantly the aroma of tea filled the courtyard. Everyone was naturally amazed by this novel tea brewing technique and the color of the tea soup. Compared to the previous method of boiling tea powder and various seasonings in a pot, this kind of tea soup brewed with boiling water had a more clear and attractive color. Just from the appearance alone, it was better by a notch. However, what was even more amazing was the taste of the tea. It was bitter at first, then sweet, and left a lingering fragrance in everyone's mouth. Zheng Yinhong exclaimed, Marquis, the taste of this tea is really unique. There's sweetness in the bitterness and there's a fragrance in the sweetness. Especially when you swallow the tea, the fragrance suddenly explodes, and you feel like your organs are filled with the tea's fragrance. In the past, I didn't like to drink tea made with crushed tea powder. I used fresh tea leaves that were picked and boiled over a small fire before drinking. The taste was very delicious, so before this I thought that I had created an amazing method of brewing tea. However, compared to Marquis tea today, I really feel that all the tea I drank before was wasted. However, I'm a little curious. Are these tea leaves really the tea leaves that I sent to Marquis the day before yesterday? Why is the taste so different? Li Zixuan couldn't help but secretly smile. He thought to himself that Jing Yinhong was quite knowledgeable in the way of tea. He actually knew to give up on using tea powder and use whole tea leaves. However, he used raw tea leaves, so the taste was much worse. As far as he knew, fresh tea leaves could indeed be brewed with boiling water directly. However, the tea that was brewed would have a strong grassy taste. After all, tea leaves that weren't fried were the most primitive and most natural state of tea leaves. The tea tree was also a type of herb. Of course, these tea leaves are the ones that Villa Master Zheng sent over the day before yesterday. Otherwise, where would I get so many tea leaves in such a short time? Li Zixuan looked at Jing Yinhong and smiled. However, the tea leaves that Villa Master Zheng sent over, I used a special method to process them. That's why the fragrance is even stronger. Here. Everyone, please take a look at the shape of the tea leaves after the processing. As he spoke, Li Zixuan asked Xiaoxi to bring over a box of fried tea leaves and handed it to Zheng Yinhong. Thank you very much, Marquis. Zheng Yinhong received the box with both hands and opened it. He was instantly shocked because the tea leaves in the box had not been brewed with boiling water, yet they were emitting a strong tea fragrance. To him, this was simply unbelievable. Zheng Yinhong had been doing business all his life. He even managed such a big stall like Misty Rain Villa. Naturally, he knew how to conduct himself. He poured out 3 to 4 tea leaves from the wooden box and poured them into his hands. Then he handed the wooden box to Chao Wendong and said, Come, brother Chao, let's take a look. Chao Wendong nodded gratefully at Zheng Yinhong and said, All right. Just nice, let's broaden our horizons. Soon, everyone was given a few pieces of tea leaves and began to observe them carefully. TSK. These processed tea leaves are all flat and smooth, sharp, tender and green, even and heavy. This is simply amazing. Zheng Yinhong had done quite a bit of research on the way of tea. After a careful observation, he first clicked his tongue in wonder and sighed. Then he asked somewhat uncertainly, "Marquis, have these tea leaves been fried in a pot?" Li Zishuan nodded and praised, "Ha! Heights Lord Jing really has good eyesight. These tea leaves are indeed fried." Zheng Yinhong exclaimed, "To be able to fry the tea leaves into such a flat, smooth, sharp and uniform shape, it's really not easy. The person who fried the tea leaves has exquisite skills. It's simply uncanny workmanship. I'm really impressed." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "To be honest, the person who fried the tea leaves is my wife." The ancients usually addressed their wives as lowly wives to outsiders, but Li Zishuan was not used to it. Everyone was shocked. They quickly stood up and cupped their fists. To be able to taste Marquis's wife's culinary skills is truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. "Thank you, Marquis, for your hospitality today." "Hee. You don't have to be so polite," Li Zishuan said with a smile as he stretched out his hand. Only then did everyone sit down again. At this time Chao Wendong asked, "Marquis, these tea leaves are so fragrant and elegant. It's so special that it should have a name. I wonder if Marquis has a suitable name in mind?" Yes. How can such an immortal tea not have a nice name? "Marquis, why don't you give this tea a name today?" Zheng Yinhong quickly agreed. Li Zishuan heard this and pinched his chin. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Since everyone thinks that this is an immortal tea, why don't we call it the Immortal Tea?" Although he wanted to directly name it West Lake Longjing, at this time Westlake had not been born yet. Moreover, he did not know if there was a Longjing village in this era. If he named it West Lake Longjing, no one would know what it meant. The predecessor of West Lake was originally the intersection of the hills and the East Sea. In the Tang dynasty, Bai Ji served as the magistrate of Hangzhou. In order to improve the drinking conditions of the people of Hangzhou, he organized artificial dredging of West Lake, so that West Lake evolved from a purely natural lake to a semi-natural and semi-artificial lake. Later, in the northern Song dynasty, when Su Dongpa served as the Zhizhou of Hangzhou, he organized the dredging of West Lake and piled it up into a long dike. Later generations named it Su Dike in commemoration. It was precisely because of historical figures like Bai Ji, Su Dongpa, and other historical figures that not only regulated West Lake, but also praised West Lake with their own flower-making magic pen. The beauty of West Lake slowly began to be deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. But in Tang Chu's moment, if you told people about West Lake, they would probably be confused and not know what you were talking about. Immortal Tea? That's a good name. First there was the Immortal Drunken Wine, then the Immortal Mirror, then the Immortal Lamp, and now the Immortal Tea. Good name. Zheng Yinhong was stunned, then clapped his hands and laughed. The rest of the people also felt that the 3 words, Immortal Tea, were quite appropriate, and it could echo the name of Li Zishuan's previous products, so they spoke out to express their appreciation. "I just don't know if Marquis has any intention of doing a tea business?" With the unique stir-frying method of the Immortal Tea, the novel and simple brewing method, as well as its sweet and refreshing taste and texture, this Zheng dares to guarantee that as long as Marquis is willing to sell it, it will definitely become popular all over the world. Zheng Yinhong suddenly looked at Li Zishuan and said. Hearing this, everyone came back to their senses, and they all cast their gazes towards Li Zishuan, because this was a very big cake. Li Zishuan was happy. He was waiting for Zheng Yinhong to say this, so he smiled and said, "Ha! Of course I want to do this tea business, but I need everyone to cooperate with me." Chapter 1363. 2-in-1 chapter. Oh? Marquis, if you have any orders, I will do my best to cooperate with you. Yunshan residence. Hearing that Li Zishuan wanted to start a tea business and needed everyone's help, Zheng Yinhong's expression changed. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "We are also willing to lend Marquis a helping hand." Chao Wendong and the others also cupped their hands and said. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Good. With everyone's help, this Marquis has even more confidence in doing this tea business. First, we have to solve the problem of the source of the tea. The weather in the north is dry and not suitable for tea trees to grow, so the tea leaves must be picked from the south." Speaking of this, Li Zishuan looked at Zheng Yinhong and said, "I sent the tea leaves to the palace yesterday. After His Majesty tasted it, he liked it very much and decided to list the immortal tea as a tribute tea. So, in the future, the tea leaves that the palace needs will be collected in the Jiangnan area." Tribute tea? Everyone was shocked and their hearts were in turmoil. However, Zheng Yinhong's expression changed and he said, Marquis, the immortal tea being listed as a tribute tea shows that its quality is unparalleled in the world. But once it is listed as a tribute tea, it should not be sold casually among the people. Hearing this, everyone came to their senses. Chao Wendong nodded and said, Marquis, what manner head Zheng said is reasonable. Once the immortal tea is listed as a tribute tea, how can the people enjoy it casually? Li Zishuan waved his hand and said with a smile, You can't say that. His Majesty loves the people like his children and likes to enjoy with them. Besides, we can make a batch of top-grade immortal tea and supply it to the palace. As for the lower-grade ones, we can sell them to the people. When the time comes, the immortal tea will borrow the reputation of the tribute tea and sell it to the people. In the Tang dynasty, there were no strict restrictions on the tributes to the palace. Every place only needed to deliver the tributes to the court on time. It did not mean that once something was listed as a tribute, it could not be sold among the people. For example, cucumbers had always been a tribute before the Tang dynasty and during the Tang dynasty, but could the people not eat it? Obviously not. As long as you have the money, you can definitely buy it. As for the imperial tribute tea, there had never been a precedent before. Zheng Yinhong and the others were only worried because they wanted to be absolutely sure. Marquis' move is brilliant. However, can this immortal tea also be divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades? Feng Zhihua stroked his beard and asked doubtfully. The tea leaves they used to drink were all crushed tea leaves mixed with seasonings. How could there be any concept of grading tea leaves? Li Zishuan smiled and said, Of course, tea leaves can be divided into different grades. Generally speaking, for fresh tea leaves, the shorter the buds and leaves, the more tender they are, and the smaller the angle between the buds and leaves, the better the quality of the tea leaves. Therefore, top-grade fresh tea leaves must have a bud and a leaf that have just bloomed. The angle of the bud and leaf should be small, the bud should be longer than the leaf, the bud and leaf should be uniform in fat, and the bud and leaf should not be more than an inch long. In addition, the stir-frying method should also be particular. In my opinion, after stir-frying, the tea leaves should be flat and smooth, delicate and sharp, tender and green, uniform and heavy, and the bud peak should be visible. In this way, the top-grade fresh tea leaves, coupled with the top-grade stir-frying method, will naturally become the top-grade immortal tea. Using this top-grade immortal tea as a tribute and selling the slightly inferior ones will not only save the emperor's face, but also let the world taste the delicious immortal tea. It can be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Hearing this, everyone nodded and thought that this plan was very appropriate. Zheng Yinhong was even more convinced. He cupped his hands and said, Marquis' research and attainments in the way of tea can be said to be a master of a generation. I used to think that I had done a lot of research in the way of tea, but after listening to Marquis' words today, I realized that I was just a frog at the bottom of a well. Heights Lord Zheng, you don't have to say that. In fact, I learned these things from my master. They are not my own skills. Li Zishuan smiled and then said, Heights Lord Zheng, I want to build a tea garden in the Jiangnan area, but I have been in Chang and for many years and have no time to manage the tea garden, so, as long as Marquis trusts me, I am willing to manage the tea garden for Marquis. As soon as Li Zishuan finished his words, Zheng Yinhong immediately said. Chao Wendong and the others were silent at this moment. Although they had business dealings with the south, they were not southerners after all. They were not like Zheng Yinhong, who had a large foundation and a wide network in the south. They wanted to help Li Zishuan build a tea garden in the south, but they did not have the ability to do so. Li Zishuan smiled and said, I appreciate Heights Lord Zheng's kindness. It's not that I don't trust you, but I will feel sorry for troubling Heights Lord Zheng. Therefore, I want to open a tea garden with Heights Lord Zheng, specializing in picking and frying immortal tea. I am also willing to share the frying method of the immortal tea. Together we can build the largest, most famous and best tea garden. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. No one expected that Li Zishuan would be willing to share the frying method of the immortal tea. It should be known that with the reputation of the tribute tea and the excellent taste of the immortal tea, as long as Li Zishuan solved the problem of the source of the tea leaves, he could rely on the tea leaves to make endless wealth. After all, in the whole Tang Empire, no tea merchant could produce tea leaves that could compete with the immortal tea. Naturally, there was no way to compete with Li Zishuan. Zheng Yinhong was well known in the Jiangnan market. He was not a person who had not seen the world. But at this moment he could not help but be moved. He quickly bowed and said, How can I open a tea garden with you, Marquis? If Marquis needs anything, I am willing to help Marquis with all my strength. I dare not covet Marquis' frying method. Zheng Yinhong was indeed a person who had seen a big scene. In the face of huge benefits, he still kept his heart at the critical moment. He was not stupid. Although he was a powerful businessman in Jiangnan, Li Zixuan was a noble marquis. If he wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as killing an ant. After all, the social hierarchy of scholars, farmers, businessmen was not a joke. Therefore, he thought quickly and seriously considered it, but still rejected this tempting proposal. Li Zixuan couldn't help but nod in his heart when he saw this. After that, he looked at Zheng Yinhong with a spurious smile and said, "Manor Lord Zheng, you're a businessman. We're talking about business right now. Fairness is the most important thing in business. Helping me build a tea garden for free isn't the way to do business. You should know that I am not short of money, and I don't like to use my power to oppress others. So, if you are willing to help, I will give you 40% of the shares. In the future, you will get 40% of the profits of the tea garden. If you are not willing to help, it doesn't matter. I will find someone else." In the face of Li Zixuan's generous offer, everyone present felt a rush of excitement. Chao Wendong and the others all looked at Zheng Yinhong enviously. Zheng Yinhong frowned and did not speak. From his frown and serious expression, one could see that he was struggling fiercely in his heart. After a long silence, Zheng Yinhong finally opened his mouth. He bowed to Li Zixuan and said, "Marquis is upright and righteous, benevolent and kind. This Zheng admires you greatly. Since Marquis treats me with sincerity, I, Zheng Yinhong, swear here today that I will do my best to manage the tea garden for Marquis for generations to come. If there is any betrayal, I am willing to let the men of my Zheng family be slaves and the women be prostitutes for generations." He understood that after obtaining Li Zixuan's secret method of frying tea, he had to be loyal to Li Zixuan and make Li Zixuan completely believe in him. Therefore he made such a heavy oath. Everyone was moved. Li Zixuan's expression also couldn't help but change slightly. It should be known that the ancient people attached great importance to oaths. No one dared to casually swear, and no one would be like Zheng Yinhong, directly swearing on their descendants. Li Zixuan hurriedly helped Zheng Yinhong up and said, "Master Zheng, you don't have to do this. The Zheng family has been doing business in Jiangnan for generations and is very trustworthy. Who doesn't know Master Zheng's trustworthiness? Who doesn't believe you?" To be honest, there were two main reasons why he shared the secret method of frying tea so easily. First, his method of frying tea was actually not difficult to learn. Once the immortal tea was launched, all the tea merchants in the world would definitely be able to figure out his method of frying tea within a year. Instead of keeping the secret method of frying tea a secret, it was better to monopolize all the high-quality tea gardens in Jiangnan while the tea market was still blank. In this way, Zheng Yinhong, the local snake, would definitely be inseparable. Second, Li Zixuan actually didn't plan to do the tea business at first. At most, he wanted to make a small batch of tea for himself and for the people around him to drink. Moreover, he was now devoted to promoting the basic technology of the Tang Empire and didn't want to spend time making money from the tea business. He didn't lack money. However, Li Er listed the immortal tea as a tribute tea and let him be responsible for the tea supply of the palace. Since he decided yesterday to be a bootlicker, he could only bootlicker to the end. Since he didn't have time, he could only delegate to Zheng Yinhong and the others. Anyway, he was confident that with his current status, Zheng Yinhong wouldn't dare to betray him. He believed that Zheng Yinhong was a smart person. Now that Zheng Yinhong had made such a solemn vow, he was even more certain that his judgment was correct. Chao Wendong, who was at the side, also nodded at this moment and said, "The Zheng family is famous in Jiangnan. They are the most trustworthy in the business world. This is indeed known by everyone." Zheng Yinhong looked at Chao Wendong gratefully, then clasped his hands at Li Zixuan and said, "Marquis is so sincere, but I can't refuse. I can only take 30% of the shares of the immortal tea garden. If Marquis is unwilling, then I can only accept it. However, I have a presumptuous request, and I hope that Marquis can agree to it." "Owner Zheng, please speak." Li Zixuan's expression changed slightly, and he was a little curious. Zheng Yinhong said in a low voice, "I know that Marquis has established the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, and I have always been fascinated. I wonder if Marquis can let me join the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce? 10% of the shares of the immortal tea garden in exchange for a membership in the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce." In the long run, he was still losing out. After all, the future potential of the immortal tea garden was limitless. However, the reason why he made this suggestion was mainly because he felt that 40% of the shares of the immortal tea garden was too hot. Giving out 10% in exchange for a membership in the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce would not only protect himself, but also open up a path for the Zheng family. Li Zixuan pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "I have no objections, but I have an idea." I will give you 10% of the shares of the Immortal Tea Garden. Boss Chow, Boss Lin, Boss Feng, you all can discuss and give 10% of the original shares of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce to owner Zheng. As a reward, this 10% of the shares of the Immortal Tea Garden will be divided equally according to the corresponding ratio. How about it? Back then, the first batch of members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce was determined through an auction. The shares that each person held were determined according to the ratio of the money that they paid. And the amount of goods that they received from the workshop in the future was directly related to the shares that they held in the Chamber of Commerce. To put it simply, Li Zixuan was now using the 10% of the shares of the Immortal Tea Garden that Zheng Yinhong gave up to exchange for 10% of the shares of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce with Chao Wendong and the rest. In any case, he would definitely not lose out in this exchange. He still held 60% of the shares of the Immortal Tea Garden. Chao Wendong and the rest looked at each other and nodded. They all said, "We are willing to follow Marquis' arrangements." They were not stupid. The goods that Zheng Yinhong received from the Strange Taste Pavilion workshop were to be shipped to Jiangnan to be sold. It did not clash with their business at all. On the contrary, with 10% of the shares of the Immortal Tea Garden, they would be able to get involved in the tea business. And originally, they would not have been able to get the shares of the Immortal Tea Garden, because with their connections, they would not be able to help Li Zixuan set up the Immortal Tea Garden. But now that Li Zixuan had given them the opportunity, how could they not seize it? Li Zixuan nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "In this way, everyone is happy. In a while, I will mark a few of the best locations for the Immortal Tea Garden on the map. When the time comes, Manor Head Zheng can help to set up the Immortal Tea Garden in these places. As for the cost of setting up the Immortal Tea Garden, we will share it." Zheng Yinhong clasped his hands and said, "Yes, Marquis." Li Zixuan smiled, then raised his teacup and said, "Come, everyone, let's use tea as wine to celebrate the addition of a new member to our flaming yellow Chamber of Commerce today." After settling the matters of the Immortal Tea Garden, Zheng Yinhong took the map that Li Zixuan had given him and set off for Jiangnan in the afternoon. In Chang'an City, he left Zheng Qianjun to look after the team. On the map that Li Zixuan had given him, the best locations for the Immortal Tea Garden were marked. These locations were almost all places that produced Longjing tea in his previous life, such as Lion Peak Mountain, Longjing Mountain, Chessboard Mountain, Shangtianzhu, Wengjia Mountain, Waxberry Ridge, Manjulong, White Crane Peak, and dozens of other mountain peaks. Li Zixuan wanted to use the memory of his previous life to quickly monopolize the production areas of these high-quality tea leaves. Even if someone later found a way to make high-quality tea, the quality of the tea leaves would be far inferior to the Immortal Tea. Of course, other than the task of setting up the Immortal Tea Garden, Zheng Yinhong's top priority in returning to Jiangnan this time was to go to the existing tea mountains and send people to pick a batch of fresh tea leaves as soon as possible to make tribute tea. As for the Immortal Tea Garden, it was estimated that they would have to wait until next year to produce tea. After all, they still had to transplant the tea trees. Chapter 1364. The reason why Zheng Yinhong was willing to fully assist Li Zixuan in opening up the tea plantation, other than being driven by profit, was because he felt Li Zixuan's sincerity. He had interacted with many officials in Jiangnan and Chang'an, but Li Zixuan was the first official to talk business with him as an equal. This moved Zheng Yinhong and gave him a good impression of Li Zixuan. Looking at Chao Wendong and the others' attitude towards Li Zixuan, it wasn't hard to understand why Zheng Yinhong swore loyalty to Li Zixuan and would never betray Li Zixuan. "If the ruler treats me like a country knight, I will repay him like a country knight." The scholar officials were willing to die for those who knew them well. Zheng Yinhong, who had always kept his promises, was also willing to pledge his loyalty to Li Zixuan, who treated him like a national scholar. It was true that businessmen valued profit, but the businessmen of this era also yearned for recognition. Li Zixuan's sincerity and Li Zixuan's equal treatment were the most important factors that moved Zheng Yinhong. To be loyal to such a superior, Zheng Yinhong felt that as long as Li Zixuan didn't fall, the Zheng family would prosper forever. At the same time, the news that Li Zixuan had a magical tea leaf and a magical tea brewing method silently spread. After all, there was no such thing as a wall that didn't have a crack. Some of the civil and military officials close to Li Zixuan took a break from their busy lives and went to Yunshan to find Li Zixuan to drink tea. Fang Shenling, Zhang Sun Wuji, Qin Xiong, Qing Yaojin, Li Jing, Li Ji, Yuqi Jingda, and the others were basically in groups of 3 to 5. They said they were visiting Yanhuang College, but their real purpose was to drink tea. In the end, when Mr. Li Gang saw that his tea leaves were getting less and less, he couldn't help but reprimand this group of shameless old men. Only then did the wave of civil and military officials visit Yunshan was slightly reduced. However, Li Zixuan was bleeding profusely. After those old fellows tasted the deliciousness of the celestial tea, they all asked him for tea leaves. However, he didn't have much in stock. But these old officials treated him well, so he couldn't refuse. In the end, he could only send a small box of tea leaves from door to door. Yes, it was a small box. Li Zixuan custom-made a small wooden box. One box could be drunk about 10 times. Although it was a little stingy, it was the limit of what he could do. If he had to blame something, he could only blame the taste of the immortal tea. Think about it. Even old drunkards like Wang Ji and Qing Yaojin liked to drink tea. How could the taste be bad? It was a pity that Wei Zheng was far away in Hunan province. Otherwise, this old troll would definitely come to ask for tea leaves. Li Zixuan, who didn't have much in stock, only hoped that Jing Yinhong could quickly send a batch of stir-fried immortal tea to Chang'an. Yes, he also taught Jing Yinhong how to stir-fry the immortal tea. Jiangnan province was nearly 1,000 miles away from Chang'an. If fresh tea leaves were to be transported to Chang'an and then processed, the transportation cost would be too high. Therefore, Li Zixuan asked Jing Yinhong to pick, stir-fry, and process the tea leaves on the spot. When the time came, the finished product would be directly sent to Chang'an. Early in the morning, Li Zixuan had just finished his sword practice and was about to go to Yanhuang College. However, at the gate of the college he met someone he didn't expect to see. San Bao. Li Zixuan looked at the disheveled, dirty and ragged beggar in front of him. Seeing that the beggar's face was very familiar, Li Zixuan thought seriously for a moment before he suddenly cried out in surprise. "Young master! San Bao is back! San Bao is finally back! Woo woo!" San Bao looked at Li Zixuan in a daze. Seeing that Li Zixuan recognized him, he immediately knelt on the ground and hugged Li Zixuan's thigh, crying and wailing. The few soldiers behind him also quickly knelt down. These people were sent by Li Zixuan to follow San Bao to search for ores. Get up quickly. What happened to you? Didn't I send you to Sichuan to search for ores? Why are you in such a sorry state?" San Bao's miserable cries alarmed the people in the courtyard. Han Yushi and Lan came out one after another. The guards outside the courtyard, Pang Feiji, Lu Feng, Lu Yun, and the other guards also looked over. Li Zixuan quickly pulled San Bao up from the ground and asked. It would have been better if he didn't ask. The moment he asked, San Bao cried even harder. With snot and tears he said, "Young master, San Bao is back." San Bao almost couldn't make it back, but San Bao found a vanadium mine for you. Li Zixuan could feel the sadness from San Bao's words, so he quickly asked, "Why did you almost not make it back? Did someone in Sichuan make things difficult for you?" At this point, Li Zixuan's tone became very unfriendly. Someone actually dared to bully the people he sent out. Wasn't this a slap to his face? San Bao slightly controlled his emotions and replied, "Young master, we found the vanadium mine on a mountain in Feng province, but we were caught by a group of people from the Chang tribe. They said that we offended their sacred mountain and wanted to kill us. Later we revealed our identities and met the leader of the Chang tribe. He asked us why we were digging for ores on the sacred mountain. I told him the truth and said that I was helping you find the vanadium mine, but he didn't believe me. He said that he had never heard of a vanadium mine on the mountain and wanted to kill us. Later the local county magistrate came with people in time and saved our lives. However, the Chang tribe didn't allow us to take the ore away from the mountain. Later we took advantage of the darkness to steal a few pieces of ore, but we were discovered by the Chang tribe. They sent people to chase us all the way until we left Yiyang County. At that time we completely got rid of them, but at that time, we lost all our travel expenses and fishing talismans. We could only beg along the way and relied on the help of a few kind-hearted people to finally make it back." Li Zixuan was silent for a while after hearing this. He had expected that there might be some twists and turns in this trip. Although the Sichuan region had long been included in the political system of the Central Plains dynasty, due to the geographical isolation and distance from the political center, and the fact that there were many Di, Chang, Man, Liao and other ethnic groups in the Sichuan region and around the basin, the land of Sichuan had become the border of the dynasty. There were many noble clans and tribes, and the various forces were also tangled and complicated. Therefore he had previously told San Bao to try his best not to have any conflicts with the local forces. However, he didn't expect San Bao to be in such a miserable state, almost starving to death on the way. After a moment of silence, Li Zixuan patted San Bao's shoulder and said, "San Bao, you've suffered. Don't worry, I'll help you get back at the Chang tribe for all the grievances you've suffered." Yes. San Bao nodded vigorously, then he scratched his head and said, "Young Young master, is there anything to eat? Sanbao is hungry. The few soldiers behind him also rubbed their stomachs and looked at Li Zixuan with an embarrassed expression. Li Zixuan hurriedly ordered, "Xiao He, quick! Go get some food and drinks for Sanbao and the others." "Yes, young master." Xiao He hurriedly ran into the house. Li Zixuan said to Sanbao, "Sanbao and the rest of you, come in and sit down to eat and drink slowly. You've all worked hard along the way." "Yes, young master." "Yes, Marquis." After a while, Xiao He and Xiao Shi brought in a bowl of freshly cooked noodles and a large bowl of chopped green onion and egg soup. This was commonly known as minced meat noodles. Each of them had a bowl of noodles and some minced meat on top. Sanbao and the rest sat on the stone table in the courtyard and wolfed down the noodles. "Sanbao, eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you. Don't choke." It was Lan'er's first time seeing someone wolfing down food like that. She was shocked and hurriedly tried to persuade him, which was rare of her. "Thank you for your concern, Sanbao won't choke." Sanbao replied to Lan'er as he ate. In his heart he was thinking that it was better to choke to death than starve to death. He hadn't eaten such delicious noodles in a long time. "Lan'er, don't disturb them." Li Zixuan patted Lan'er's head and said softly. Although he had many questions to ask Sanbao, he knew that now was not the time to ask. It was more important to let Sanbao and the rest eat their fill first. "Oh." Lan'er nodded and stood for a while before going out to play. This little girl wasn't the type to stay idle. After more than 15 minutes, Sanbao and the rest finally put down their bowls and chopsticks. The few of them had actually finished the bowl of noodles and minced meat. They were like reincarnated hungry ghosts. Burp. Sanbao and the rest burped and stood up from the stone bench. They bowed to Li Zixuan and said, "Thank you, young master." "Thank you, Marquis." Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, All of you can go back. Wash up and have a good rest. I will reward you later." Sanbao, stay. The few soldiers quickly bowed and said, "Yes, Marquis." With that they left. Li Zixuan looked at Sanbao and asked, "Sanbao, you said that the local Chang people see the mine as a sacred mountain. Why is that?" Sanbao thought for a while and replied, "Young master, I think I heard a farmer mention this before. That mountain is called the Lan family volcano. It is said that this mountain can attract soldiers from all over the world. As long as someone passes by it with a sword, he or she will feel that the sword is being pulled by some kind of force. Later on, people think that this mountain has the power of the gods and won't let anyone go up it." Lan family volcano? Li Zixuan frowned. He suddenly felt that this name was somewhat familiar. He quickly searched for relevant information in his mind. A moment later, his eyes widened as he said in disbelief, "You're saying that the mountain is called the Lan clan's volcano? Is there a mountain called the Sharp Mountain next to it?" Sanbao was stunned and looked at Li Zixuan as if he was looking at a god. She said, "Young master, how did you know that there is a sharp mountain next to it? You are really amazing. There is indeed a sharp mountain next to the Lan family volcano, but Sanbao hasn't gone up there yet." Li Zixuan's face was filled with excitement. He said, "That's great. That's great." He could basically conclude that the place that Sanbao and the rest went to was the modern-day Sichuan Panzihua. The Lan family volcano and the Sharp Mountain were the largest natural vanadium titanium magnetite mine in the modern day. In the 21st century, other than the United States, which extracted vanadium from potassium, vanadium, and uranium, or the other major vanadium-producing countries extracted vanadium from vanadium titanium magnetite. Sanbao and the rest had really found a treasure this time. The local Chang people mistook this mountain for a divine mountain. Li Zixuan thought that this was ridiculous because the magnetite in vanadium titanium magnetite was very strong. It was normal for it to attract iron swords. It had nothing to do with divine force at all. "All right. Young master, these are the ores that we stole from there. We dropped a lot of them when we were running for our lives. There are only 2 left." Sanbao took out 2 fist-sized dark gray stones from his clothes and handed them to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan took the stones. From their appearance they looked like iron ores. However, upon closer inspection, the color of the stones was slightly lighter than iron ores. They were also slightly lighter than iron ores. After observing for a while, Li Zixuan looked at Sanbao and said, "If I let you lead the way, can you still remember the way?" Sanbao nodded and said, "Yes. Yes. Young master, don't worry. Sanbao definitely knows the way." Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Then you can go and rest first. You did a good job this time. I will definitely reward you handsomely." Sanbao revealed his bootlicker nature and said, "Hee hee. It is Sanbao's honor to be able to help young master." Sanbao doesn't dare to ask for a reward. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Oh? If that's the case, then I will fulfill your wish and not reward you." The smile on Sanbao's face suddenly disappeared and was replaced with a sad face. He said pitifully, "Young master." Sanbao just, All right. You should go back and rest. As for the reward you deserve, this young master will definitely not give you a single copper coin less." Li Zishuan laughed and said. Han Yushi and the rest also smiled. Sanbao scratched his head and realized that Li Zishuan was just teasing him. He was not angry. Instead he smiled and bowed. "Sanbao thanks young master." Li Zishuan nodded and said something to his wife before leaving with the vanadium titanium magnetite. "Mr. Wang, please come with me for a while." After arriving at the academy, Li Zishuan went to the chemistry department's office and found Wang Ji. "Oh, Yamacho. I'll be right there." Wang Ji was memorizing the Yanhuang College's confidentiality regulations. When he heard Wang Ji, he quickly put down the booklet and followed Li Zishuan out of the office. Speaking of which, whether it was the students or the teachers in the academy, they would take out the academy's confidentiality regulations and madly memorize them whenever they were free. After all, this week's confidentiality examination was of great importance to everyone, and no one would not take it lightly. "Yamacho, why are you looking for me?" Wang Ji followed Li Zishuan into the meeting room and asked eagerly. He was in a hurry. Li Zishuan took out the vanadium titanium magnetite and smiled. "Mr. Wang, the people I sent out have found the vanadium titanium magnetite. The most important thing now is to verify if there is vanadium in it." "What? Found the vanadium titanium magnetite? Then what are we waiting for, Yamacho? Let's go straight to the workshop." Wang Ji was pleasantly surprised. Li Zishuan had told him that vanadium pentoxide was an important catalyst in the process of producing sulfuric acid. Now that they had the vanadium titanium it meant that the workshop could finally produce sulfuric acid on a large scale. Chapter 1365. Yanhuang College. In the meeting room of Guanghua Building, Wang Ji's face was full of excitement. He pulled Li Zishuan to the workshop, completely forgetting that he wanted to deal with Li Zishuan as soon as possible so that he could go back and memorize the confidentiality regulations. As the leader of the chemistry department, Wang Ji had the most thorough understanding of the chemistry textbooks compiled by Li Zishuan. No one understood the important role of sulfuric acid better than him. It could be said that in the chemistry textbooks written by Li Zishuan, a considerable number of chemical reactions were directly or indirectly related to sulfuric acid. As early as last year, Wang Ji had experimented by himself and used green alum to produce dilute sulfuric acid. However, that method could produce dilute sulfuric acid in small amounts, but it was obviously impossible to produce sulfuric acid or concentrated sulfuric acid in large amounts. Later, Li Zishuan introduced him to the method of using sulfur dioxide and vanadium pentoxide as a catalyst, heating it in the air to produce sulfur trioxide, and then producing concentrated sulfuric acid. He had been looking forward to Li Zishuan quickly finding the legendary vanadium mine, but he didn't expect to wait for 4 months. Now that the vanadium mine had finally arrived, how could he not be excited? Under Wang Ji's urging, the two quickly arrived at the ironworks of the workshop. But at this time, Wang Ji was a little confused, because he didn't know how to extract vanadium from vanadium titanomagnetite. Wang Ji looked at Li Zishuan and asked, "Yamacho, how do we refine this or to extract the vanadium from it?" In fact, Li Zishuan had been thinking about this problem on the way here. Hearing this, he replied in a deep voice. When he heard this, he replied, "The vanadium titanomagnetite mainly contains metal oxides such as iron, vanadium, titanium, chromium, cobalt, and other metals. We can put it in the blast furnace and mix it with soda ash for roasting. Under the action of high temperature and sodium salt as an additive, the silicon oxide tetrahedron and silicon oxide tetrahedron containing vanadium in the vanadium titanomagnetite will be destroyed, exposing the vanadium and transforming it into pentavalent vanadium. After that, the sodium ions in the soda ash would react with it. The resulting sodium vanadate salt would be soluble in water, but the residues of the other impurities would not be soluble in water. Therefore, we can use the method of soaking in water to hydrolyze the crude vanadium, then filter out the impurities and precipitate the refined vanadium salt from the solution. After the refined vanadium salt is precipitated and calcined, we can obtain the catalyst we need, vanadium pentoxide. The method Li Zishuan was talking about was called the process of extracting vanadium by roasting with salt. It was a relatively primitive method of extracting vanadium. The sodium salt could be used as the choice of soda ash, sodium carbonate, sodium sulfate, or table salt, sodium chloride. Comparatively speaking, the roasting effect of sodium chloride was the best, but sodium chloride would undergo a redox reaction at high temperatures to produce chlorine gas, which would seriously pollute the atmosphere. Therefore, Li Zixuan did not choose this method. In addition, the main advantage of adding sodium carbonate for roasting was that the equipment needed was simple, and the raw materials needed were readily available. For example, soda ash. Although no one in ancient times could synthesize it artificially, there was a lot of soda ash in nature. However, the drawback of this method was also obvious, and that was waste. Because the main product of this method was vanadium pentoxide, the other metal components such as iron, titanium, chromium, cobalt, and so on were directly filtered out as residues, especially iron. It should be known that the iron content of vanadium titanomagnetite was as high as 20% to 30%, but the vanadium content was less than 2%. Therefore, this method of extracting vanadium was a great waste for iron. However, Li Zixuan did not care about this now. What he needed was vanadium, not iron. Wang Ji now had a good foundation in chemistry, but after listening to Li Zixuan's theory of the vanadium extraction process, he still could not quite catch up. He stood there for a long time before he finally reacted. Then he nodded and said, "Since Yamacho has a method, then I will do it. However, I still need Yamacho's guidance from the side." An old man in his 40s or 50s asking for guidance from a young man in his teens. This scene was strange no matter how one looked at it. However, when Wang Ji said this, his tone was natural and there was no awkwardness at all. He admitted that he was far inferior to Li Zixuan in chemistry. Good. Then let's begin. Li Zixuan nodded and said. While Li Zixuan was immersed in scientific research in Chang'an City in the palace, old Li, who had just finished the morning court, was enjoying tea with his family in the garden of the West Court. He was now completely in love with the taste of the immortal tea. If someone were to bring him a cup of the same tea as before, he would definitely ask someone to pour it away. Because compared to this immortal tea, the old tea was simply rubbish. In addition, old Li clearly remembered that when Li Zixuan delivered the divine tea to him that day, he also gave him a note. On the note, it was clearly written, "Drinking it can refresh one's spirit, reduce fatigue, aid digestion, and slow down aging." Yes, that was what he valued the most about the slow down aging part. Last year, when Li Er asked Li Zixuan if there was a way to live forever in the world, Li Zixuan mercilessly refuted him. Therefore, he could not ask Li Zixuan if the immortal tea could really slow down aging. However, he believed that Li Zixuan would definitely not say such things, so he chose to believe him. What's more, the immortal tea itself tasted so good. What reason did he have not to like drinking it? In fact, drinking tea could slow down aging. This Li Zixuan really did not lie to Li Er. This was because the tea polyphenol in the tea had an inhibitory effect on various oxidative enzymes and could efficiently eliminate free radicals. It was the fastest antioxidant pathway. At the same time, it could inhibit the production of free radicals and activate the body's antioxidant enzyme system. Research showed that the antioxidant effect of tea polyphenol was significantly better than vitamin E, and the anti-aging effect was 18 times stronger than vitamin E, and it had a synergistic effect with vitamin C and E. However, if he wanted to rely on tea to live forever, then Li Zixuan could only say to old Li, "You think too much." If the tea was really so amazing, then wouldn't the people who sold tea in the modern era all become rich? Ah, Guanyin mate, you say Li Zixuan really has a big mouth. He actually named this tea as the immortal tea? Li Er took a sip of tea and said contentedly. Empress Jiangsun smiled and said, "The tea brewed from the tea leaves has a clear color and a smooth taste. When drunk, the tea fragrance is endless. Moreover, drinking this tea can reduce fatigue and slow down aging. Just based on these, I think it is not an exaggeration to call it the immortal tea." Li Er smiled and did not deny it. However, the eyes of Consort Yin, who was sitting opposite him, lit up. She hurriedly asked Empress Jiangsun, "Sister, can this immortal tea really slow down aging?" Women loved beauty, especially the women in the imperial harem. Who didn't want to be able to stay young forever? Empress Jiangsun smiled faintly and said, "This is only what I heard from the Marquis of Yong'an. Whether or not younger sister believes it is up to you." Consort Yin smiled and said, "The Marquis of Yong'an is so young, yet he is proficient in both the pen and the sword. Since he said so, it must be true. I just don't know when he can supply large amounts of this immortal tea to the imperial harem." Chang'e, who was at the side, smiled and said, "After Brother Xiao Xin supplies the immortal tea to the imperial harem, Chang'e will definitely drink tea every day." Li Qingqian was speechless and said, Changel, how old are you? You're already thinking of slowing down aging? Li Er also looked at his daughter with a face full of amusement and adoration. Changel smiled sweetly and said, Changel doesn't want to grow up. This way, I can always accompany Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, and Imperial Brother Crown Prince. As soon as these words were said, it immediately caused laughter everywhere. For a moment the garden was very warm. After a while, Zhao Song walked over and whispered a few words into Li Er's ear. Li Er's eyes flashed and then he stood up and said, I have some matters to deal with. Changel, Qingqian, accompany your mother to drink tea. Yes, Imperial Father. Changel and Li Qingqian hurriedly stood up and acknowledged. Li Er nodded and led Zhao Song out of the west court. Li Zishuan's servants came back from the land of Sichuan, right? You said they looked very miserable? After exiting the west court, Li Er asked as he walked. Zhao Song bowed slightly and said, Yes, Your Majesty. At the beginning of the year, the Marquis of Yong and sent his servants to Sichuan to search for ores. Many people knew about this matter. This morning, his servants returned to Lantian with a few soldiers. Their clothes were tattered and they looked very miserable. Li Er frowned and said, Did they encounter bandits on the way? Or did they encounter an accident in Sichuan? But they have Li Zishuan's fish talismans. What kind of accident could they encounter in Sichuan? Could it be that the situation in Sichuan has changed? Thinking of this, Li Er's expression became incomparably grim. After all, the Tang Empire had just experienced a rebellion. He had to be cautious. Zhao Song's face darkened, and he did not dare to reply. Li Er continued to ask, Where is Li Zishuan now? His subordinates have suffered such grievances. How can he sit still? Zhao Song replied, Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and is currently in the workshop. He must be refining the ores that his servants brought back. Li Er could not help but heave a sigh of relief. This was because if there was really a situation in Sichuan, Li Zishuan should have come to the palace to report to him immediately and not go to the workshop to refine ores. Li Zishuan was a person who knew his priorities. All right, you can leave. That kid will definitely enter the palace to look for me. Li Er waved his hand and smiled. On the other side, after nearly 6 hours of painstaking refining, Li Zishuan finally obtained a grayish-black flake of vanadium pentoxide. Yamacho, is this the catalyst that we need, the vanadium pentoxide? At this time, Li Zishuan and Wang Ji had already put on their masks. Wang Ji pointed at the grayish-black flake and asked. Li Zishuan grabbed Wang Ji's hand and said, Don't touch it with your hands. This thing is not only harmful to the respiratory tract, it is also harmful to the skin. Go put on a pair of rubber gloves and put it into a bottle. This thing is basically confirmed to be the vanadium pentoxide that we need. The rest of the experiments can be done later. I have to go to the palace now. Chapter 1366. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and requests an audience. In the afternoon in the Sweet Dew Hall, a servant came in and bowed. Speaking of which, Li Zishuan didn't even have time to eat lunch after leaving the workshop and came to the palace to look for Li Er. He was quite hard-working. Let him in. Li Er smiled faintly and said. After a while, Li Zishuan walked in from outside and bowed to Li Er. Your subject greets Your Majesty. Memorize. Li Er nodded and said, You have been holed up in the Cloud Mountain all day, how come you have the time to come to the palace to see me today? This was asking the obvious. However, he had to ask the obvious. If he directly said the purpose of Li Zishuan's visit, Li Zishuan would definitely think that he was being monitored, and there would be hostility between the ruler and his subject. Old Li wasn't that stupid. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, your subject is here today to ask for the mining rights of an ore vein. Your Majesty, please grant me. A while ago, when Guan City was breached and the Chui family's rebel army was annihilated, Li Er not only promoted Li Zishuan to an official position, but also rewarded Li Zishuan with the mining rights of 3 mineral veins. However, at that time, Li Zishuan did not specify which 3 mineral veins they were. It was basically equivalent to Old Li giving him a blank check that he could fill in at will. Today, Li Zishuan wanted to write the name of the Lan family's volcano mineral vein on this check. When Li Er heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. He said, Yo, are you here to collect a debt from me? Tell me, what ore vein do you want? Gold mine, silver mine, or copper mine? Li Zishuan bowed and said, Your Majesty, your subject doesn't want gold, silver, or copper mines. Your subject only wants a vanadium titanium magnetite ore vein in Jianan province. Your Majesty, please grant me this. After the Qin dynasty destroyed Ba and Shu, They implemented the county system in Sichuan and established Ba County and Shu County in the former Ba and Shu regions. In the first year of Jingguan, Li Er abolished the state and county system and changed Yi province to Jiannan province. Jiannan Dao was one of the 10 Daos under the heavens. It mainly referred to the 30-plus prefectures and hundreds of counties in the Sichuan region. Li Er was puzzled. Vanadium titanium magnetite? What kind of mine is this? What was its use? Why have I never heard of it? Although he had heard from Zhao Song that Li Zishuan had sent people to Sichuan to look for ores, he did not know what kind of ores Li Zishuan was looking for, let alone what vanadium titanomagnetite was. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, your humble servant's workshop needs a catalyst called vanadium pentoxide. With it, your humble servant's workshop can mass-produce sulfuric acid. As one of the 3 acids and 2 bases in engineering, sulfuric acid has a wide range of uses. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the cornerstone of Great Tang's industrial industry. And the catalyst can be extracted from vanadium titanium magnetite." Although Li Er had not done any in-depth research on chemistry, this was the first time he had seen Li Zishuan introduce something to him so seriously. Thus, he could not help but pay more attention to this vanadium titanomagnetite. "Your Majesty does not know much about engineering. Can you tell me what the sulfuric acid is used for? And that vanadium mine, other than producing sulfuric acid, what else can it be used for?" Asking questions when he did not understand was what made Li Er different from other monarchs. In terms of magnanimity, there were very few monarchs who could compare to him. Furthermore, in the Sichuan region, there were many noble clans and tribes. The various powers were tangled and complicated. Old Li had to get a clear understanding of the matter so that he could weigh whether the vanadium mine in Sichuan was worth mining or not. Li Zishuan thought for a while and picked out some things that Li Er could understand. He answered, "Your Majesty, sulfuric acid has a wide range of uses. In the future, it can be used to make more powerful gunpowder, extract stone paint, and make fertilizer that can increase the yield of crops. In the future, sulfuric acid can be used to refine copper and increase the purity of copper. In the future, the generators in the Ba River hydropower station will require refined copper. Furthermore, with sulfuric acid, your humble servant can also make batteries." As for the stone paint, it was petroleum. Before Shen Kuo's Dream Creek writings, there were records of petroleum in the book of the former Han. Hearing this, Li Er's face was filled with shock. He muttered, "More powerful gunpowder? There is more powerful gunpowder in this world? Fertilizer that can increase the yield of crops? Also, what are the batteries that you mentioned just now?" The things that Li Zishuan said were all inconceivable to Li Er. He couldn't help but be shocked. Li Zishuan smiled and replied, "Your Majesty, the gunpowder that your humble servant offered earlier was the most primitive, simplest and of course, the weakest type of gunpowder. The gunpowder that your humble servant mentioned just now is more than 10 times more powerful. Just 100 caddies is enough to destroy half a city. As for the fertilizer that can increase the yield of crops, it can increase the yield of crops by 30 to 40%. However, sulfuric acid alone is unable to produce powerful gunpowder and fertilizer. The industrial foundation of the workshop is still needed. As for the batteries, once we have sulfuric acid, we can immediately start making them. Your Majesty should know that your humble servant made a battery for the telegraph machine. Compared to the previous battery, this battery has more power. When marching to war with the battery, it can ensure that the telegraph machine can maintain communication with the rear for a long time." When Li Er heard this, he couldn't help but be moved. Whether it was powerful gunpowder or batteries, he wanted them both. Thus he smiled and said, "Good, good, good. This battery must be made as soon as possible. As for the powerful gunpowder you mentioned, there's no need to rush. Another type of gunpowder is enough. Besides, I'm still very confident in the combat power of the Tang army." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Your Majesty is wise. Your humble servant also believes that with your Majesty's wisdom and martial prowess, the Tang army will be able to sweep the 4 directions and dominate the 4 seas. In addition, other than making sulfuric acid, the vanadium ore can also be used to forge divine weapons." "Divine weapons? What divine weapons?" Li Er was immediately puzzled. Li Zishuan replied, "Your Majesty, currently the workshop can already mass-produce high-quality steel. If steel is a tiger, then vanadium is a wing. Adding vanadium in steel is like adding wings to a tiger. Adding a few % of vanadium in steel can greatly increase the elasticity and strength of the steel. It also has better resistance to wear and tear, and can resist both high temperature and extreme cold. If this vanadium steel is used to forge swords, although it can't be said to be able to cut through iron like mud, it's not far from it. Good. What a divine weapon. Li Er was immediately fascinated by the vanadium ore. He said excitedly, I have previously promised you the mining rights of the 3 ore veins. Since this vanadium ore is so important to you, there's no harm in giving it to you. Furthermore, I see that you have a card up your sleeve today. Could it be that you have found the vanadium ore you want in Fengzhou of Jianan Circuit? Upon hearing this, Li Zixuan was overjoyed and quickly replied, Your Majesty, at the beginning of this year, your humble servant sent a servant to the Shu lands to search for vanadium ore. Fortunately, your humble servant did not fail his mission and found a large amount of vanadium titanium magnetite ore on a mountain in Fengzhou. With this ore, the Tang Empire will definitely need it for hundreds of years. However, Li Er smiled in his heart. He thought that they had finally come to the main topic. He smiled faintly and said, However, what? Li Zixuan bowed and said, Your Majesty, according to your humble servant, this mountain was mistaken by the local Chang people as a divine mountain. They do not allow outsiders to invade the divine mountain, let alone mine from it. Therefore, Li Er frowned and said, Divine mountain? Is there a reason behind this? In reply to your Majesty, this is nothing but nonsense. The local Chang people found that the mountain was very attractive to the soldiers and thought that there was a divine force behind it. However, it was just the strong magnetic force of the vanadium titanium magnetite ore in the mountain. However, the Shu lands are isolated and most of the locals believe in the power of ghosts and gods. Therefore, it would not be easy to explain to them clearly. For this reason, your humble servant and general were almost killed by the local Chang people. Your Majesty, please uphold justice for your humble servant. Li Zixuan bowed and said in a deep voice. The Chang people. Li Er's face gradually darkened. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, Back then, when the heroes were fighting for supremacy in the Central Plains, the noble families and other local powers in Shu lands colluded with the officials of the counties and counties to protect themselves and watch the situation change. After my imperial father took control of Shu lands, he sent letters to the various counties and counties. From Shanglua in the east to Shu lands in the south, the county officials, bandit commanders, and the chiefs of the Di Chang tribes fought for their descendants to submit. There were hundreds of replies every day. In the face of strong military pressure, the noble families of Shu lands all submitted to the Great Tang. Towards these local tyrants who surrendered, the imperial court mainly adopted a policy of using both kindness and coercion. On one hand, it was to prevent them from becoming too powerful in the future, and on the other hand, it was to prevent them from rebelling out of anger. A few hundred years ago, Liu Bang rose to power in Shu lands. During the Chu and Han Wars, Shu lands not only provided the Han army with an endless supply of soldiers, it also provided a strong logistical support for the war. Wherever the Han army was, there would be military supplies provided by Shu lands. 5 years later, during the Battle of Gaixia, Xiang Yu committed suicide in the Wu River and Liu Bang ascended to the throne. This started the 400 years of history of the two Han dynasties. Basha contributed all of its energy to Liu Bang's empire, supporting the war for many years with its own strength. It made an indelible contribution to the founding of the Great Han Dynasty. Hence, Basha could be said to be the place where the Han Dynasty rose. Thus, after Liu Bang ascended to the throne, he placed a lot of importance on Shu lands. He treated Chuanzhong as the territory of the imperial court, and the Great Han Dynasty would rule it directly. He would never give the vassals in the Shu lands. In fact, Imperial Father and I have always paid great attention to the governance of Sichuan. In order to balance out the various powers in Sichuan and to maintain the stability of Sichuan, I have recruited the children of the leaders of Sichuan and given them to them. I have also sent them to the outside to promote them. On the other hand, I have sent the Empress's uncle to Sichuan to serve as the chief clerk of Yi Province's Governor-General's office. I have asked him to help me govern Sichuan and let the people of Sichuan return to Great Tang as soon as possible. In addition, I plan to give Ke the title of King of Shu and give him the title of Governor of Yi Province. He will be in charge of Yi Province, Mian Province, Jian Province, Jiao Province, Ling Province, Yi Province, Mei Province, Ming Province, Jian Province and Chang Province. He will also be in charge of Jiao Province, Nanning Province and Hui Province, a total of 36 provinces. When he is a few years older, I will send him to Shu lands to show the importance I place on Shu lands. Now that there is such an important mine in the Shu lands, I will issue a decree for the governor of Yi Province to personally negotiate with the Chang people on your behalf. Once the negotiations are completed, you can send people there to mine the mine. The uncle of Empress Zhang's son and the governor of Yi Province that Li Er mentioned was Gao Shilian, who later became the Prime Minister of the Great Tang. After listening to old Li Zixuan talk for so long, Li Zixuan had a rough understanding of the current situation in Shu lands. Of course, he did not expect Li Er to change Li Ke's title from King of Han to King of Shu under such circumstances. However, according to the official history, even if he did not appear, Li Er would have made Li Ke the King of Shu this year. Sometimes history was shockingly similar. At this moment, Li Zixuan clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, when negotiating with the Chang people, it is better to be soft than hard. If Governor Gao is blocked in the negotiation, this subject can give him some advice." Li Er could not help but laugh. "What kind of good plan do you have?" Li Zixuan bowed and said, "The Chang people mistake the mine as a sacred mountain. This subject will send people to explain it to them when the time comes. Once this mine is mined, it will bring endless benefits to the local Chang people. The most obvious benefit is that they will earn more money every year. Although the Chang people live in tribes, I believe that they all like money and the exquisite products of the Central Plains, right?" Li Er finally understood. Li Zixuan was planning to use a mine to feed the surrounding people. It was indeed a good idea. "Ah, this is also good. We will send an order to the Empress uncle in a moment and have him deal with this matter at his discretion. When necessary we will ask you for advice." Li Er nodded and smiled. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Li Zixuan clasped his hands in satisfaction. After leaving the palace, Li Zixuan went straight back to Yunshan. When he passed by Yanhuang College he thought for a moment, then turned around and walked in. He called Li Zixuan out of the classroom and brought him to his office. Li Zixuan sat on the sofa and smiled. "Little Ku, you should have learned most of the financial management knowledge that I taught you, right?" Li Ke clasped his hands and said, "I have not learned much of Yamacho's knowledge. How can I say that I have learned most of it?" Li Zixuan could not help but laugh. "Ah, you brat, you are still being modest. Alright, I called you here today because I have something important to discuss with you." "Yamacho, please speak." Li Ke sat up straight and looked at Li Zixuan. He was all ears. Li Zixuan nodded and said in a deep voice, "I went to the palace today. According to His Majesty, he intends to change your title to Prince of Shu and give you the position of Governor of Yi Province. You will be in charge of the affairs of Shu Province's 36 provinces. You need to be mentally prepared." Li Ke was shocked when he heard this. He panicked and said, "Yamacho, does this mean that His Majesty is going to send me to Shu Province?" He was now learning from Li Zixuan at Yanhuang College. He had never heard of financial management knowledge before. He was very happy and fulfilled. He did not want to leave so soon. Chapter 1367. "Ah, little Ku, you don't have to panic. Based on His Majesty's intentions, he will let you go to Shu lands after a few years when you are older. In the next few years, you will still be in Chang, and as the Viceroy of Izhou. Therefore, before you go to your fief, you should study hard and enrich yourself so that you can become a virtuous king and guard a region for His Majesty." In the Yamacho's office in Yanhuang College, Li Zixuan looked at Li Ke and earnestly instructed. Li Zixuan was very satisfied with Li Ke as his student. Li Ke was very talented and could learn everything with just one lesson. He was proficient in both the pen and the sword and had the demeanor of a gentleman. Li Zixuan had high hopes for Li Ke. In the future, Li Ke would definitely be one of the students who would bring Yanhuang College to greater heights. Li Ke stood up and bowed respectfully to Li Zixuan. "I will follow Yamacho's teachings and never forget them." Li Zixuan nodded and asked, "Little Ku, do you not want to go to Shu lands?" Li Ke was stunned when he heard this. After a moment, he shook his head and said softly, "So what if I want to go? So what if I don't want to go? As a prince of Great Tang, there will be a day when I have to leave the capital, leave my father, mother, teachers and classmates, and go to a faraway fief to guard a region for Great Tang. This is my mission." Everyone could hear the helplessness and sadness in his words. Li Zixuan stood up and patted Li Ke's shoulder. Then he walked to the bedside with his hands behind his back and looked out the window at the Cloud Mountain and the village at the foot of the Cloud Mountain. He sighed and said, "Little Ku, as a member of the imperial family, there will be many helplessness. However, how many people can truly do as they wish and be unrestrained in this world? Every single one of us is born with our own mission. While you are lamenting the helplessness of fate, you don't know how many people in the world are envious of you. They are envious that you are a member of the royal family. Once you reach adulthood, you will be able to rush to your fief and become a free and unfettered prince. Life is like a city surrounded by many cities. The people outside the city want to come in, but the people inside the city want to come out. Therefore, in my opinion, instead of running around, it is better to accept reality, accept one's identity, and complete one's mission to prove one's value in the world. The land of Sichuan was surrounded by mountains on all sides, and there were many rich families and tribes there. If the management was not careful, it would cause internal strife. The lives of the people in Shu are relatively closed and poor. In the future, you will bring what you have learned from Yanhuang College and His Majesty's decree to Shu to take charge of the noble families and tribes there. You will make the people in Shu as rich as the people in Chang'an. His Majesty and Her Majesty will definitely be very pleased, and I will also be very pleased. This was an inheritance of hope that wasn't limited by space or region. Moreover, don't you think that this kind of life is more meaningful? At this point, Li Zishuan turned around and looked at Li Ku with a burning gaze. In fact, he understood Li Ku's feelings very well. Anyone who was chased out of their hometown by their parents at a young age to a strange place would feel helpless. Li Ku was a member of the royal family. Although he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but feel sad when he knew that he would have to go to Sichuan in a few years. Li Ku's eyes gradually became clear. He bowed deeply and said, "Thank you Yamacho for your guidance. Ku will definitely bring the knowledge from Yamacho to the people of Shu. Ku, I won't blame the heavens or accuse others anymore." When he was at a loss, Li Zishuan helped him see the fog and pointed out the direction. He was really grateful to Li Zishuan. Hearing this, Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Ha, that's good. Then from today onwards you can take some time to practice at Yanhuang Bank. The things I taught you are only limited to theory. Little Ku, you have to combine theory and practice. In the future, if you use these economic methods in Shu, you will definitely reap miraculous results." "Yes, Yamacho." Li Ku nodded. Suddenly, he asked curiously, "May I know why Yamacho came to the palace to see my father?" "Oh, your master is here to ask His Majesty for a mine in Sichuan. It's like this." Hearing Li Ku's question, Li Zishuan briefly explained the matter of the vanadium titanium magnetite mine in Feng province. Hearing this, Li Ku cupped his hands and said, "Mountain Elder, don't worry. When I go to Shu lands to take up my post, I will definitely take care of the people there so that Mountain Elder can mine in Shu lands without worries." Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Ha, then your master will thank your Highness King of Shu first." "Ah." Sure enough, in the afternoon, a group of soldiers brought Li Er's imperial edict out of Chang and city and headed towards Sichuan. In the evening, a few eunuchs came to Yunshan and invited Li Ku back to Chang and from Yanhuang College. They said that Li Ku had to attend the morning assembly tomorrow. Li Zishuan guessed that tomorrow morning, Old Li would definitely announce that Li Ku was going to be the king of Shu. At night in the palace. In the Ganlu Palace, Li Er looked at the map of Sichuan on the dragon table and was in a daze. At this moment, Zhao Song walked in from outside and stood beside Li Er. He whispered, "Your Majesty, the spy sent to Jiangnan Yuezhou a few days ago has returned." Hearing this, Li Er could not help but be shocked. He quickly recovered and asked, "How was it? Did you find Li Yu's biological father and mother?" Zhao Song bowed slightly and answered, "Your Majesty, according to the spy's report, Miss Li Yu's father is called Fu Lingyan and her mother is called Lu Yixue. It is said that Fu Lingyan was originally a rich family in Taiyuan. In the third year of the Sui dynasty's day, the world was in chaos and Taiyuan was also affected. In order to avoid the war, Fu Lingyan brought his wife and daughter and fled to Chuyun village in Yuezhou. They stayed there for more than 10 years. However, Fu Lingyan and Lu Yixue passed away last year. Miss Li Yu came to Chang, and from Yuezhou alone. By chance she met Meng Wenhao. After that, she became friends with the Marquis of Yong, and became a reporter in Datong Daily's editorial department. 3 years of day. Li Er frowned and seemed to have thought of something. Then he asked doubtfully, "She is just a young girl. After losing her parents, why would she come all the way to Chang'an?" Zhao Song bowed and said, "I heard from an old woman in Chuyun village that Li Yu is not Fu Lingyan and Lu Yixue's biological daughter. She is an adopted daughter. Li Yu must have come all the way to Chang, and to find her biological father and mother. However, the other villagers in Chuyun village do not know about this. Only the old woman said so. No one knows if it is true or not. Not biological. She is definitely not biological." Li Er stood up and began to pace back and forth with his hands behind his back. After a while, Li Er waved his hand and said, "All right. I know everything. You may leave first." "Yes, Your Majesty." Zhao Song bowed and left. In the hall, only Li Er's soft sigh was left. Li Yu, are you related to him or not?" On Yunshan Mountain, Li Zishuan was thinking about making light bulbs. Previously, when Mo Lingwei had made the microscope, Li Zixuan had said that he wanted to make a light source that was more convenient and stable than the sun. He was talking about light bulbs. Otherwise, relying solely on the reflected sunlight to provide illumination for the microscope would greatly limit the application of the microscope. Therefore, Li Zixuan planned to start making light bulbs. It just so happened that the hydropower station would be completed in a few months. At that time, the first electrical appliance would definitely be light bulbs. After all, it was easier to make these things. Li Zixuan quickly fell asleep as he pondered over the method to make light bulbs in his heart. The next day, early morning, Li Zixuan woke up from his sleep and found that Han Yushi had woken up earlier than him. What are you planting in this flower pot? Han Yushi was using a small shovel to loosen the soil for the flower pot. Li Zixuan was curious and quickly went forward to ask. Husband, you're up? When Han Yushi heard the sound, she quickly turned around and replied with a smile, Husband, I'm planting baidizi. In our yard there are orchids, peonies and azaleas, but only baidizi is missing. I asked someone to buy this flower seed from a merchant in Shi City. It's already April now, so it's just right to plant this. Baidizi? What flower is this? When Li Zixuan heard this, he was puzzled and couldn't help but walk forward. Husband, don't you know about baidizi? The baidizi flower is snow white and looks like a silkworm cocoon. The silk in the cocoon is as fine as silk. It's especially beautiful when it blooms. Han Yushi looked up at Li Zixuan and said with a smile. It's snow white and looks like a silkworm cocoon? Wife, let your husband take a look at this baidizi seed. Li Zixuan still didn't understand what baidizi flower was. He went forward and asked Han Yushi for some baidizi flower seeds. He put them in his hand and examined them carefully. He saw that the seed coat of the seeds was black and there was a layer of white hair on the seed coat. When he peeled off the seed coat, there was a layer of milky white membrane-like endosperm attached to the seed coat. Seeing this, Li Zixuan suddenly exclaimed, Cotton? Baidizi is actually cotton? In his previous life, he wasn't a spoiled rich second generation who lived in seclusion. He was a village boy through and through. Of course, he had seen cotton seeds before, which was why he was able to recognize it at a glance. In addition, he had long known that cotton was an ornamental flower in the Tang dynasty, but he didn't know that the white daizi was actually cotton. Husband, what is cotton? What does baidizi have to do with cotton? Han Yushi asked curiously. Li Zixuan shook his head and said excitedly, Wife, you just said that baidizi flower seeds were bought from the Western barbarian merchants. Is it true? How many seeds do they have? It was no wonder that he was excited. Cotton was too important for people in this era. Before cotton was planted on a large scale in ancient China, people could only rely on white clothes and coarse cloth to keep warm in winter. If it weren't for the honeycomb coal and coal stove made by Li Zixuan last winter, many people near Chang and city would have frozen to death like in previous years. Han Yushi replied with a smile, Husband, baidizi flower seeds were indeed bought from the Western barbarian merchants. They should have a lot of seeds. Husband, how many do you need? I'll ask someone to buy some for you. Of course, I want as many as you have. Wife, to tell you the truth, this baidizi flower seed can be used to make cotton-padded clothes. It has an excellent cold resistance effect. As long as we can plant baidizi on a large scale in the future, people won't have to suffer in winter anymore. Li Zixuan said with a smile. Han Yushi was shocked and said, Husband, you want to use baidizi to make clothes? Isn't that too extravagant? Even if it's made, I'm afraid ordinary people can't afford it. Li Zixuan asked curiously, Why? Is this baidizi flower very expensive? Han Yushi nodded and said, Of course it's expensive, husband. This baidizi flower costs at least a few dozen copper coins. If it's used to make clothes, how many baidizi flowers would it cost? There were such clothes among the commoners, but they were only worn by wealthy merchants who were worth a lot of money. I heard from mother and father that we used to have clothes made of baidizi in our residence, but we didn't take them out last winter because we had heating in our house. It was generally believed that cotton spread to the central plains from the north and south. The South Road was the earliest Asian cotton from India. It spread to Hainan Island and Guangdong and Guangxi through Southeast Asia. According to historical records, it spread to Fujian, Guangdong, Sichuan, and other regions at least during the Qin and Han dynasties. The second route was from India to Yunnan through Myanmar. It was around the Qin and Han dynasties. The third route was from Africa to Xinjiang and Heshi corridor through West Asia. It was around the northern and southern dynasties. The North Road was the western region in ancient books. During the Song and Yuan dynasties, cotton spread to the Yangtze River and Yellow River valleys. By the 13th century, cotton from the North Road had spread to the Wei River valleys in Shaanxi. In fact, as early as the Warring States period, according to Shangshu, some tribes in the South China Sea region began to offer cotton as tribute to the Central Plains. During the Emperor Wu's era, the Yu tribe in Hainan Island had skilled cotton weaving techniques. In China during the Tang dynasty, cotton cultivation began to be popularized, but at that time, it was still regarded as a precious flower. The baidizi clothes made of cotton were exclusive to officials and nobles. It was still far from being able to wear clothes to keep out the cold for ordinary people. Therefore, although cotton had already spread to China before the Ming dynasty, it only entered millions of households in the later part of the Ming dynasty. Before that, the terrifying no cotton in winter thing was the real suffering of the ancient people in China. So expensive? Li Zixuan heard and frowned. According to Han Yushi, cotton in this era was as precious as orchids and peonies. It was no wonder that no one used it to make clothes. No matter how expensive it is, we have to buy it. Wife, how many baidizi seeds can we buy from the merchants in the western region? Li Zixuan gritted his teeth and said. The reason why cotton was expensive now was that it had not been widely planted. Once it was planted on a large scale and then bred, he would definitely have a lot of cotton in 2 to 3 years. The price of cotton would also be quickly suppressed by him. Chapter 1368. Husband, you want to plant a large number of white dye seeds? In the Yunshan residence, Han Yushi looked at Li Zixuan and asked with a smile. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Yes. Wife, you're right. I want Lantian County to be filled with white dye seeds. Oh, so many? I'm afraid the Hu merchants don't have enough seeds, right? However, other than the Hu merchants, the Nanyang Sea merchants will also have seeds. As the right commissioner of the Department of Shipping, you can ask someone. Han Yushi was shocked when she heard that. She frowned and said, Nanyang Sea merchants. That's right. Wife, if you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have thought of it. You're really my lucky star. Ah. Li Zixuan scratched Han Yushi's nose and laughed. After breakfast, Li Zixuan immediately sent someone to invite Feng Zhihua. At 5 in the morning, Feng Zhihua arrived at Yunshan. Marquis, you summoned me here today. Do you have something important to instruct me? Feng Zhihua cupped his hands respectfully and said. Although he was originally a wealthy merchant in Chang'an City, and his family was rich and did not have to worry about food and drink, it was precisely because of Li Zixuan that his wealth had risen to another level. Not only did he have money now, but he also had a status, the title of righteous merchant of the world, given by the imperial court. Even if he met the local officials, he did not have to be as humble as before. Feng Zhihua knew in his heart who had given him all this, so he had always been grateful and respectful to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Boss Feng, please take a seat first. Shall he quickly serve Boss Feng tea? Yes, young master. Shao He received the order and left. Feng Zhihua was instantly flattered and said, Hey, Marquis, you don't have to do this. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said with a smile, Ha, Boss Feng, you don't have to be so courteous. You're a guest from afar. Besides, this Marquis called you here because I have something to ask of you. Feng Zhihua said seriously, This Feng's glory, splendor, and wealth were all bestowed upon me by Marquis. If Marquis has any orders, this Feng will definitely do his best. Ah, Mr. Feng is so righteous. Come on, have some tea first. Li Zixuan nodded to himself. At this moment, Shao He brought 2 cups of immortal tea, so he greeted her with a smile. Thank you, Marquis. After you, Marquis. Feng Zhihua extended his hand and said politely. Ah, there's no need to be so particular about that. Please, let's go together. Speaking of immortal tea, only Li Zixuan or officials close to Li Zixuan in the vicinity of Chang'an City had some. It was not easy to get a cup. Although Feng Zhihua held shares in the immortal tea garden, he had already finished the stock. Now that he came to Cloud Mountain to discuss matters with Li Zixuan, he could freeload a cup of immortal tea to drink. The two of them drank a few sips of tea. Li Zixuan went straight to the point and said, Boss Feng, this time I'm looking for you to ask if you can get a batch of white stack flower seeds from the Nanyang Sea merchants as soon as possible. Feng Zhihua looked puzzled and asked, Marquis, if you want white stack flower seeds, the barbarian merchants in Chang'an City West have them. Why do you have to buy them from the Nanyang Sea merchants? Li Zixuan shook his head and said, Of course I know that the barbarian merchants have them. But the amount of white stack flower seeds I need is too large. The barbarian merchants can't satisfy me, so I want to buy more from the small Nanyang Sea countries. Currently, the Department of Shipping is in charge of the trade between the small Nanyang Sea countries and the Tang Empire. Coincidentally, I also have the position of Secretary of the Department of Shipping. I believe it will be more convenient. Feng Jihua asked carefully, "May I ask Marquis, how many white stack flower seeds do you need?" Li Zishuan calculated in his heart and said, "Naturally, the more the better. I don't think it's too much even if it's a few thousand or 10,000 caddies." Lantian County had a few 100,000 mu of fertile land. Moreover, there were many mountain ranges in Lantian County. The people could be encouraged to cultivate the barren mountains. Cotton did not need too much water to grow. It could survive in the barren mountains. According to Li Zishuan's experience in his previous life, 1 mu of land required about 1 to 2 kilograms of cotton seeds. Even if Feng Jihua bought 10,000 caddies of seeds, it could only be planted in a few thousand mu of land. There was no need for fertile land at all. A few thousand to 10,000 caddies? Feng Jihua was so shocked that his wrist trembled and he almost threw the teacup away. He could not help but exclaim, "This is the first time I've heard of flower seeds being bought by caddies. Forgive me for asking, but Marquis, why are you buying so many white stack flower seeds? You must know that this thing is not cheap. In the Western market, 1 tael of white stack flower seeds is sold for 400 copper coins. This 1,000 caddies is 8,000 strings of cash. 10,000 caddies is 80,000 strings of cash. 1 caddy in the Tang dynasty was equal to 16 taels of silver. 80,000 strings of cash? Li Zishuan calculated in his heart. Although 80,000 strings of cash was not a small sum, it was still within the range that he could afford. Therefore he smiled and said, "Boss Feng, I'm buying these flower seeds to grow flowers. I want Lantian County to be filled with white stack flowers." Spending 80,000 strings of cash just to grow flowers? At this moment, Feng Jihua's heart was crumbling. He was speechless. With such a rich and willful boss, what else could he say? If it was someone else, he would probably have scolded him. Seeing Feng Jihua's speechless expression, Li Zishuan did not intend to continue beating around the bush with him. Therefore he smiled and said, "Hee. To be honest, I intend to introduce a large number of white stack flowers into Lantian County. After a few generations of cultivation and planting, Tang Dynasty's white stack flowers will no longer need to be bought from the Hu merchants or Nanyang Sea merchants. The harvested white stack flowers can be used to make cotton-padded clothes. This way, the people of Lantian County will no longer suffer from the cold during winter." When Feng Jihua heard this, his heart trembled. He never expected that Li Zishuan's purpose of buying white stack flower seeds was so that the people could wear clothes made of white stack flowers in winter. This was crazy. Marquis' benevolence, I am deeply impressed. For the people of Lantian County to be able to become Marquis' people, it is a blessing that they have cultivated for several lifetimes. I envy them from the bottom of my heart. If it weren't for the mundane affairs in Chang'an City, I would also want to move to Lantian County. When the time comes, under Marquis' leadership, my family will also be able to wear clothes made of white stack flowers. Feng Jihua stood up, bowed and said in a heartfelt manner. As for the last 2 sentences, they were both a joke and also the truth. If he was asked to come to Lantian County before he had made a name for himself, he would definitely be more than willing. Hee. Boss Feng, stop joking. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "Then about the Nanyang Sea merchants, can Boss Feng help me to contact them as soon as possible? I can give you a warrant and inform Commandery Prince Hajian to make things convenient for you." Feng Jihua clasped his hands and said, "I am willing to do anything for Marquis. Last year when I went out to sea, I did not die and got to know many sea merchants. Today, I will go back to my residence to make some arrangements. Tomorrow, I will lead the fleet down south to the Guangdong port to buy white stack flower seeds from the sea merchants." Li Zishuan stood up and said, "In that case, thank you very much, Boss Feng. If Boss Feng can send back a batch of white stack flower seeds as soon as possible, I will definitely reward you handsomely." "I don't dare to accept your reward. It is my honor to be able to serve Marquis." Feng Jihua's eyes suddenly flashed and said, "Marquis, the amount of white stack flower seeds you need this time is too large. I'm afraid it will be inconvenient to carry copper coins for the transaction. In my opinion, why don't you bring a batch of porcelain, colored glass and divine mirror and other valuable items for the transaction? These items are very popular with the merchants from the small Nanyang countries. The price they offer is usually several times more expensive than what we sell in Tang Dynasty. This way, Marquis, you can also save a lot of money." Li Zishuan's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands and said, "That's right. Why didn't I think of this? How about this? I will let the workshop take out a batch of colored glass cups, colored glass cups, and divine mirror worth 80,000 strings of coins and give them to Boss Feng to exchange for 10,000 caddies of white stack flower seeds. If it is not enough, I will make up for it. If there is any extra, it will be Boss Feng's hard work fee. Of course, no matter what, I will remember this favor from you. These glass products were worthless to Li Zishuan, but to the aristocrats of the small Nanyang countries, they were priceless treasures. This time they could be used to exchange for cotton seeds. Li Zishuan felt that this business was really worth it. Feng Jihua wanted to reject, but Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "Boss Feng, you don't have to reject. You have spent a lot of money on this trip to Guangdong. How can a businessman suffer a loss?" Although Feng Jihua took the waterway this time, the cost of the journey was not small. The maintenance of the boat and the hiring of craftsmen, laborers, and sailors all cost money. Since Li Zishuan had said so, Feng Jihua could only helplessly cup his hands and say, "All right, I will try my best to bring back more white stack flower seeds for Marquis Chang and City, Imperial Palace." In the morning court, Li Er announced a major event. He appointed Li Ku as the king of Shu and appointed him as the governor of Yi province. He would be in charge of the affairs of the 36 provinces in Jianan province. 4 years later he would be appointed to the Shu lands. The protectorate of Yi province, which had been empty for a long time, finally had a highest-ranking officer today. Moreover, it was a prince that Li Er doted on quite a lot. After eliminating the rebel army of Jianan province, Li Er made this decision again. It could be said that there was a hidden meaning behind it. This was an official announcement to the world that he, Li Er, was starting to manage the land of Shu. The new workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion, which was near Plum Village in Lantian County, also started to move. Carriage after carriage of precious colored glass cups, colored glass lamps, and divine mirrors were pulled out of the workshop and headed to the pier downstream of the Ba River. The Feng family's fleet was already waiting at the pier. These shiny treasures blinded the titanium eyes of many passers-by along the way. People were naturally amazed by Li Zishuan's generosity, but Li Zishuan did not care at all. This was because these shiny things were made of sand. Using sand to exchange for cotton seeds, no matter how you looked at it, was a profit. Besides, since the workshop launched all kinds of colored glass devices last year, the high-end colored glass market in Tang Dynasty had begun to reach saturation. This saturation did not mean that every household had bought a colored glass device, but that those who could afford it had already bought it. The price of colored glass was likely to be adjusted slightly in the future, so that more people who wanted to buy colored glass could afford it. Therefore, by selling such a large batch of colored glass products to a small country in Nanyang, they could still earn a large premium. At the same time, all the white fold flower seeds in the hands of the Hu merchants in Shi City were all bought by a group of people around noon. This caused the rich ladies in Chang and City who loved white fold flower seeds but did not have the time to buy them to curse in their hearts. They did not know which bastard had bought all the white fold flower seeds. That bastard was naturally Li Zishuan. However, Li Zishuan, who had swept away all of the white fold cotton seeds, was not satisfied at all. This was because all of the cotton seeds he had sent people to Shi City to buy added up to only a little over 200 caddies. These are all white fold flower seeds? In the afternoon, Lantian County's county magistrate he was summoned by Li Zishuan to Yunshan. When he saw 4 sacks of white fold flower seeds in the front yard, county magistrate he was stunned. County magistrate he has good taste. That's right, these are all white fold flower seeds. Li Zishuan said with a smile. He had originally planned to go to the workshop to make light bulbs today. However, when it came to cotton he could only postpone the matter of making light bulbs. He called county magistrate he over for 2 reasons. Firstly, he wanted county magistrate he to encourage the people to cultivate wastelands and prepare to plant cotton. Secondly, he wanted to listen to county magistrate he's recent work report. Good taste. County magistrate he wanted to curse. He thought to himself, do I need you to praise me for having good taste? What I want to hear is why you want to get so many white fold flower seeds, okay. Gulp. County magistrate he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and laughed dryly. Is the Marquis planning to plant the entire cloud mountain with white stack flowers? I didn't know that Marquis had such a refined interest. Let's talk inside. Li Zishuan did not deny it. He led county magistrate he into the main hall and asked for 2 cups of immortal tea. County magistrate he naturally had to praise this peerless immortal tea. After 15 minutes, Li Zishuan began to talk about the main topic. County magistrate he, I invited you here today because I have something to discuss with you. County magistrate, he quickly recovered from the delicious immortal tea. He said, "Oh, Marquis, please speak." Li Zishuan nodded his head and said, "This Marquis wishes to promote the planting of hoary leaf flowers in Lantian County. Soon there will be over 10,000 caddies of hoary leaf flowers being transported over from Guangdong. Therefore, the most important thing now is for County Magistrate He to call upon the citizens of the county to open up wasteland and prepare to plant hoary leaf flowers. The people who are willing to plant them should report to the county government as soon as possible. If the wastelands can be cultivated before the seeds arrive, every household can receive 1 pound of white fold flower seeds for free." Tens of thousands of pounds of white fold flower seeds? All for free? County Magistrate He's eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. He was not someone who did not know the market price. 1 pound of white fold flower seeds was at least 7 or 8 strings of cash. Tens of thousands of pounds of white fold flower seeds would be 70 or 80,000 strings of cash. He even suspected that Li Zishuan's brain was short-circuited. When Li Zishuan heard this, he almost laughed because this sentence sounded like an advertising slogan in his previous life. When you go online, you will be given a VIP. Ingots and diamonds will all be given for free. Ahem. Li Zishuan cleared his throat and said seriously, "It is indeed free. It is indeed free of charge. Otherwise, the commoners would not be able to afford the seeds. However, the farmers who receive the seeds must sign an agreement with the county government. After the white stack seeds are fully grown, the flowers will belong to the farmers themselves. The commoners can keep them to make cotton-padded clothes or sell them. This Marquis will not interfere. However, all the flower seeds in the flowers must be picked and handed over to the county government. If anyone does not hand them over, they will be fined 10 strings of cash." Chapter 1369. Every farmer would be given a caddy of white fold flower seeds for free. Once they matured, the flowers would belong to them. They just needed to hand the seeds and the flowers to the yamen. County Magistrate He was certain that once this news spread out, the entire Lantian County citizens would go crazy. That was because this was a business that was guaranteed to be profitable without any losses. It was an extremely profitable business. Think about it, with a caddy of white fold flower seeds, how many white fold flowers could they grow? Even if they didn't mature well, they would still be able to receive 20 to 30 caddies of flowers, right? When they were sold, they would be able to sell for at least a few hundred strings of cash, right? Without any cost, just 1 mu of white fold flower seeds could earn a few hundred strings of cash. To be honest, even County Magistrate He wanted to roll up his sleeves and do it. After all, his annual salary might not even be as high as this. Gulp. After swallowing 2 mouthfuls of saliva, County Magistrate He calmed himself down and asked with difficulty, "Marquis, are you sure you want to do this? That's 70 to 80,000 strings of cash." Although the money wasn't his, he still felt the pinch for Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Money is just a worldly possession. To be able to let the citizens have enough to eat, and where is the responsibility of this Marquis and you? Besides, it's not like this Marquis didn't gain anything. Today, this Marquis gave them 10,000 caddies of white fold flower seeds. In a few months, this Marquis will be able to get back a few 100,000 caddies. This Marquis didn't make a loss." In a single flower, the weight of the cotton wool was about 40% of the entire flower's weight, while the cotton seeds were more than 60% of the weight. That meant that if the last mu of land could harvest 20 to 30 caddies of cotton wool, then correspondingly, they could harvest 30 to 40 caddies of cotton seeds. Furthermore, this yield was estimated based on the lowest yield. Therefore, in this transaction, Li Zishuan didn't make a loss. After a year of breeding, he could let every household in Lantian County plant a few mu of cotton. When that time came, no one in Lantian County would be able to suffer from the cold during winter. Yes. Marquis is right. County Magistrate He wiped the sweat off his forehead and cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan. "Since that's the case, when this official returns, I will immediately send out a notice to all the villages in the county, encouraging the people to go ahead and reclaim the wasteland. It just so happens that the spring plowing and spring planting have just passed. The commoners have plenty of time." "Yes, that would be the best." Li Zishuan nodded. County Magistrate He was about to get up and leave when he suddenly remembered that he had another matter to attend to. Thus, he cupped his hands and said, "That's right, Marquis. Your mansion in Lantian County has basically been completed. If you have time in the near future, you can go over and see if there's any place that isn't to your liking. This official will get the craftsman to make some changes." If this was in his previous life, if someone told Li Zishuan that his house was completed in the center of the county, with its own courtyard and mountains, Li Zishuan would definitely be overjoyed. But now Li Zishuan only raised his eyebrows, his heart didn't waver at all. He lightly said, "Yes. This marquis will go over and take a look when I have time." County Magistrate how's the situation in the county recently? Is everything alright? Although the mansion in Lantian County was the true marquis residence of Yong, Li Zishuan didn't plan to completely move there for the time being because of Yanhuang College. At most, his father and mother would go over to oversee the mansion. Thus, Li Zishuan didn't care much about the mansion. What he cared about was the development of his fief. Hearing Li Zishuan ask about his job, County Magistrate's face immediately turned serious. He cupped his hands and said, "Marquis, everything in Lantian County is fine. Because of the football field in the county, there have been more and more pedestrians and merchants coming to Lantian County recently. Also, because of the Drunken Immortal House, Strange Interest Pavilion, and Treasure House, these famous shops and big shops have moved in. It has indirectly increased the business of the other shops. Now, our Lantian County has become the most prosperous county within a radius of 100 miles, excluding Chang and City. If the people and gentry of the other counties in the east want to buy something, they wouldn't go to Chang and City. More and more merchants want to open a shop in Lantian County. Therefore, the prices of the shops in the county have been increasing. I predict that the business tax collected by the county government this year will be at least 3 times more than the previous years." "Yes, that's good." Li Zishuan nodded, feeling very satisfied in his heart. After all, the development of the people in Lantian County was what he cared about the most. This was his headquarters. After sending off County Magistrate Li Zishuan went to the side courtyard to look for his father and mother, informing them of the news that the Marquis Yong and Manor in Lantian County had been completed. Upon hearing the news, Madame Li's interest was immediately piqued. She excitedly dragged old man Li to take a look at the new manor. After all, this was the foundation that her son would pass down to his descendants. Since Li Zishuan couldn't leave because of the academy's affairs, they as elders had to prepare the new mansion in advance anyway. For example, furniture, decorations, potted plants and so on. They had to buy what needed to be bought and send people to buy what needed to be bought. They couldn't leave the new mansion empty all the time, which was inauspicious. Therefore, old man Li, Madame Li Yi Guichong, and old lady Yi hurriedly brought a group of servants down the Cloud Mountain and rushed to Lantian County that afternoon. Li Zishuan didn't stop them. Of course, he appreciated the elders' good intentions. After sending his parents off, Li Zishuan went directly to the academy. At the door of his office he saw Kushirqing. Obviously, this child had been waiting here for a while. "Yamacho, do you have time now? I have something to talk to you about." Seeing Li Zishuan, Kushirqing's face lit up and he quickly cupped his hands. Li Zishuan was bewildered. He didn't know why Kushirqing didn't even go to class and came to find him. But he still nodded and said, "Yes. Come in." Li Zishuan didn't rashly blame Kushirqing for skipping class. He planned to wait until Kushirqing finished talking about what he wanted to say before making a decision. The two of them entered the office. Li Zishuan poured 2 cups of tea and handed one to Kushirqing. Kushirqing was flattered. Recently, when the teachers of the academy taught, they would usually bring a cup of tea into the classroom in advance. The fragrance of the tea made all the students in the classroom drool. He heard from Li Tai, Cheng Chumo, and the other nobles that this tea was called immortal tea. It was created by Li Zishuan and was currently not sold outside. Kushirqing didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so generous and directly give him a cup of immortal tea. How could he not be flattered? "Thank you, Yamacho." Kushirqing took the tea and cupped his hands in thanks. "Now you can tell me why you're looking for me." Li Zishuan's expression didn't change. He had always been very generous to his students. What was a cup of tea to him? Kushirqing quickly put down the teacup and said with a serious face, "Yamacho, I heard from Mr. Wang that you found a vanadium mine on the Lan family's volcano in Pengzhou. However, the local Chang people stopped you from mining it. Is this true?" Li Zishuan was stunned and said with some doubt, "It is true. But Shirqing, why are you asking this?" Kushirqing cupped his hands and said, "Yamacho, I'm from Bashu. My parents left their hometown to bring me to Beijing to study. My family is also from Chang." Li Zishuan heard this and was shocked. He said with some disbelief, "Shirqing, you're saying that you're from Chang?" Kushirqing nodded and said, "That's right. I grew up in the Chang tribe. The Chang people live in poverty and rely on the mountains to survive. Due to geographical reasons, the Chang tribe has been isolated from the outside world for generations. Although everyone's life is poor, there is no oppression and no corrupt officials. The people are happy and content. However, the Chang people only pursue food and clothing for generations. No one knows how to read or study. My father is not from Chang. He was a scholar in Kaifeng. Because he was in love with my mother, he lived with her in the Chang tribe. My father taught me to read and write since I was young. He wanted me to be a scholar in the future. When I was 12 years old, I was recognized by a scholar in Bashu. He recommended me to the Imperial College. I didn't disappoint him. I passed the Imperial College's examination and entered the School of Mathematics. Later on, I met Yamacho. My parents were worried about leaving me alone in Chang, and so they followed me. I know the Chang tribe that Yamacho's servant met in Bashu. Their leader is called Xiaofeng. This tribe is the largest Chang tribe in Bashu. If Yamacho wants to mine there, I can go to Shu and persuade their leader. Xiaofeng? When Li Zishuan heard the name of the Chang tribe in Bashu, he almost jumped up. He wanted to ask Ku Shiqing if Xiaofeng knew the 18 dragons subduing palms. That's right. His name is Xiaofeng. Does Yamacho know this Chang leader? Ku Shiqing asked curiously when he saw Li Zishuan's big reaction. Ahem. Li Zishuan shook his head to get rid of the nonsensical thoughts in his head and asked, I don't know him. I don't know him. Shiqing, which Xiao and Feng is this Xiaofeng? Ku Shiqing poured 2 drops of tea on the table and wrote, Xiaofeng on it. Yamacho. It's this Xiaofeng. Li Zishuan looked at it and realized that he had misunderstood. He straightened his face and said, Ahem. Shiqing, I'm very touched that you volunteered to go to Bashu to help me persuade the Chang people. But how is your relationship with the Chang tribe in Bashu? Will they make things difficult for you? Will they listen to you? Ku Shiqing's volunteering made Li Zishuan feel relieved. Before this, he had been thinking about who to send to persuade the Chang people in Bashu. Even so, he had to make sure that Ku Shiqing wouldn't be in danger. After all, San Bao and the others had almost died in the hands of the Chang people in Bashu. Chapter 1370. Yamacho, don't worry. We, the Chang people, won't hurt the Chang people. Yinhuang College, Yamacho's office. After hearing Li Zishuan's worries, Ku Shiqing quickly explained. A few years ago, I was admitted to the Imperial College. This caused quite a stir in the Chang tribe in Sichuan. Ever since the Imperial Court started the Imperial examinations and established the Imperial College, no one in the Chang tribe has ever been admitted to the Imperial College. Therefore, if I can persuade them and explain to Chief Xiaofeng why the Lan family's volcano can attract soldiers, they will not stop you from sending people to mine. Li Zishuan couldn't help but smile. So, Shiqing, you have been the pride of your tribe since you were young. Not bad, not bad. Since you took the initiative to volunteer today, I, as the Yamacho, have no reason to refuse. However, this is an important matter. I still need to get your parents' approval. Otherwise, you still can't go to Sichuan. Ku Shiqing cupped his hands and said, Of course. Yamacho, don't worry. I will definitely be able to persuade my parents. Li Zishuan nodded and said, In the morning assembly today, His Majesty has already changed the King of Han to the King of Shu and appointed him as the governor of Ezhou. I believe you can also see His Majesty's determination to govern Shu. If you can mediate and let the Chang people and the Imperial Court turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk, it will be a good thing. However, just yesterday, His Majesty has already ordered the governor of Ezhou to mediate with the Chang people. If you want to go to Sichuan, you have to leave as soon as possible. When the time comes, I will send a letter to the governor of Ezhou to inform him. Ku Shiqing's eyes lit up and said, Yamacho, are you talking about Governor Gao? Li Zishuan nodded and said, Yes. It is Governor Gao. Shiqing, do you know him? Ku Shiqing nodded excitedly and said, Although I have never met him, Shiqing has heard of Governor Gao's name. In the past few years, I have been studying in Chang, and have not returned to Shu County. However, I have been paying attention to the news there. The people of Shu County were frivolous. They were afraid of ghosts and hated the sick. Most of them did not personally serve their sick parents. Instead, they used sticks to pick up food and passed it to them from afar. It was said that after Chief Gao took office, due to his influence, the customs were changed. Furthermore, Elder Gao had also dug a new canal outside of the Wen River that Li Bing had dredged during the Qin dynasty, allowing the people of the Shu lands to benefit greatly. In addition, he also used his free time to organize poetry and prose meetings. He also let the Confucian scholars discuss the classics of Confucianism and encouraged the young students. As a result, the study style in Sichuan gradually became stronger. Today, Elder Gao is widely respected by the people in the Shu lands. This time, with him stepping forward to mediate, I'm sure leader Xiaofeng won't not give him face. So, it seems like there's no need to go to the Shu lands before studying. At the end, Kushirching scratched his head a little embarrassedly. After all, he had skipped class to come to Li Zishuan and volunteered. But now he realized that there was no need for him to go. No matter how he looked at it, it was a little suspicious of fishing in troubled waters. Li Zishuan smiled and did not blame him. After a moment of silence, he asked in a deep voice, "Shirching, if you were to pass the imperial examinations in the future, what would you like to do the most? Would you like to live high in the imperial court and accompany the emperor, or would you like to be an official and benefit the people?" Kushirching frowned and thought seriously for a long time before replying, "Yamacho. If I could pass the imperial examinations, I would like to return to Shu County and become an official. Shu County is the place where I grew up. It's a beautiful place, but the people there live a poor life. Most of them have never left the Shu lands in their lives, so naturally, they don't know how wonderful the world outside the Shu lands is. I want to bring the people of the Shu lands to live a good life. I want the Shu lands to be no longer isolated. I hope that the good things in Chang and City can also be found in the Shu lands, such as the carriages, bicycles, and the Celestial Mirror of Wonders Pavilion. Although these things have been sold to all the states and counties in the world, I believe that these things are rare in the Shu lands now. As the people of the Tang Empire, I think that the people of the Shu lands are no different from the people of Chang, and they should also live a good life and use the advanced engineering products created by Yamacho. If there's a chance, I will definitely benefit the people of my hometown in the future." Li Zishuan stood up and patted Kushirching's shoulder. He laughed and said, "Ha, good. The most important thing is to not forget your roots. Shirching, I'm very pleased that you have such thoughts. The Shu lands have been isolated for many years. This is true. This time, I'm mining the vanadium mine in Feng province. I've thought of using the mine to help the people in the surrounding areas become rich. When the time comes, I'll pay for them to build roads and bridges. If they're willing to help, they'll be able to get a good salary. So, if your parents agree, I still hope that you can make a trip to Shu lands. As a local, you should know the customs of the people there the best. If you can get the tribal power there to be understood, I can even let the people of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce open a shop there and bring all the fine goods from Chang and City over. This way, the communication between the Shu lands and the Central Plains will become more frequent, and the lives of the people will become better." "What? Yamacho, are you serious?" Kushirching was pleasantly surprised. If that was the case, then more than half of his dreams had been realized by Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "A gentleman's promise is worth 1,000 gold. What I said of course is true." "That's great. That's great. Thank you, Yamacho. I'll go back and discuss with my parents. Tomorrow I'll leave for the Shu lands. When the time comes, I'll definitely pass on Yamacho's goodwill to Chief Chiao Feng. I'm sure he won't refuse." Kushirching was extremely excited as he cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan. Then he suddenly thought of something and his face darkened. He said, I don't seem to be able to leave for Shu lands recently. Previously, the headmaster said that for the next 4 weeks, there will be a secret exam every Friday. Those who fail 4 times will be expelled from the academy. No matter what, the students have to wait until the exam ends this Friday before they can leave." Li Zishuan heard this and secretly praised this child's meticulousness. He thought for a while and asked, "Shirching, how's your memorization of this secret exam from the school? If I let you take the exam now, are you confident?" Kushirching frowned and thought for a moment. He gritted his teeth and cupped his hands. "Return to Yamacho, I'm confident." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "That's good. There's still some time before school ends. You can start the exam now. I'll grade your exam tonight. If you pass, you can go home tomorrow and persuade your parents. If you don't pass, then you don't have to go to Shu lands this time." Although he wanted Kushirching to go back and discuss with his parents tonight, he had emphasized the importance of confidentiality in front of all the teachers and students of the school last week. As the one who set the rules, how could he open the back door for Kushirching at this time? Kushirching nodded heavily and said, "Yes, Yamacho." Li Zishuan turned around and took out a sealed document from the drawer. After opening it, he took out a test paper. Then he took a pencil from the pen holder on the table and handed it to Kushirching. He said, "Find a place in this office and start the exam. The exam will last for an hour." He had already prepared the exam papers for the Academy's confidentiality exam. He even prepared 4 sets. It just so happened that there was 1 set per week. Kushirching should be the first person other than him to see the exam papers. Kushirching took the test paper and nodded. "Okay, Yamacho. Husband, aren't you going to sleep yet?" After dinner, Li Zishuan went straight to the study. Han Yushi glanced into the study when she passed by and asked, Wife, you go to sleep first. I'll go to sleep after I finish grading this exam. Li Zixuan looked up and said softly. This exam paper was naturally the confidential exam paper that Kushirqing had just finished in the afternoon. Then husband, don't stay up too late. Han Yushi nodded and went upstairs to sleep. Li Zixuan's gaze returned to the exam paper. He gently stroked the red pen on every part of the exam paper. Fill in the blanks, multiple choice questions, decision questions, short answer questions. He read 10 lines at a glance and finished grading in about 10 minutes. 99 points. Not bad, not bad. This Kushirqing's foundation is really good. No wonder before I went to the Imperial College he was the best in the School of Mathematics. He is a good seedling. Looking at the bright red 99 points on the exam paper, Li Zixuan praised. In this way, Kushirqing could leave the academy tomorrow and go home to discuss the trip to Sichuan with his parents. In fact, letting Kushirqing go to Sichuan was not Li Zixuan's plan. It was just added at the last minute. Kushirqing had the ability and the dream. As a Yamacho, Li Zixuan naturally had to give his student a stage to realize his dream. What was Li Zixuan's dream when he had just transmigrated? Li Zixuan would definitely answer that he wanted to be a carefree marquis and then rely on his wealth to live a life of luxury with his wife. But now he was a marquis and a Yamacho of the academy. His dream was to help his student realize his dream. He wanted to be a dream godfather and let his student become the most outstanding person no matter where he went. He wanted to have students all over the world. When that time came, he would become the most powerful person in the world. Because by then, any student would be able to hold their own. The next morning, Li Zixuan arrived at Yanhuang College. Coincidentally, Kushirqing was waiting for him in front of Guanghua Building. It was time for the students to have their breakfast. Yamacho. When Kushirqing saw Li Zixuan walking towards him, he hurriedly went up and greeted him nervously. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Hee. What? Are you worried that you didn't pass the exam? Kushirqing nodded and said, although I checked my answers last night when I returned to the dormitory, I still feel a little nervous. After all, I really want to go to Sichuan. Li Zixuan patted Kushirqing's shoulder and laughed. Ha! Don't worry. You scored 99 points this time. According to the rules of the academy, you have passed. I will give you special permission not to participate in the next few exams. But I can't give you the exam papers now. After all, the other students haven't taken the exam yet. You can go back and discuss with your parents about the trip to Sichuan. If your parents agree, you can ask someone to send a message to me and then go directly to Sichuan. As for the academy, I will give you some time off. When you return, you can go and study by yourself. Just like Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg who went to war with the army. As for Chief Gao, I will write a letter to him today. When you are there, he will take care of you. Kushirqing said gratefully, thank you Yamacho. Then I will take my leave. Yamacho, take care. Li Zixuan nodded and said, if you are going to Sichuan, you take care too. After the academy helped Kushirqing with his request for leave and handed his secret exam results to Yen Silu, Li Zixuan went down Yunshan and rowed towards the pier at the lower reaches of the Ba River. At the pier, 5 large merchant ships of the Feng family were ready to set off. Because they did not buy a lot of seeds in Guangdong, only a little more than 10,000 jin, Feng Jihua only sent out 5 merchant ships. Marquis, why are you here? Feng Jihua, who was directing the loading of goods at the pier, inadvertently saw Li Zixuan riding over. He quickly went up and greeted him. Li Zixuan dismounted from his horse and said with a smile, Boss Feng has acted righteously this time and personally helped this marquis go to Guangdong to purchase the white stack flower seeds. This marquis has to send Boss Feng off no matter what. Feng Jihua was flattered and said, thank you marquis for sending me off. Ah, it's my pleasure, it's my pleasure. Li Zixuan waved his hand and took out a piece of paper and a painted letter. He handed it to Feng Jihua and said, here. This is this marquis's order and this marquis's personal letter to Jun Wangyi. Thinking that sending someone to deliver the letter would not be as fast as sending it by sea, I will have to trouble Boss Feng to personally deliver this letter to Jun Wangyi. When the royal prince sees this letter, he will definitely make it convenient for you. The convenience he was talking about was not asking Li Xiaogong to open a back door for Feng Jihua. Li Zixuan was not someone who liked special treatment. For this sea trade, he would not let Feng Jihua pay any less of the taxes that should be paid in Guangdong. The reason why he still needed to write a letter was because he wanted to borrow the power of the Department of Commerce to get the small countries in Nanyang to ship more white stack flowers to Guangdong to sell. Feng Zhihua took the warrant and the letter with both hands and said, "Marquis, don't worry. I will personally deliver this letter to the royal prince of Hejian." Coincidentally, at this time, all the goods on the dock had been loaded. A red sun jumped out of the horizon and shone on the surface of the Ba River, reflecting the clear and crystalline waves. Feng Zhihua cupped his fists and said, "Marquis, the time has come, the fleet should set sail. This foam will bid farewell here. This time I will definitely bring back as many white stack flowers as possible for the Marquis. Marquis, may we meet again." Li Zixuan also cupped his fist and said, "See you later." Feng Zhihua nodded and then turned to walk towards the big ship. "Raise the anchor, raise the sails, set sail." A moment later, the sailors on the big ship shouted and the fleet of 5 big ships finally set sail towards the east. Chapter 1371. After watching the fleet leave, Li Zixuan went straight to the workshop. His family had bought over 200 caddies of cotton seeds from the Hu people yesterday. These few days, he had to start making arrangements for the servants in the residence to start growing the seeds. And growing the seeds required a type of machine, a nutrient bowl manufacturing machine. If the cotton seeds were directly scattered in the ground, a large portion of them would not germinate. The survival rate was extremely low. In his previous life, Li Zixuan was also a villager. He had experienced the entire process of growing cotton. He remembered that when his family was growing cotton, they had to first plant the cotton seeds in a nutrient bowl. After the seeds germinated, the seedlings would be transplanted into the ground. The so-called nutrition bowl was to load the loose, fertile soil that was easy to retain water and fertilizer, germ-free, and seedless into the machine for making nutrition bowls. Through the machine, cup-shaped nutrition bowls with a diameter of 11 centimeters and a height of 10 to 12 centimeters were manufactured. The cotton seeds were pressed into the nutrition bowls, and the nutrition bowls were covered with a thin film until they sprouted. After the cotton seeds germinated, they would be transplanted into the ground along with the nutrient bowl and the job would be done. The greatest benefit of this method was that it could greatly increase the survival rate of the cotton seeds. Compared to sowing directly, this nutrient bowl sowing method could save at least 3 times the amount of seeds. If the people of Lantian County were to use this nutrient bowl sowing method in the future, then the amount of cotton seeds they would need to plant per mu of land would not even be 1 caddy. In the modern era, the South used the nutrient bowl sowing method to plant cotton in 1 mu of land. It required about 0.7 caddies of seeds. In the North, the direct sowing method required about 3 to 6 caddies of seeds per mu of land. Therefore, the nutrient bowl sowing method had always been popular in the southern regions. However, there were also disadvantages. For example, it required a lot of manpower and resources. In addition, the nutrient bowl sowing seedlings and transplanting them could make the cotton seedlings stronger. Correspondingly, they could produce more cotton in the future. Therefore, not only did this method save on seeds, it also guaranteed a high yield. Moreover, the most important thing was that this method of growing cotton had not appeared in this era. Why was cotton only an expensive flower in the Tang dynasty for people to admire? Why was it not planted on a large scale? Because it was expensive. But why was it expensive? Other than the fact that there were very few people in the Central Plains who needed to import cotton, the most important reason was its low survival rate and low yield. Very few people were willing to plant it on a large scale. As the saying goes, the rarer something is, the greater its value. Thus, this cotton could only be treated as a precious flower for people to admire. As for using it to make clothes, that would be too extravagant. Only a fool with a lot of money would do such a thing. Therefore, Li Zixuan planned to promote his nutrient bowl planting technology. First, he had to go to the workshop to build a nutrient bowl manufacturing machine. He planned to make a hand-pressed nutrient bowl manufacturing machine for cotton. At this time, Li Zixuan was thankful that he came from a rural family in his previous life. Otherwise he wouldn't know about these things. It wasn't difficult to make this kind of handheld cotton nutrition bowl making machine. Its structure was similar to the pushrod honeycomb coal mold made by the workshop previously. That was used to shape coal blocks while this one was used to shape fertile soil. Therefore, Li Zixuan came to the workshop and explained it to Faubert. Faubert immediately understood and promised that the hand-pressed cotton nutrition bowl machine would be ready and sent to Yunshan Mountain by noon. Only then did Li Zixuan return to Cloud Mountain in satisfaction. At the same time, dozens of Yamen runners ran out of Lantian County. Each one of them held a notice and ran to the villages in all directions. The people from the county Yamen came to put up notices? What's going on? The Yamen runners actually came to our Yu family manor to put up notices. It's really too strange. On the wall at the entrance of the Yu family manor, The commoners looked at the notice that had just been put up and gathered together to discuss it. In the past, if the yamen needed to announce something to the commoners, they only needed to put up notices in key places in the city. It was very rare to see a notice directly sent to the village like today. It was no wonder that these villagers felt it was strange. However, it could also be seen that county magistrate he was very attentive to Li Zishuan's orders this time. Elementary Scholar Yu. Where is Elementary Scholar Yu? Quickly let Elementary Scholar Yu see what's written on the notice. He's coming, he's coming. Quickly make way, Elementary Scholar Yu is coming. Elementary Scholar Yu, quickly read it for us. What's written on the notice? Could it be that the county yamen is going to increase our taxes again? Amidst the numerous calls, Yu Dehang, who had met Li Zishuan a few times before, walked out of the Yu family manor. Uncle Zhong, Marquis is in charge of Lantian County right now. The county yamen won't increase our taxes, so don't make wild guesses. Can you let me see what's written on the notice first? Yu Dehang comforted Zhong Lijing and then looked at the notice on the wall. After a while he was completely stunned. Elementary Scholar Yu? Elementary Scholar Yu? What's wrong with you? What's written on the notice? Could it be that I, old Zhong, guessed correctly? Zhong Lijing saw that Yu Dehang's eyes were wide open as he stood there in a daze without saying a word. Instead he looked very surprised. He hurriedly pulled on Yu Dehang's sleeve and said worriedly. That's right. Elementary Scholar Yu. What's written on the notice? The commoners were also anxious and started to shout. Yu Dehang, who was in a state of shock, finally came to his senses. He swallowed his saliva and forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart. He said, the notice says that Marquis intends to promote the planting of white dye seeds within the borders of Lantian County. He has already asked someone to buy the seeds. From today onwards, as long as a farmer is willing to plant white dye seeds, you can immediately go to the county yamen to report. Before the seeds arrive, as long as a farmer is able to cultivate 1 mu of wasteland, they can go to the county yamen to receive a caddy of white dye seeds for free. Receive a caddy of white dye seeds for free? Elementary Scholar Yu, you're not mistaken, right? That's right. Elementary Scholar Yu. A caddy of white dye seeds is worth 7 or 8 strings of coins. Is Marquis really going to give it to us for free? Then wouldn't Marquis suffer a huge loss? Before Yu Dehang could finish speaking, the surrounding commoners immediately exclaimed in disbelief. Everyone, please let me finish reading. Yu Dehang hurriedly shouted to maintain order. When the surroundings quieted down again he said loudly, this notice also says that when the farmers receive the free seeds of the white fold flower, they need to sign an agreement with the yamen. That is, when the white fold flower matures, they need to remove the seeds and hand them all over to the county yamen. Those who don't hand them over will be fined 10 strings of cash, including the principal and interest. As for the tidbits produced by the white fold, you can sell them directly or use them to make winter clothes. This way you won't suffer from the cold during the winter. No matter what, the tidbits of the white fold belong to the farmers. The Marquis will not interfere with how you use them. As Yu Dehang's voice fell, everyone was shocked. After the shock there was ecstasy. Marquis is actually giving out white dye seeds for free? And all the white dye seeds that are planted will belong to us? Marquis is really benevolent. If we can receive a caddy of seeds we can at least earn 10 strings of coins. 10 strings of coins? Zhong Lijing, is there that much? Hey. As long as the harvest isn't bad, it won't be a problem to earn 100 strings of coins. Ah. What are we waiting for? Quickly go to the county yamen to register. Last time, when Marquis promoted the greenhouse vegetables, our Yu family village didn't get to see the white dye seeds this time. No matter what, we can't miss it. That's right. That's right. Quickly go to the county yamen to register. If we're late we might not get it. Go quickly. Go quickly. Suddenly the group of people rushed out like a swarm of bees. They didn't even have time to put down the shovels, hoes, and other farming tools on their shoulders as they rushed directly in the direction of Lantian County. Hey. Wait for me. Yu Dehang called out twice and hurriedly followed. A similar situation also happened in the dozens of other farmsteads in Lantian County. These farmsteads were all in an uproar at the same time. They went to the county yamen to register and then reclaimed 1 mu of wasteland to get a caddy of white dye seeds for free. In the eyes of the farmers, wasn't this like picking up money? Moreover, they could pick up tens or even hundreds of strings of coins. How could the farmers not be tempted by this? This was especially true for the farmers who were incorporated into Li Zishuan's fiefdom later. When Li Zishuan promoted the greenhouse vegetables, they didn't belong to Li Zishuan's fiefdom. Naturally, they didn't enjoy the first wave of dividends. Now that the second wave of dividends was finally here, of course, they had to desperately grab hold of it. Of course, they weren't the only ones who wanted to grab hold of it. The farmers of the 8 farmsteads who had followed Li Zishuan in the beginning were even more enthusiastic. Because of the greenhouse vegetables incident last time, they firmly believed that following Li Zishuan would bring them benefits. As long as it was Li Zishuan's decision, they would unconditionally support it. They would definitely make a lot of money. Therefore, on all the roads and small paths in Lantian County, farmers could be seen running wildly everywhere. It was like ants returning to their nest. The black mass of ants came from all directions and rushed towards their nest, Lantian County. On the street in front of the Lantian County's Yamen entrance, 3 rows of tables had already been set up. 1 row of tables faced the street in the west, another row faced the street in the east, and another row faced the street in the south. The farmers who came from all directions could line up in 3 different directions to register. This way they could save a lot of time. County Magistrate. They're here. They're here. The commoners are here. But why did they bring their shovels and hoes over? County Magistrate. He led a group of county officials and waited at the entrance of the county yamen. Suddenly, the county official became excited as he hurriedly asked County Magistrate But after seeing the equipment of the farmers, the official was dumbfounded. If someone who wasn't in the know saw this, they would think that these commoners were coming to the county yamen to rebel. County Magistrate. He stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Let the bailiffs register properly and prevent commoners from other counties from mixing in. This is Marquis' kindness to our county's commoners. We can't let people from other counties take advantage of this. Understand?" The official hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Yes, County Magistrate." While they were talking, dozens of farmers had already run over. Seeing the tables that had already been set up, the farmers understood the rules and lined up. There were 3 tables in each direction of the street. There were a total of 9 tables, which meant that they could line up in 9 lines. "Sir, I want to plant white stack flowers. I want to register. What's your name? Which village are you from?" "My name is Lu Mang from Liujia village." Good. I've already registered for you. Marquis will be able to buy the seeds back in half a month. Before that, you have to cultivate a mu of wasteland. It's best if it's a hillside that's facing the sun. That way the harvest will be better. Do you understand?" "Understood. Understood. Thank you for your reminder. Next." The quiet entrance of the county yamen suddenly became lively. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a boiling cauldron of voices. The commoners in Guangxing County who woke up early saw this scene and couldn't help but be stunned. What are they doing? Why are they all gathered at the county yamen? It seems that they are all farmers from outside the county. Farmers? What are they doing here at the county yamen? I know. I just saw the notice at the county yamen. It said that Marquis intends to promote the planting of white stack flowers in Lantian County. Those who are willing to plant can register at the county yamen. As long as they can cultivate a mu of wasteland within the stipulated time, they will be able to get a gene of white stack flower seeds for free. What? A gene of white stack flower seeds for free? Is there such a good thing in this world? No, I want to register too. Boss Wang, what are you so happy about? Do you have any fields at home? Don't tell me you want to take the seeds and sell them for money? The notice said that after receiving the seeds, you have to sign an agreement with the county yamen. When the harvest time comes, the white stack flowers will belong to the commoners. However, all the seeds must be removed and handed over to the county yamen. If you don't hand it over, you will be fined 10 strings of coins. Boss Wang, if you receive it now, you will have to pay 10 strings of coins in the future. So that's how it is. Then this old man won't receive it. I'll leave the opportunity to these farmers. TSK. This time the farmers outside the city are going to be rich. With a gene of seeds, the white stack flower seeds can be sold for dozens of strings of coins. Sigh, what a pity. Who asked us to not be farmers? At this moment, these city dwellers began to envy the farmers. It was really strange. As time passed, the lines of farmers in the 3 directions grew longer and longer. The line in the south was about to reach the city gates. Tens of thousands of farmers outside the city suddenly flooded into Lantian County. This city that wasn't considered big suddenly became crowded. Those businessmen who came to Lantian County to do business or those who came to watch the football match saw this scene and began to inquire about what had happened. It didn't matter if they didn't ask, but once they did, they were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Everyone couldn't help but sigh at the good welfare of the citizens of Lantian County. From time to time, Li Zishuan would give red packets to the citizens. Furthermore, it was the kind of red packets that were worth hundreds of strings of coins. And the matter here quickly spread to the other counties. Chapter 1372. Have you heard? The Marquis of Yong and wants to give every farmer in Lantian County a caddy of white fold flower seeds for free. What? Why is Marquis giving so many white fold flower seeds to the farmers? Seeds. The Marquis said that the white stack flower catkins will belong to the farmers. The farmers can use them to make cotton-padded clothes or sell them for money. When the time comes, we just need to hand in the seeds. Oh my God. There's such a good thing? Can we get the flower seeds if we go? Tisk. In your dreams. We are from Xingfeng County. The Marquis of Yong and only gives them to the farmers in Lantian County. Lantian County. It's Lantian County again. Last year, Marquis only promoted the greenhouse vegetables in Lantian County. At that time, the farmers who planted the greenhouse vegetables earned hundreds of strings of coins. A few months ago, when Marquis was building the dam, he also prioritized the young adults in Lantian County. I heard that not only are there meat for every meal, but the wages are also high. Now, Marquis wants to plant white fold flower seeds to make winter clothes for the people of Lantian County. Why didn't His Majesty give Xingfeng County to the Marquis of Yong, and as a fief? Sigh. Who said it wasn't? Last year, matchmaker Zhao recommended a kid from Lantian County to my daughter, but my wife didn't agree. Now it's his turn to disagree. This prodigal woman. Ah. Old Wang, your wife has no taste. It's not that I want to criticize you, but this kind of woman needs to be taught a lesson. Yes. She needs to be taught a lesson. Ah. Serves you right for being unlucky. Look at my two daughters, they married to Lantian County at the beginning of the year. Now they're living a good life. After the greenhouse vegetables and dam building incident, Li Zishuan came up with another benefiting the people policy, which caused a huge uproar among the people in the surrounding counties of Chang'an. Although there were no newspapers to promote it, the current momentum of public opinion was even more terrifying than being on the headlines of the newspapers. Not only the people in the surrounding counties of Chang'an City were discussing it, the people in Chang'an City were also discussing it. At this moment, all the citizens only had one thought in their minds, and that was to regret that they were not Lantian people in this life. If he was also a citizen of Lantian County, then wouldn't he be able to enjoy the benefits of Li Zishuan's benefiting the people policy? In an instant, countless people had a strong yearning for Lantian County. Of course, the ladies of the prestigious families in Chang'an City finally understood who had bought all the white stack flowers in the West Market yesterday. The beauties couldn't help but sigh at Li Zishuan's generosity. He actually used them as ornamental white flowers to make winter clothes for the people in his fief. What? Little Xian wanted the people in his fief to plant white stack flowers? What's the point of growing this thing? Do you want to watch? Qing Yaojin had just finished the morning court when he heard the news. He stared at his second son, Qing Chuyang, and asked. Qing Chuyang's forehead was full of black lines. He said, Father. Even if the Marquis of Yong and wanted to see white stack flowers, he wouldn't go so far as to let his subordinates plant them all over Lantian County, right? I heard that he wanted the commoners to make winter clothes out of white paper. Qing Yaojin nodded and suddenly laughed. Hey, this kid's idea is really strange. Using white paper to make clothes for the commoners? That's too extravagant. How many seeds did he say he wanted to buy? 10,000 caddies? TSK. 70 to 80,000 strings of coins, that's really generous. Qing Chuyang asked tentatively, Father, then should we follow this time? Last year, when Li Zishuan promoted the planting of greenhouse vegetables in his fief, Old Cheng's and Old Qin's families also promoted it. Although there was a difference of half a month, their family's farmers earned a lot of money because of it. The Qing family also gained a good reputation for being benevolent. Now that Li Zishuan wanted to promote the planting of white stack flowers, should the Qing family follow? Qing Yaojin frowned and said, White stack flowers are not easy to grow. Since little Xian dares to promote it, he might have a better way to grow it. As for 70 to 80,000 strings of coins TSK, the Qing family can't afford it. However, the Qing family only has 700 farmers, and a caddy of seeds per family is only 700 caddies. After pondering for a moment, Qing Yaojin gritted his teeth and said, Then we'll buy it. Chu Liang, get Butler Liang to tell the barbarian merchants in Shi City to quickly find a way to get me 700 caddies of white stack flower seeds. Otherwise I'll smash their shops. Li Zishuan needed a large amount of white stack flower seeds, so he could only find sea merchants. However, the Cheng family only needed a few hundred caddies of seeds, so the barbarian merchants could find a way to get it themselves. In order to survive in Chang'an, these barbarian merchants would definitely find a way to get old Cheng so many seeds. Cheng Chuyang quickly replied, "Yes, father. I'll go tell the butler now." Stop right there. Cheng Yaojin suddenly said, "Kid, you have to go back to the study and study. In a few months, Yanhuang College will be recruiting students. If you can't get in, I'll teach you a lesson." Cheng Chuyang shrunk his neck and said bitterly, "Yes, father." What? Li Zishuan wants to plant white stack flowers on a large scale in Lantian County? Just after morning court, Li Er heard this piece of news, and it was even personally sent by Li Qingqian. "Yes, father. Not only have all the white stack flower seeds in Chang'an city been bought by the Marquis of Yong, and according to what I know, he even sent a merchant ship to Guangdong to buy white stack flower seeds from Nanyang Sea merchants. According to the notice in Lantian County, he wants to buy at least 10,000 caddies of seeds." Li Qingqian bowed and said, 10,000 caddies? This kid is really extravagant. Li Er muttered and sighed. After a moment he said to Li Qingqian, "No matter what, this is a move that benefits the people. In so many years, this is the first time I've heard of someone planting so many white stack flowers to make clothes for the people. However, isn't this kid afraid that the harvest won't be good and there won't be any harvest? I've heard that it's hard for white stack flowers to survive." Li Qingqian revealed a worried expression and said, "I'm also worried about this. Ever since white stack flowers were introduced into the Central Plains during the Qin and Han dynasties, it was only used as an ornamental flower because of its low survival rate. The Marquis of Yong has good intentions in wanting to use white stack flowers to make clothes for the people, but I'm afraid that he won't even be able to recover the cost. After all, 70 to 80,000 strings of cash isn't a small sum." Li Er frowned and then said in relief, "Ha, Qingqian, don't you know that kid's personality? He definitely won't do things that he isn't confident in. Last time he was able to grow vegetables in the winter. This time he can grow a large patch of white stack flowers in Lantian County. I don't find it strange at all." Li Qingqian's eyes lit up and said, "Father is right. Perhaps the Marquis of Yong has a better method of growing white stack flowers? Therefore, I would like to ask Father to allow me to leave the palace. I would like to go to Yunshan to investigate. If it's really as Father thinks, then the people of Tang Empire won't have to suffer from the cold in the winter." Li Er thought for a moment and waved his hand and said, "Then you can go after lunch." Li Qingqian said happily, "Thank you, Father." Marquis Steward Fu sent someone to deliver a cart of farm tools. Pang Feiji came in to report when Li Zishuan had just finished his meal. "And? It's done so quickly? Where are the things?" Li Zishuan's eyes lit up as he quickly stood up and said, "Marquis, it's just outside the door." Pang Feiji cupped his fists and said. Han Yushi looked confused and said, "Husband, what kind of farm tools made you so happy?" "Ah, new farm tools. Wife, you'll know when you follow your husband." Li Zishuan smiled and then pulled Han Yushi out of the house. "Brother, wait for me. Lana wants to go too." Lana rushed out of the room and quickly followed. Outside the courtyard, Li Zishuan saw more than 10 hand-pressed nutrition bowls piled up in the open space in front of the door. They looked exactly like the slimmer version of the pusher used to make honeycomb briquettes. Husband? What's this thing used for? Why does it look so much like the one used to make honeycomb briquettes?" Han Yushi looked at the hand-pressed nutrition bowls on the ground and suddenly asked curiously, Brother, how do you play with this?" Li Zishuan was about to speak when Lana picked up a bowl as if she had gotten a new toy. Then she looked at Li Zishuan and asked. Li Zishuan shook his head and looked at Han Yushi. He smiled and said, "Wife, aren't you curious about what this is used for? Let your husband demonstrate it to you. Feiji, have you prepared the soil that I asked you to prepare earlier?" Pang Feiji pointed to a mound in the east and said, replying to Marquis, "It's already prepared. It's over there. It's all dug from the vegetable fields at the foot of the mountain. It's very fertile." Looks like Changle and I came at the right time. Just in time for a good show." After Pang Feiji finished speaking, a young man's voice suddenly came from the courtyard. Who else could it be other than Li Qingqian? As for Changle, after hearing that Li Qingqian was coming to Cloud Mountain, she quickly asked Li Er for a chance to leave the palace and followed along. "Greetings to your highness. Greetings to your highness." The servants and guards of the Li family had all seen Li Qingqian and Changel before, so they quickly bowed and greeted them. Li Zishuan, Han Yushi and Lan Er also prepared to greet, but Li Qingqian waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite. Xiao Xian, you don't need to be so polite either." Then he excitedly walked in front of Li Zishuan and asked, "Xiao Xian, these farming tools of yours should be related to the planting of the white stack flower, right?" Since Li Zishuan did not allow them to greet, then Li Zishuan would not be so bored as to do something unnecessary. However, after hearing Li Qingqian's guess, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. He then praised, "Qingqian has good eyesight. You guessed right. This thing is indeed related to the planting of the white stack flower." Changel asked curiously, "Brother Xiao Xian, what does this thing have to do with the white stack flower?" Changel, "Look. Why does this thing look like it's used to make honeycomb briquettes?" Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Ha, let me demonstrate. Changel, you and Qingqian will know after seeing it." Chapter 1373. This thing is called a nutrient bowl. By stuffing fertile soil into it and pushing it out like I am doing, you will get cup-shaped mud cubes. These mud cubes are the nutrient bowls for the white stack flower seeds. If you press 2 seeds into the nutrient bowl, they will sprout in about 7 days. At the mound of soil next to the Yunshan residence, under the gaze of Li Qingqian, Changel, Han Yushi, and the others, Li Zishuan showed himself to explain. First, he poked the alms bowl with all his might into the mound of soil. After it was filled with soil, he stepped on the push rod, and the soil was pushed out in the shape of a cup. This was the nutrition bowl. Then Li Zishuan took out 2 seeds and pressed them into the circular pit in the center of the nutrient bowl. The entire process was completed. This is fun. Brother Lan Er will help you." Seeing Li Zishuan easily make a cup-shaped mud cube, Lan Er's interest was immediately piqued. She excitedly rushed over to give it a try. Li Zishuan was speechless. "You are just a little taller than the alms. How can you play with it? Go to the side and watch. Don't dirty your clothes." Lan Er pouted. "I won't. Brother, you look down on me. Lan Er will make one for you to see." After saying that, the little girl imitated Li Zishuan's previous actions. She picked up the alms and poked it into the mound of dirt. This thing is indeed interesting. I will give it a try too." Perhaps the innocent Lan Er had awakened Li Qingqian's childish nature. This fellow also eagerly picked up the alms and walked towards the mound of dirt. "Brother Crown Prince, wait for me. Changel also wants to try." It was rare for Changel to come out, so she naturally wanted to play to her heart's content. She followed closely behind Li Qingqian with the alms and walked towards the mound of dirt with the alms. "Your Highness, you can't." The leader of the Eastern Palace guards who followed Li Qingqian hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to stop him. Li Qingqian waved his hand and said, "It's fine. I'm just giving it a try. There is no danger." When the guard heard that, he did not continue to stop him. "Brother Little Xian, can you teach Changel one more time?" Changel carried the alms bowl and walked to Li Zishuan's side, smiling sweetly. Looking at this bright and beautiful smile, how could Li Zishuan say no? He nodded helplessly and said, "All right then. Qingqian, Changel, I'll demonstrate it to you again. First, push the alms bowl into the mound with all your strength. You must use all your strength or else the soil won't be able to fill the alms bowl, and the nutrition bowl you push out will be incomplete." Bang bang bang. Li Zishuan, Changel and Lan Er all followed Li Zishuan and poked the alms bowl into the mound. After a while, Li Zishuan continued, "When you think it's about time, step on this push rod and push the dirt out. Yes, that's it. Might take some effort. Wow. I'm done. Brother Little Xian, take a look and see if this nutrition bowl is done correctly." Unexpectedly, Changel had finished it before Li Qingqian. The little girl held the freshly made nutrition bowl in her hands and came to Li Zishuan, asking excitedly, "Very well done. The shape is very standard and the soil is very sturdy." Li Zishuan nodded and praised. "Thank you for your praise, Brother Little Xian." After receiving Li Zishuan's affirmation, Changel's beautiful little face instantly beamed like a flower. At this moment, Li Qingqian's first nutrition bowl was also completed. However, it was a failure with a bumpy bottom and an incomplete exterior. It was obvious that Li Qingqian did not use enough strength when filling the soil inside. "Qingqian, this is about the same level as Lan Er's. I think you have to find time to train or else your body will only become weaker and weaker. Look at your physical strength now, it's not even as good as Changel's." Upon seeing this, Li Zishuan immediately teased. Li Qingqian immediately blushed and retorted, "A little Xian, what nonsense are you talking about? I just didn't do it seriously just now. If you don't believe me, I'll make another one for you. As a man, he could not tolerate others saying that he was weak. In order to protect his dignity as a man, Li Qingqian resolutely began the second nutrition bowl's production. Bam bam bam. This time Li Qingqian peeled with all his might. From the looks of it, he could not wait to crush the entire cloud mountain. With a clang, a flawless nutrition bowl was pushed out from the bowl-making device. Li Qingqian immediately said proudly, "Hey, little Xian. How was it? I told you that it was just a coincidence, right?" After saying that, he could not help but secretly take 2 deep breaths. Speaking of which, he had been learning how to rule the country from Li Er all day long in the palace. He indeed lacked training. Li Zishuan saw through him but did not expose him. He did not refute him. Li Qingqian put down the bowl-making device and asked, "Little Xian, you still haven't said why you want to plant the seeds in this nutrition bowl?" This prince feels that it's more convenient to just directly bury the seeds in the ground. Hearing Li Qingqian's question, Changel also stopped what she was doing and shifted her gaze to Li Zishuan. Clearly she had the same doubts as Li Qingqian. Li Zishuan muttered to himself for a moment and said, "Simply speaking, for the white dye seed to germinate, it needs sufficient nutrients, water and suitable temperature. If the seeds were directly buried in the ground, then there is a possibility that less than 1 in 10 will survive. This is because the nutrients in the ground might not be enough. Furthermore, the night is still a little cold. This is why the survival rate of the white dye seed is so low." Li Qingqian nodded his head as if he understood and then asked, "Little Xian, the reason why this thing is called a nutrition bowl is because the nutrients in the soil are very sufficient, right?" Li Zishuan nodded his head and praised, "That's right. The nutrients in the nutrition bowl are indeed very sufficient. This is because the soil inside is the most fertile soil and can provide sufficient nutrients for the germination of the white dye seed. Secondly, once the seeds are planted, I will instruct people to put the seeds together with the nutrition bowl into the greenhouse. This way it won't be frozen at night and the moisture in the soil won't evaporate too quickly. This way not only will the survival rate of the seeds greatly increase, the germination time will also be greatly reduced. Once it germinates, it can be transplanted into the field along with the nutrition bowl." There were 2 advantages to using this method. First, it saved on seeds. This method only required less than a caddy of seeds to grow 1 mu of white stack seed. The other method, which was the most primitive method, required about 3 caddies of seeds to grow 1 mu of land. Second, it can increase the harvest. Because using this method, the seeds can absorb sufficient nutrients during the germination stage, so the buds will generally be thicker. In the end, for the same white dye seed, this method of growing white dye seed will increase the flower catkins by at least 30%. When Li Qingqian heard this, he widened his eyes in shock and said, "Before coming here, my imperial father guessed that Xiao Xian might have grasped an even more powerful planting method. I didn't expect it to be like this." According to Xiao Xian, this year's white dye seed harvest in Lantian County will definitely give everyone a huge surprise. Changel also nodded her head and said, "Brother Xiao Xian, if your method is feasible, then it will completely solve the problem of the low survival rate of the white dye seed. In the future, the other provinces and counties in Great Tang can also follow this method. This way, the white dye seed will be popularized in Great Tang and become the 3rd most important crop after rice and wheat. When that time comes, the commoners really won't lack clothes to wear and won't suffer from the cold in winter." When she finished speaking, Changel's eyes sparkled as if she was looking at a hero. She looked at Li Zishuan with a face full of worship. Li Qingqian clapped his hands and said, "That's right. Once there are more white dye seed, it will naturally not be as expensive as before. When that time comes, the commoners will be able to buy some white dye seed catkins to make cotton-padded clothes. Xiao Xian, if this method is successful, your merit will be immeasurable." Li Zishuan smiled faintly and said, "Whether it will succeed or not, we will only know after we try it. But the final effect will definitely not be too bad." After saying that, Li Zishuan distributed the alms bowl utensils that Faubert had sent over to the servants and guards to make the nutrition alms bowls. Of course, this labor was not free. The wages were added to their monthly allowance. Speaking of which, he now had 200 jin of white dye seed. If he planted all of them, he could plant at least 200 to 300 mu. Therefore, the servants and guards of the Li residence would be very busy this time. Xiao Xian, did you notice that Changel's physical strength is really much better than before? Li Zishuan called everyone into the house. Li Qingqian dragged Li Zishuan to the back. At this moment he suddenly said sneakily. Li Zishuan looked carefully and saw that although Changel had personally made a few nutrition alms bowls, her complexion was still normal. Her face was not red, and her heart was not out of breath. Indeed, as Li Qingqian said, her physical strength was much better than before. He turned his head to look at Li Qingqian and joked, "What? Qingqian, do you admit that your physical strength is not as good as Changle's?" Generally, a weak body means a weak kidney. This kidney deficiency is not scary, but you have to pay attention to recuperation and exercise. Stop. Li Qingqian almost vomited blood. He hurriedly said, "Xiao Xian, you are the one with a weak kidney. I'm talking to you about serious matters. Don't interrupt. Get to the point." Li Zishuan put away his smile and said seriously, "Changle has my Taoist qi in her body now. Although she has not learned fighting moves, her physical strength is naturally much stronger than ordinary people. This is not surprising. A few months ago, Changle's qi disease flared up. Li Zishuan used his own qi to cure it. In addition, Changle usually practiced Tai Chi very seriously, so she had already cultivated qi. With Li Zishuan's help, she unexpectedly succeeded in drawing qi into her body. This was the main reason why her physical strength was much stronger than before." Li Qingqian suddenly understood. "Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Xian, is internal qi really so miraculous?" Li Zishuan glanced at him and said with a smile, "Miraculous or not, Qingqian, won't you know once you practice it? It can also cure your kidney deficiency." AI. Who has kidney deficiency? Who has kidney deficiency? Xiao Xian, stop right there. Li Qingqian said angrily. Chapter 1374. Li Qingqian and Changle stayed on Cloud Mountain for less than 2 hours before returning to the palace. After all, they could not leave the palace for too long. Li Zishuan called Pang Feiji over and said, "Feiji, bring some men and call all the farmers in Lantian County over. When the time comes, bring them along and learn how to make the nutrition bowl. After they learn it, go back and teach it to the farmers in the village. After a while, the white fold seed flower will be planted. All the farmers who receive the seeds must use this method to plant the white fold seed flower." Pang Feiji cupped his fists and said, "Yes, Marquis." After saying that, he brought a dozen personal guards and rode down Cloud Mountain. Not long after Pang Feiji left, a woman came to the courtyard of Cloud Mountain and said that she wanted to see Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan brought Han Yushi out to meet her. Only then did he know that this woman was Ku Shirqing's mother. She was here to send a message to Li Zishuan, saying that Ku Shirqing had already left for Bashu in the afternoon. Ku Shirqing's father, because he was worried, also followed along. Li Zishuan and Han Yushi comforted Ku Shirqing's mother, telling her that Ku Shirqing would be taken care of by Gao Shilian when he arrived there, so she did not have to worry. Ku Shirqing's mother stayed on Cloud Mountain for a while before leaving. Her back view looked very bleak. After all, her husband and son had gone far away, and might even encounter danger. Of course she was worried. "Husband, you sent your students so far away, aren't you worried that they will encounter danger?" Back in the house, Han Yushi looked at Li Zishuan and asked. Li Zishuan was stunned, then sighed and said, "Of course I'm worried, but what's the use of worrying? These children have to bear what they should bear. If they don't experience some things, they will never grow." Evening, Sweet Dew Hall. Li Zishuan really said that? Li Qingqian told Li Er everything he saw and heard on Cloud Mountain in the afternoon. Li Er could not hide his shock and asked Li Qingqian. Li Qingqian clasped his hands and said, "Absolutely true. Imperial Father," Li Zishuan personally said that if we use his nutrient bowl planting method, we can save at least 3 times the amount of seeds per mu, and the harvest can also increase by at least 30%. Hearing this, Li Er nodded his head. Although he did not show it on his face, his heart was in turmoil. If this method was really so magical, then that caddy of seeds would be able to harvest nearly 4 times the amount of white stack flower catkins. This wasn't a small improvement. It directly solved the key problem of the white stack flower's survival and low production. Let's let Li Zishuan give it a try first. If his method is successful, then the people of Great Tang will be able to afford to wear clothes made of white silk. This matter will end here. Qingqian, you don't need to worry about this. Yes, Father. Li Qingqian cupped his hands and said respectfully. At this moment, Zhao Song rushed in from outside the hall and bowed. Your Majesty, something's wrong. Li Er's face turned solemn as he asked, "What's the matter?" Zhao Song replied, "Your Majesty, Tuli Khan has sent an envoy, requesting to surrender to Great Tang. The envoy has already been arranged to stay in the Honglu Temple's post house. They will pay respects to Your Majesty in the morning court tomorrow." What? Tuli sent an envoy to the court? Li Er's face suddenly changed. He asked in a deep voice, "What happened to the Turks?" How dare Tali openly rebel against Shelley and surrender to Great Tang? Li Qingxian's face also became tense as he stared at Zhao Song without blinking. Zhao Song bowed slightly and said, "Your Majesty, according to the spies at the beginning of this year, Shelley suddenly recruited soldiers from Tuli Khan. Due to Tuli Khan's failure in suppressing Shui Yantua, the Shi and the Guis, he was imprisoned and whipped by Shelley Khan. Tuli Khan held a grudge, so he did not lend any soldiers to Shelley this time. When Shelley Khan heard the news, he was furious and directly sent troops to attack Tuli Khan. Tuli Khan's strength was not enough. Seeing that the royal court was in danger, he sent an envoy to Great Tang for help. Tuli's son, Ashina Helyuo, is also in the envoy." Li Er's eyes flashed and his expression gradually eased. He sighed softly and said, "The Turks are actually having internal strife? This is really a heaven-sent opportunity." Then he looked at Zhao Song and ordered, "Tomorrow morning, let Tuli's envoy enter the court for an audience." "Yes, Your Majesty." Zhao Song responded, then said, "Your Majesty, today, a student from Yanhuang College left the capital and is heading to Bashu." "Bashu?" Li Er's heart skipped a beat, then he smiled and said, "This student is probably going to Bashu because of Li Zishuan's vanadium mine there, right? Don't worry about them. Li Zishuan's students are always able to surprise me. Last time it was Meng Wenhao and Han Li. Let's see what kind of surprise this child can bring me this time. Oh, right, immediately send someone to inform Li Zishuan to attend tomorrow's court." "Yes." Sigh. "Why do you think His Majesty wants me to attend court for no reason? TSK, doesn't he know that I live far away? I'll have to travel through the night again today." The next morning, before dawn, Li Zishuan was already dressed and washed up with Han Yushi's help. Although he wasn't sleepy, he had to leave before dawn. Li Zishuan couldn't help but grumble softly. Pfft. When Han Yushi heard that, she couldn't help but giggle. She helped Li Zishuan comb his hair and said with a smile, "Husband, other people have studied hard for decades in hopes of being able to enter the imperial court one day. But why do you look like you have a deep grudge when you hear that you have to attend morning court?" Li Zishuan pinched Han Yushi's fair fingers and said with a naughty smile, "What does the poem say? Oh, it's the harem of 3,000 beauties. From then on, the emperor won't attend morning court. As for your husband, he only needs you, my wife, so he's too lazy to attend morning court. How can those fame and fortune be more important than the wife in my arms? My wife, don't you think so?" Han Yushi's tender face turned red. She hurriedly shook off Li Zishuan's big hand and said angrily, "Husband, you're talking nonsense again. Don't move. Let me help you comb your hair quickly. Don't miss the time." Okay. I'll listen to my wife." Li Zishuan knew that Han Yushi couldn't resist teasing. After saying that, he was no longer naughty. At this time, Han Yushi suddenly said, "Husband, you should think of it this way. With your current rank and status, you should attend morning court every day. It's His Majesty who saw that you have multiple positions and that the Yunshan residence you live in is quite far from the imperial palace. That's why he specially allowed you to not attend morning court every day. So, you should be grateful to His Majesty." My wife's words make sense. Li Zishuan's eyes lit up and said with a smile, "If that's the case, then I have the motivation to attend morning court." Confucius was right. Behind every successful man, there's a good woman. Han Yushi patted Li Zishuan's back and said unhappily, "Husband, you're talking nonsense again. When did Confucius say that? Okay. Husband, your hair is done. Go and have some food. Otherwise, you'll definitely be hungry after standing in court for so long." My wife is so considerate. After coming out of the gentle home, Li Zishuan and Pang Feiji rode together and became a pair of brothers in distress. They held torches and rushed through the night. Oh, strictly speaking, this wasn't called the night road. Perhaps it should be called the dawn road, the last trace of darkness before dawn. Fortunately, the road from Yunshan to Chang and had been paved with cement. Otherwise, no matter how good one's horsemanship was, they wouldn't dare to ride on the rugged mountain road like before. Otherwise, they would definitely fall into the ravines. After rushing for a while, they finally arrived at the east gate of Chang and city before the city gates opened. The master and servant waited for less than a quarter of an hour outside the city gates before the city guards opened the gates. Li Zishuan and Pang Feiji hurriedly urged their horses to enter and then galloped towards the imperial palace. "Yo, Xiao Xin, why are you here for morning court today?" After entering the palace, they arrived at Taiji Hall. There were already many people gathered here, including Qing Yaojin and Qin Xiong. Seeing Li Zishuan, this rare guest, Qing Yaojin walked over with a face full of surprise. He patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and laughed. Speaking of which, old Qing was able to come to court so early because of his bicycle. Qing Yaojin could be considered an expert in bicycles now. He could even ride a bicycle with one hand. Sometimes he could even use both hands to leave the handlebars. What's more, when Qing Yaojin rode his bicycle, it was even more ferocious than when he rode a horse. Everyone was afraid of him. Actually, he was not the only one who rode a bicycle. Among the civil and military officials, those who were slightly wealthier had almost all bought bicycles. After all, bicycles were faster and more convenient than horse carriages. They could go wherever they wanted with just a pedal. Moreover, they did not have to feed the horses. It was worth mentioning that the palace was also keeping up with the times. They had specially built a parking lot outside the palace gates for the officials. When Li Zishuan found out about this, he felt a sense of accomplishment and was overjoyed for a long time. This was because he had brought a little change to this era. "Good morning, Uncle Cheng." Li Zishuan greeted Qing Yaojin and replied, "Yesterday His Majesty sent someone to Yunshan to inform me that I must attend today's court meeting. I dare not come." "Oh. His Majesty sent someone to inform you?" Qing Yaojin's eyes flashed and his expression became serious as he asked. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Yes." "All right, Uncle Qing, did something big happen in the court these 2 days? Is that why His Majesty asked me to come? Can you tell me what happened in the imperial court?" Qing Yaojin hesitated and said, "It's both a good and bad thing. Sai, you'd better ask second brother Qin." Li Zishuan was baffled. He turned to look at Qin Qiong and asked, "Uncle Qin, what happened? Why is Uncle Qing being so secretive?" Qin Qiong sighed deeply and said, "Shili Khan sent troops to attack Tuli. Tuli came as an envoy and asked Tang Empire to send troops to help. He is also willing to surrender to Tang Empire." Li Zishuan was stunned when he heard this. He was puzzled and said, Then isn't this a good thing? Why does Uncle Qing say that it's both a good and bad thing?" Chapter 1375. Little Xian, this Tuli Khagan is the son of Shibi Khagan, known as the Little Khagan of the Eastern Turks. But his Khagan title is just a title, and his strength is not strong. The power has always been in the hands of his father and uncle. In the second year of Wuda, Shibi Khagan died of illness. The one who took the throne was not Tuli, but Tuli's uncle Silifoshi, Chuluo Khagan. In the fourth year of Wuda, Chuluo Khagan died, and Tuli's other uncle took the throne aggressively. He is the current Sheli Khagan. Sheli appointed Tuli as the Little Khagan, in charge of the Khitan, Swanee, and other departments. Because Tuli Khagan did not have a fixed tax on his subordinates resented him. Because of this, many tribes submitted to the Great Tang such as Shui Yintua, Shi, and Swanee. Sheli Khagan sent Tuli Khagan to suppress these tribes. Tuli Khagan was defeated, and his soldiers were scattered in disorder. It is said that Sheli Khagan was furious and imprisoned him, whipping him for a long time before releasing him. Tuli suffered such a great humiliation, so he naturally harbored a grudge against Sheli. From then on, the uncle and nephew of the Eastern Turks entered a state of open strife and covert struggle. Tuli suddenly sent an envoy to the court to beg for peace. He must be unable to withstand Sheli's offensive and wants the Great Tang to send troops to help him out of the siege. But in this situation, if my Great Tang were to rashly dispatch soldiers, it would be tantamount to declaring a full-scale war with Sheli. The Eastern Turks are currently at the height of their national strength, possessing 1 million soldiers. If the Great Tang wanted to declare a full-scale war with them and win, how could it be so easy? We must make sufficient preparations before we can start this war. Otherwise defeat is certain. But there is not much time left for the Great Tang. Today Tuli sent an envoy to the court, proving that his forces can no longer withstand Sheli Khagan's attack. Being destroyed and annexed is only a matter of time. And the Great Tang cannot sit by and watch Tuli be annexed like this. Otherwise Sheli will become even stronger. So it is difficult. Very difficult. Let's see what decision His Majesty will make today. In front of the Taiji Palace, Qin Qiong estimated that there was still some time before the court, so he told Li Zishuan about Tuli's envoy. "Oh, I see." After hearing this, Li Zishuan finally had a rough understanding of the current situation of the Eastern Turks. To be honest, before this he didn't even know who Tuli Khan was or which faction he belonged to. He only knew Sheli Khan. There was nothing he could do about it. Who asked this guy to be so famous? Now that he heard Qin Qiong's explanation, he had a good grasp of the current situation. The Eastern Turks were in internal strife, but the Great Tang was still not ready to go to war with them. As for Tuli Khan, in front of Sheli Khan, He was but a small grasshopper, unable to resist for long. Morning court. All civil and military officials enter the court for an audience. At this moment, an old eunuch stood on the steps and shouted in a high-pitched voice. The civil and military officials at the foot of the steps immediately fell silent. They straightened their clothes, hugged their tablets, and walked up the steps toward Taiji Palace. Entering the Taiji Palace, after a round of greeting, a Turk stepped out from the crowd and bowed to Li Er. His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Tang, Sheli Khan has disregarded my late Khan's feelings, disregarded the relationship between uncle and nephew, and openly sent troops to attack my father Khan. I beseech His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Tang to send troops to aid my father Khan. Ashina Ilhan will be staying in Chang, and as a hostage. Hearing this, the civil and military officials looked at each other in dismay. Li Er asked in a deep voice, "You are Tuli Khan's second son?" The Turk cupped his fists and said, "Your Majesty, this one is indeed my father's son. I have come to the Great Tang to request assistance and surrender. In order to express my father's sincerity, Ashina Heluo is willing to remain in Chang, and as a hostage to express my father's sincerity in surrendering to the Great Tang. Sending a son into the court as a hostage." All the civil and military officials sucked in a mouthful of cold air, thinking that Tuli was really going all out this time. At the same time, this also meant that Tuli Khan had been forced into a corner by Sheli. Otherwise, he wouldn't have staked everything and wholeheartedly submitted to the Great Tang. After a moment of silence in the hall, Li Er said, "Since I ascended the throne, I have ruled the country with benevolence and righteousness, and I have treated my friends well. Ashina Heluo, you don't have to mention the matter of a hostage again. My Great Tang doesn't need anyone as a hostage. This is really detrimental to my Huasha's prestige. Furthermore, I have some friendship with Tuli in the past. How can I take advantage of this and take his son as a hostage?" Speaking of which, Ashina Heluo was also a straightforward person. How could he say, "I am here to be your hostage" in front of the emperor? Normally this kind of thing was tacitly understood and no one would directly say it. Old Li was the ruler of Huaxia, so how could he not care about his face? However, Li Er saying that he had some friendship with Tuli Khan was also true. In the 7th year of Wuda, the Turkic Great Khan Sheli Khan and Tuli Khan gathered all their forces and invaded the Great Tang's borders. At that time, the Great Tang Emperor Li Yuan sent Li Er out to defend against the Turks on the 21st day of the 7th month. On the 12th day of the 8th month, the two sides clashed at Wulongban, which was known in history as the Battle of Wulongban. Li Shimin used the strategy of sowing discord, working together with Tuli Khan to drive a wedge between Sheli Khan and Tuli Khan, and became sworn brothers with Tuli Khan, causing the Turks to retreat. It did not matter whether Li Er and Tuli's friendship was due to the situation, or whether it was feigning civility or because of benefits, or whether it was sincere friendship, but in the end the two of them became sworn brothers. It was an indisputable fact. Although this kind of thing sounded inconceivable to other people. Hearing Li Er's words, Ashina Heluo was first stunned, and then he immediately wanted to refute. After all, when he left the Turks, his father had instructed him to do so. He had to complete the task his father had given him. Who knew that Li Er seemed to know what he was going to say next and spoke first? "Ashina Heluo, you don't need to say anything more. We will not take you as a hostage. However, if you like the prosperity of Chang and want to stay in Chang and for a while, we naturally have no reason to refuse." Ashina Heluo's wooden brain finally reacted at this moment. He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks to the Great Tang Emperor for taking me in. Ashina Heluo is willing to stay in Chang, and for a while. I only hope that the Great Tang Emperor can send troops to rescue my father. When the time comes, my father will definitely remember your Majesty's kindness and lead his troops to surrender to the Great Tang Empire, joining the court and submitting to your Majesty." Li Er's eyes narrowed as he said in a deep voice, "In the past, the Turks had internal strife and relied on the power of the Sui dynasty to stabilize. However, Sheli Khan did not know how to cherish the situation left behind by his ancestors. Instead, he relied on his own strength to indulge his own desires. He was licentious and tyrannical, and his uncle and nephew killed each other. This is truly against the laws of nature. However, sending troops to the Turks is a matter of great importance. We need to discuss it with the court officials before we can make a decision. Ashina Heluo, you have traveled a long way from the Turks and must be exhausted. Why don't you return to the inn and rest for a while? After we have discussed with the court officials, we will send someone to inform you." Hearing this, Ashina Heluo thought seriously before finally cupping his fists and saying, "Yes, your Majesty. Ashina Heluo will take his leave. After that, he clenched his fists in front of his chest and bowed to Li Er. Then he brought the 2 Turk emissaries and left the hall. After Ashina Heluo left, Li Er's eyes darkened as he looked at the court officials and asked, "Dear officials, do you think that our Tang Empire should send troops to aid Tuli?" Regarding Tuli's request for help, Li Er himself was both happy and fearful. He was happy that the internal strife of the Eastern Turks had caused the Tang Empire's northwest border to have a rare moment of peace. However, he was fearful that if Tuli was destroyed and Sheli became the sole ruler, then it would be difficult for the Tang Empire to destroy the Turks in the future. The court officials were silent for a long time. Finally, Zhang Sun Wuji could not help but step out and say, "Your Majesty, this old official thinks that it is not suitable to send troops now. 2 years ago, our Tang Empire had just signed an agreement with Sheli not to attack each other. Now, without Sheli Khan's invasion, if we were to go back on our word and send troops, not only would it be a waste of manpower and resources, but it would also not be the army of a king." Hearing this, Li Er's face instantly fell. Indeed, the Wei River alliance back then was the biggest obstacle for him to send troops to the Turks. The Tang Empire, as a dynasty in the Central Plains and a country of etiquette, had to have a reason for doing things. They could not be like the Turks who could fight whoever they wanted to fight. Even if they killed their brothers, no one would blame them. The Tang Empire was particular about sending troops with a reason. Most of the court officials would not allow Li Er to do something as treacherous as going against the agreement. Duke Zhao is right, it is indeed not suitable to send troops now. This old official agrees. This official agrees. After Zhang Sun Wuji said that, there were immediately voices of agreement in the court. Bullsh asterisk T. Bullsh asterisk T. What Bullsh asterisk T agreement? Let me old Qing ask all of you, if Shili is free now and has sufficient provisions, do you think he will care about the agreement back then? Will he send troops to invade our Tang Empire? Although Qing Yaojin also knew that now was not the best time for the Tang Empire to send troops, but seeing so many officials talking about the Wei River Alliance back then, he could not help but stand up and scold. The Wei River Alliance was not only the shame of Li Er's life, it was also the shame of Qing Yaojin's life. Duke Lu, why are you spouting such vulgar words in the court? Furthermore, our Tang Empire is a country of etiquette and etiquette. When we go to war, we have a reason for sending troops. How can this be a game? Zhang Sun Wuji pulled a long face and reprimanded Qing Yaojin. Qing Yaojin immediately snorted and said, Bullsh asterisk T, sending troops with a reason. According to what you said, we can only wait for that brat Sheli to bring troops to Chang and city before we can retaliate? Qing Jijia, don't be unreasonable in the imperial court. Zhang Sun Wuji's eyes were dark as he said coldly. Your Majesty, this old official thinks that although Duke Lu's words are vulgar, they are not without reason. At this moment, someone from the court officials' camp actually stood up and spoke for Qing Yaojin. It was Du Ruhui.